I heard I was supposed to be doing some content with Ovly. Where is she?
Who's ready for some culture?
Oh my god.
Are you excited?
What is this?
Do you think you
Oh my god.
can do it?
No, stop. I'm cringing to death. I'm dead. I'm dead.
You ready to cringe even harder?
All right, show me.
Look there. Introducing double kick.
Kill me immediately.
I don't think that I am well equipped to teach you how to properly dance the can. So luckily we've brought in Billy, our fabulous can instructor.
Hi, bonjour.
Oh, bonjour.
Cue the music. Do you want me to just provide a cappella backing track? Da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da da. Oh my god. Da da da da da da da da da da. Can you do any of that?
The last move where she put her foot all the way above her head, I think I could hit that pretty easily.
Okay, be careful though, because it can be very dangerous.
We're League of Legends players. We're used to danger.
I'm in a physical prime. Let's do this.
The first move is called the mayonnaise.
Oh my god.
And it's like the move that you do when you mix the mayonnaise.
Oh, the mayonnaise.
Yes.
We cooking. This is literally
We cook.
patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same
This
time.
is really hard to do. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait.
And now, high kick.
Okay.
Oh dear lord.
High kick.
Up, down, up, down. I put my head on the side of the way I kick my front head. Yes.
What?
Yeah, yes, yes.
I think we got
Wow.
this.
We're almost hitting 90 degrees with that high kick. I think we're pretty good at this.
Yeah?
I know, right?
Careful, not you.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, no, that's-
If I go all out, I'd go actually past
Yeah.
my head, like way back there.
This is a proper way to finish a can.
Oh my.
You ready to try?
You first? You first?
What about together?
Let's just see how far I can get on a split
yeah,
right
you can
now.
Just try. Yeah.
Oh my.
With your hands.
I think you can go
like
farther than me.
this.
I can't, my foot isn't even
Guys,
moving forward.
Guys, I'm
Believe.
out of breath. I'm out of breath. Maybe I'm
Okay.
better on this other side. Yeah, no. It was a
right.
good try. It was a good try, Ovly.
I feel like you and me should at least try to do the entire thing through.
Yeah, good. Hey, yes, je bonage. And now get ready for the mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Yes! Oh my god! Yeah! You can go down like this.
Get low.
Get low.
And get ready for
Get
the
low, get low.
tire-bouchon.
Okay.
And tire-bouchon.
Oh,
Well, it's okay.
that was my mic. We don't need that. We don't need
We don't need it
that.
anymore.
That's what production insurance is for.
And then a bit of stuff. High kicks, high kicks.
Okay.
All right.
Kicks. And
We gotta sync up, Ovly.
Okay. Okay.
One, two, one, two.
And now, the end. Get ready for
All right.
the
Okay, grab your
All right.
leg.
Ready?
Grab your leg, Peter.
I'm grabbing my leg. I'm grabbing my. I'm grabbing the wrong leg. Okay.
All right.
And.
Be careful.
Ah.
Ta-da!
Oh, you're just on the ground
Amazing.
dead.
Tribone.
Yoda!
Tyler, Mr. One, good to see you,
Nice to see you,
Do
Ovly.
you like my office?
This looks like an office for you.
It's funny you say that because we actually widened the doors and shortened the lift a little bit just for you.
Okay, that was a short joke. Already, don't.
No, actually, you look really good, man. You do, seriously. You look fantastic. I mean, it must be a lot of work to keep those arms so big, but wouldn't it be easier to develop a good personality?
You're trolling. Ovly, I'm funny, I'm charismatic. I have no ego. Why do you keep looking at me like that? It's true.
Well, listen, we all know that your fan base is truly massive. When did you realize that you had a knack for entertaining teenage boys?
My audience, we've done the math, is 25 to 30 nowadays. Majority, like 70%. I do not, like,
All right, well, I mean, clearly I could see that I'm riling you up a little bit.
actually you're trolling. You're just range bait, yes.
I know that you like to let off a little bit of steam by, throwing things, breaking things. So we actually brought a book for you if you want to try to tear that in half.
Am I trying to tear this book in half?
Yeah, you can try to tear that book
Do I
in half.
win something if I do? Do I got a prize?
I mean, pride, accomplishment.
Okay, obviously, I'm not gonna tear this in half.
Well, you have to tear it in front of the
Yeah,
camera.
I
You're doing
can't
it
because I need to get my knee up.
Get torque. Why are you tearing it that way? You're tearing it.
Why are you backseating me? Stop. Let me do it how I want to do it. I know what I'm doing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you've taped it for sure.
It's not taped.
I'm gonna start right here for a second.
That's okay. That's okay. Interesting technique.
The covers are too hard to tear.
But again, why not?
Why are you?
You're the one who's struggling a little bit.
Okay, what's your advice? I'm open to criticism.
So right now you're doing it like hamburger style. What if you did it hot dog style?
Yeah, but then you're not. Nobody does that. Nobody does that.
I think everyone does that.
That's the easiest thing. It's only tearing like just the brim.
Well,
You could tear this.
I know, but
And you have frail toothpick arms, so they wouldn't even be.
they're called spaghetti noodle arms. Thank you very much. Or I guess in my
gym.
case, yakisoba arms,
Yeah, and you hit the gym. It is what it is.
because I'm Japanese.
You can't do it your way. Yeah, but there's no sense of enjoying that.
I'm so proud of you. Can I be honest though?
What?
I just wanted to be the first one to see you hold a book.
You said that all. I read more than anybody in this building.
League of Legends all chat doesn't count. I also hear that you're actually a big Bob Ross fan. Is that because you're also a happy little accident? Tyler, I mean, listen, you're an inspiration to so many of us. You've proved that it's not about luck or skill or talent. Sometimes it's just about being really loud.
I'm not loud is not funny. I am talented and skilled. That is, again, just incorrect. You're just trolling.
In the loud department.
I am not loud. I haven't been loud once in this.
Been a little loud.
Why are you backseating me? I have not been loud. You said some dumb shit. I got a little bit loud, but that's it.
Well, Tyler, those are all the questions that I have for you. Thank you so much for joining me in our little office here. Do you like the decorations?
No, and it's cramped and it's hot as hell. We can't open the curtains to make us sweat in here like a sauna. Could put like an AC little fan.
This is France. They don't believe in AC.
True. So you're out of questions?
Yeah, I'm completely adequate. What's that? wait.
My, how the tables do turn.
No. What are those? Where'd you get those?
How does it feel to be the only one I see pop up on Livestream Fails who is an actual failure?
Okay, but is that a bad thing or is that maybe a nice thing?
If you start things and never finish them or never do well in them, what is that?
Trying my best.
Yeah, well, sometimes your best just isn't enough. Everyone on this production should probably start looking for new jobs, guys. I'll be honest, this is probably gonna do equally as poorly. Just saying. Now, you've been playing for over 15 years, and you've still never achieved Diamond.
Okay, I got really close to
Let me finish. I don't know if this joke should be about League or your love life.
Okay, listen, by playing League of Legends, you've truly done the impossible and found love. I've found body pillows, and I've gotten close to Diamond a couple times.
All I'm gonna say is, for the moment I have been with you, I've seen you ever, it's been 10, 11 years ago, I've never seen you with a companion.
I have my online friends, they're definitely real.
A lot of people argue, well, you're doing it for your career, but your career is just doing so poorly, isn't it?
But I'm speaking with you, brother. Doesn't that mean that I'm
True,
kind of up
and
there?
I saved the day.
Tyler, here's the one thing. Do you know what I have that you don't?
To go on, enlighten me.
Control over the editors. Cut! The chair is dented.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. the club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026. The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Welcome everybody, we're currently playing the ultimate game, Don't Press the Bell. We got 2 of the most mechanically talented players here. We've got Niall from Vitality and of course Garcia from True Rippers. Boys, do you understand the rules of the game?
Can you please explain it?
Yes, we need explain.
It's simple. All you gotta do, tap the top of the container. At any point, you can decide not to tap and move it away. First player to ring the bell accidentally loses. Best of 1. They've only got one opportunity. Is it the jungler or is it going to be the gold laner that makes the difference? Good luck, boys. I'm praying for both of you. You may begin. 3, 2, 1, begin. They're going pretty fast here.
Wait. I think he's doing a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Let's do it faster. Let's do it faster.
Let's do it faster. We'll
Okay,
speed
let's
it
do
up.
faster.
Okay. You ready? We'll start with Garcia again. Keep going. Ooh. It's an intense game.
Wait, that's not fair. You're out.
No, but there's far.
Can we check the tape?
But it's okay. If I lose, then it's okay.
Let's check the tapes
okay,
on
it's okay.
that one to get some confirmation. But overall, thank you boys so much. We have 2 of the most mechanical players that we have here in the most difficult roles.
This is so good.
Inside and outside of the stage. Remember, don't press the bell.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
bloodshed, tears, and glory. The Land of Dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC, Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals, and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos, as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region.
We're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the Grand Finals.
Slangor Red Giants are your new champions. MSC 2023 champions. Order!
Team Liquid is your grand champions.
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fight continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
まだ見ぬ新境地目指していこうドキドキしようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみた瞬間
$75 million worth of prize pool here at EWC. Why am I getting paid so little again?
Chris, you're getting paid?
Who are you again?
What? A turn-up from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We were on the rooftop and stuff.
What's the prize pool for the mid-season
$1
cup?
million. $1 million US dollars.
So the players are getting paid, at least anyway, Rachel?
Do we get paid? You're getting paid. I want to get paid.
We should probably get on with our jobs. It is day 2 here at MSC. Of course, very, very excited to get into what is the Group of Death.
Group of Death. We have 3 champions from their respective regions. We have head-to-heads that go all the way back from years, and it's going to be an insane day.
MLBB, day 2 here at EWC starts right now.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya tapi ini baru permulaan
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa tuktok ang pinakamahirap. Ang korona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini, sekali lagi.
Bulan atau tidak,
pareho lang ang tsansa namin
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Buktikan ako kalau bisa
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Limitless possibilities. That's a great way to start the Group of Death, where you know 4 of maybe 8 of the top contenders of this tournament are going to have to go home because they are all going to be battling against each other. Today is certain to give us fireworks here in Paris as we welcome you back to MSC. It's an amazing time to love MLBB because we've got some of the best action you may see all tournament going on today as our top teams are title defenders of MSC 25 take the stage and try to prove that they're grand finals bound. My name is Rain Day. Welcome back to the studio. It's good to see your faces after a great Group A day, and I've got 2 new faces here who you are very familiar with, Brigitte and LaFell in the beautiful blue and red. Guys, did you coordinate this, Brigitte?
No.
No,
honestly, you did though. Right?
Honestly, no, because we don't really like each other that much amongst us talents. In fact, you know what, Brig, we got to be careful. If we go back to the green room, it turned out my ass is about our pay. Like, we need to let her know that she's the only one not getting paid. But
Oh, no, why did you say it?
you know what? My bad.
She still doesn't know. I mean, let's keep this up for as long as possible.
Maybe
till M9.
We made sure that she can't access her email, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's all it is. I've got all the email here on my tablet. Guys, it's great to be back. And yesterday, it was a fantastic day of Group A showing what they brought to the table here at MSC. Some high highs and some low lows as we take a look at the STC Rewind. Brigitte, you were casting yesterday. I mean, what was your takeaway? Because we saw a new meta. We saw these teams take the stage at MSC 26 for the first time.
Yeah, I feel like there was such a stark difference between like teams who really wanted to go all out on macro and micro, at least in yesterday's games. But for today, now that we're in the group of death, I'm not so sure of what to expect because there have been changes in the patch and some of these teams are expected to adjust a lot, but some of them we might question to a certain extent on whether or not will work out for them.
Well, I gotta say, welcome Rain Day to possibly the best tournament here in EWC.
Come on, baby.
MLBB MSC is where it's at because here's the thing. We're going to the group of theirs. There's like 3 previous MSC champions. 23, 24, as well as 25. I gotta say, if today is a sweep, that'll be very disappointing. I want at least 2 games go all the way.
It's an incredible showcase that we have. You're talking about that 24 winner as well, SRG coming up soon in this first matchup, but there is just so much that's being learned. We talked about the stories of yesterday. 40 unique heroes, LaFell, was something that was keeping us on pace to maybe break 90 this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, that's amazing because we talked to some of the players, the coaches, and we're asking their opinions. You know, you watch Wildcard, you watch MWI, that was crazy. How's MSC gonna look like? And then they say like they're barely scratching the surface. And then after day 1, we're like, you know what? They're right. A lot of unique hero picks, 40, that's insane.
I agree. So whether or not we will have like a very specific tournament meta here in MSC, I don't think we can fully solidify it in at least the first 2 days, unless Group B2 really goes for the exact same prio picks or trends as we saw in day number 1.
And we'll preview that matchup coming up, but Midnight and Aurora, they've been kind of ahead of the curve here, and maybe that Eudora is responsible for what they've been putting out in scrims and maybe in conversations.
Hey, you know what? Shout outs to Midnight, man. Midnight is one of the best casters now, transitioning into coach-ish. And listen, he's very nice, very funny, but most importantly, very analytical. He knows the teams, every team here in MSC. The fact that they created a lot of meta, that's insane because Eudora is something that all across the world, everyone was so surprised at one of the basic heroes that we didn't thought would be meta, but yesterday, 100% pick or ban.
And maybe to add another adjective to Midnight, he's one of probably the most skeptical analysts out there. So to think that they're willingly using and trying out these kinds of heroes really means something for this coach.
And speaking of heroes, I mean, I had to go and load up MLBB. I was so inspired. I played some rank last night, got some Eudora games in for the first time. The power of the stun, showing how important it is, maybe not in your general meta, but with the assassins coming forward, Brigitte, in this meta, it's so important to have some way to deal with them, and Eudora has a pretty good answer.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that it also shows up often in at least the first 3 picks or the first phase of the draft, I think will somehow make you think twice about just locking in an assassin immediately once you see the presence of a Eudora on the other side.
Well, it should make you think twice about how you pick your heroes in MLBB. It should also make you think twice about who you pick to win each matchup in MLBB today, because we got our pick'ems ready to go. Earn your share of $300,000 by participating in the pick'ems for EWC. We'll have this for all of our games. MLBB is no different. Scan that QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win. We'll show the results later on throughout the show, so stay engaged with us. We'd love to know whether you guys are getting them right. That's my big question. All right, let's take a look at the groups here. We saw Group A yesterday. They did well. Group B, though, Brigitte, I mean, just for people coming in, why do we call this the group of death?
Because of the amount of champions that we have here, the amount of MSC champions, respective region champions, or maybe you could even count runner-ups. MSC runner-ups are also found in this exact same group. So the competition here is expected to be really, really high.
I mean, you talked about Onyx, right? And they've won MSC in 1923. But when you look at the
2023, 1923 is it's quite a while.
You guys thought it was 1923. That's when my great grandma was born. I don't think that Onyx been around in esports that long, 19 and 23. But you know, being in a position, obviously, as a champion, maybe not recently, but coming into this, you have a group of people who are known to be the best of the best. And that means that in a double elimination bracket where 4 of them are going to send 4 of them home, I mean, this is not a desirable spot to be in, LaFell.
Oh yeah, for sure. If we're going to talk about Onyx, the best way to describe him is that they inspired a lot of players today, right? A lot of players became roamers because of Keyboy. A lot of players became assassin users because of Kyrie. So Onyx, even though they were runner-ups in MPL ID, that doesn't discount them from being one of the favorites to actually win it all.
Yeah.
Imagine even in the women's division, you have someone named very similar to Keyboy. So that just goes to show the impact that they have, and a lot of stars, honestly, a lot of star players and highlights are actually expected to be really in this group.
But have they been playing since 1923? That's the question, because that experience is just another level. The oldest esports players in the world. Okay, we're joking if you haven't picked up on that as well. This is going to be a really fun one, guys, because as we look at these groups and these brackets, you have to say, what are they going towards? Well, it's that prize pool. Turner mentioned it, $1 million for first place. Brigitte, you were on the caster's desk while we talked about this on stage, but this is life-changing money for that winning team.
It is, and imagine once you get into top 8, that's already 100,000 USD guaranteed going into your pocket. So you really want to fight for that? That's a 25,000 USD difference, unless you don't, or if you don't make it there.
Yeah, imagine if you get 1 million USD, how many skins can you buy?
Oh man.
Probably all of them. You have all the skins?
I don't. I want to have all of them. Do you have all the skins?
Yes, but so, okay, you don't need $1 million.
You don't get paid. You get paid in skins, right? That's how it goes for this event.
Yeah, paid in diamonds. Yeah,
become a caster. You get paid in skins. That's how it is. Let's focus in on our first matchup of the day: Selangor Red Giants versus Pro Esports, and this is really a matchup of Malaysia and Cambodia. How has this gone? Has Cambodia suffered the end of this Malaysian matchup mostly, LaFell?
For now, yes. And it's more for Selangor Red Giants. But here's the thing. Who hasn't fallen against Selangor Red Giants? Because they kind of appeared out of nowhere back in like a 23. During that time, they were still experimenting the roster. But then 24, come MSC, that's where they solidify as an S-tier team. And ever since then, everyone has tried to take them down. A lot has failed.
Yep. How long have they been together? Winning 5 MPL trophies.
Incredible. So at least 2.5.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's like 2.5 years of them, and we don't know until when they're really staying together, if ever they're actually planning to part ways even, because there's such a dynasty already considered here in Malaysia, or at least in their region.
Such a powerhouse too, and it only seems like it's getting worse for teams going up against them, because you've got Ling, who is really performing, one of our highest picked heroes, and also you've got somebody named the Sky Prince on Selangor Red Giants in Sakai. So that should be a really good combination. In fact, we had a chance with the Turner to talk to Sakai a little bit earlier as we preview what Selangor Red Giants are bringing to MSC.
We're now here with Sakai, the Sky Prince from SRG. Welcome, Sakai.
Hello.
It's your debut match today. How are we feeling coming into Paris?
I think we're really excited for this first match, especially against Cambodia team for esports. So yeah, really excited. Yeah.
I heard there's a little bit of a rivalry going on between you two. I mean, for the past few international escapades that you guys have done, you've eliminated or even knocked out or even defeated some of the Cambodian representatives. So coming into this, are you confident to be able to do it again?
Yeah, I think we are really confident against this team, because even our past tournament against Cambodia, we are really, I think, doing well against them. So I think to this match, I think we will have a smooth game. Yeah.
Full confidence coming in from Sakai is one of the reasons, because, you know, the Ling is back in the meta. I mean, we remember your Ling from when you were able to win MSC like 2 years ago.
Yep. I can't repeat the question. Sorry.
Do you like the Ling now? Do you think that the Ling will help you?
Yeah, I think for this new update for Ling is really helpful for our team, especially because I'm an assassin user. So I believe that changes can help us out in this tournament.
We remember. Do you think you can replicate that same success?
Let's see, but I'm confident to do it again.
Okay, we're excited to see. Hopefully we get the Ling performance once again, because we remember it was crazy back then. But what do you think about the new Cambodian representative? Do you think it's going to be different for you this time?
I think it's going to be not much difference because I think Cambodia team is like they have one kind of play style that we actually kind of study them well. So I think we just do our thing and we will win it. Yeah.
Focus on themselves and they're confident that they will win. Once again, thank you, guys, and over back to you guys.
The Sky Prince Sakai feeling confident with Ling back in the meta, as they should. There hasn't been a grand finals at EWC MSC without them being in it. Back-to-back runners. They love this place. Now they're in France, so we'll see if the change of location matters or if it's just EWC that matters. But somehow, Brigitte, this team certainly has the expectations of being grand finals bound.
Yeah, I think I would be very torn to choose like who I'm expecting to go into the grand finals again because of the amount of champions that we have, and that's only talking about Group B. We haven't even touched on Group A, who also might have some sort of buff because of the venue that we're currently at, because of the country that we're currently at.
The baguette buff.
We saw that in MWI.
The baguette.
The baguette.
Baguette.
And a croissant.
Croissant.
It's croissant. I will just follow his lead because he's always coaching me the words. But yeah, so we saw that. MWI Vitality actually won the championship. I wonder if there will be something similar here in MSC as well.
They said they're not focusing on Cambodia, and I think that might be because there is a bit of an aggressive style that they bring. Sometimes it's hard to match and prepare for that. But the thing about this team, Pro Esports, is that whether they have that aggressive style or with some of the Filipino players that have also joined this team, they have had a road to get here that is memorable and has put them in a position to say that whether you believe in us or not, we want to upset the Giants.
Pro Esports start in MPL KX Spring Split 2023. We qualify from Challenger Cup, and I joined since the beginning. And after 6 seasons, we finally became the champion of MPL KX Season 10.
Wiley! Wiley! Double kill though, Lin! Maniac! The grand final! Pro Esports is the reigning champion for MPL KX!
When we win MPL KX, of course we are excited because we've been having this dream for many years already, and it's our first time winning, and we qualify to play on international stage, which even make me more happy and excited.
Your mastermind, lift the trophy!
After we winning, I feel so impressive to come back to EWC because since last year I didn't make it. Right now, back to the EWC feels so impressive.
See you soon. Now on to Kenji. It's a double kill for Seoul, and it's a 2-0 clean sweep for See You Soon.
The Cambodian Owls will fly onward again.
Because last time I come here and I just make it to top 5 and top 8. So for the best player that I had, I think we can make it to the grand final.
In Pro Esports, we are like a family. We have a good bonding. So I'm pretty confident with them. They always talk out to me like, it's okay, don't feel pressure, just enjoy the game. For us, it's like a dream to represent our country. Not many get the chance to do it, and when we have the chance, we gotta do our best.
អរគុណអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាដែលគាំទ្រ Pro Esports ហើយកុំភ្លេចគាំទ្រពួកយើងនៅ EWC 2026.
Pro Esports looking to battle against what could be one of the contenders to win this entire tournament. And guys, I mean, they have a really good journey heading into that. And I think part of it, Brigitte, is that sometimes you don't know what to expect. I think a more traditional team who's had success playing MLBB, I don't know if it's the right way or at least the way that's been successful so far. Do you feel hesitant going up against a team like Pro Esports, which might be one of the more aggressive teams in this entire tournament?
Well, I feel like I'd want to balance my expectations a bit when it comes to aggression for Pro Esports, actually, because they do have, again, as mentioned, 2 Filipino players, and one of them, Kozen, who plays in the gold lane, is actually very textbook-like when it comes to his approach. So that might somewhat balance things a bit when it comes to playing against Pro Esports.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Brigitte, but for me, I have this mindset that I'm more afraid when I don't know when I'm going to get punched.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Honestly, it is kind of like combat sports where some people, they want to play the early stages of the fight, just getting points, gauging their opponents, right? So during that time, they're hoping for a slower game, slower match. But then all of a sudden, if the opponent goes headstrong, 100%, very, very strong punch, and then try to end the fight that way, that could really surprise a lot of people. So I think that's the best analogy here, where Selangor Giants, they will spend their early game roughly understanding the habits, but if somehow, some way, they just get a very good lucky punch, that might really change the course of the game.
Could be interesting too to see, they have time. This is a double elimination bracket. You guys are doing some MMA against each other off camera. You just missed it. They literally were fighting. Yeah, look, they're taking a deep breath as well. Oh, back at it. Turn it into some combat. I love it. We have a chance to see what you guys thought about the pick'ems, and you said Selangor Red Giants 86%, but Pro Esports has a strong 14%. This is not, Brigitte, the most lopsided vote we've seen. We saw like Team Spirit have like a 92% against Ignite yesterday, so they feel like Pro could do something special.
I feel like they can too, because I was previously asked before MSC began on which matchup am I actually looking forward to the most. This was right after Mirko did the draws and established this entire group of death. Shout outs to him, by the way. But I considered them not just because of the history that they had, but also in recent tournaments, Cambodia as a region has been really stepping up. I've been saying this, I feel like at least 4 or 5 times already throughout this entire MSC ever since wildcard, but that is true. And this is not the exact same lineup that we saw even in, let's say, the recent Asian Games, but even then, this is a lineup that beat that lineup that we're talking about. So I have really high expectations for Pro Esports going up against Selangor Red Giants.
You look really good on camera, by the way. I don't know if it's the camera. The camera looks pretty good.
You guys are both right. Look at this guy too. He's looking good too. I told you, I complimented you guys right off the start. I mean, everyone's looking good. We're ready to go. Feels like it's going to be a good day of MLBB.
Oh, by good day, do you mean like game 3 days or something like that?
Hey, I really don't mind if we go 3 games at game 3 and 4.
Because we're not
Well, it's time to get it started here. Your second day of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 begins right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. And I know, Rose, that there's one thing that you love more than long-winded introductions, and that is some good MLBB.
Oh yes, Milosh. Honestly, good MLBB and long games, that is something we all love to witness. So much happens in the Land of Dawn, so much drama unravels. I cannot wait for today, because today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s in the Group of Death.
Yesterday was quite fast. I think today would not be surprised if we go the distance on more than one game.
Yes, Milosh. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Selangor Red Giants! This team proceeded to win it all in 2024, making history for Malaysia. Last year, they attempted to defend their title in the Grand Finals. How will their journey play out this year?
It's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I know, but we know they've been there before. They can do this again. It's no easy task, though, against the up-and-comers on the other side. Please welcome Pro Esports! They've grinded away for season after season of MPL, and the door to greatness has finally opened. From aggression and early game dominance to calm composure, their discipline could herald a deep tournament run.
And you know, Milosh, this regional rivalry dates back all the way to 2024. And throughout it all, SRG has been coming out on top. Will the same happen today?
There's got to be one moment, one inflection moment today might be the one.
Yes, sir. So, boys, you may now place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, don't forget a little fist bump or a handshake in the middle.
See if they end up doing it. Oh, walking up for it. Hey!
There you have it. We are ready to kickstart day 2 of the MLBB group stages. Without further ado, it is time to rise above.
Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0. There you have it, 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit. And they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
So day one opened up very impressively. All the teams really showed up. The meta is looking pretty great, but for me, the most intense matchup for day one was Vamos going up against Team Falcon's Mena. But if I want to narrow it down even more, it's Aero 404.
They're going to go for this mid turret.
They know Inferior coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting attacked already. Ezekiel is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Voided down. He kicks Aero 404.
There's nothing he can do off that.
And now jumping into day two, this is the group of death. Slangoray Giants going up against Pro Esports. I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to see what Slangoray Giants is gonna bring, especially Skies, because back in 2024, Ling was the hero that gave him the title, the Sky Prince. So I want to see if he can bring it back and whether Pro Esports can fight against it.
To the plan, the assassination Mendelssohn is able to blink out forward. Now in the back, Skies goes for the chase, the assassination on the count of the flicker, following from Yum.
Team Liquid going up against Aura. This is probably the game to watch for everyone because both teams and both organizations have been at it for a very long time. Especially for Team Liquid's Philippines, they are, I would say, the trendsetters. We really want to see what kind of meta they want to bring for this MSC. On it going up against Entity 7, that's going to be very, very interesting because Entity 7 actually performed very, very well in their own league, especially Shin. Shin going up against Suns. I think that's going to be a very, very strong matchup. Yangon Galacticos going up against GK Esports. I'm looking forward to see if there's going to be a crazy damage jungler coming in from Yangon Galacticos.
Backland, the arrow here comes on. They dive back in. The Terrify comes through. First blood for Han.
Because looking at their meta, it's really not going to be the same as any other team. And then for DK, I feel like they just got to prepare for it because, hey, if there's a Natalia in the room and such, you know, c'est la vie. That's life. And make sure you guys tune in because day two looks to be like a bloodbath.
That handsome man gave us all we need to know. And he's actually right here near me as well. SRG versus Pro Esports. Coming up, SRG, they have yet to miss a grand finals at MSC, at EWC. The last 2 years, they have been unstoppable on their path. Will Pro Esports find a way to throw more than just a rock in the middle of the road? Maybe an entire wall to force them to turn back around and find another route. Guys, this is a big one, of course, and before we jump into the draft, I want to let you know that we have 2 champions and 1 game. Our My Champions event is live from now until July 27th. So get your champions pick now, win 50,000 diamonds. My goodness, again, live now until July 27th. So scan that QR code and get it going.
Brigida, I gotta say, Reindeer has a very soothing voice.
I know.
Very relaxing, very calming. I feel like if I'm angry, if I listen to it, I'll be like, you know what? Life is good.
Hey.
Life is okay.
Just when we ended that recap, you told us today is likely going to be a bloodbath. But I heard rain days.
Oh, now I'm feeling a bloodbath.
You saying?
Oh, maybe I can calm down a bit.
How about a warm bath?
Oh, a warm bath.
Oh, warm bath would be good.
Epsom salts.
You know what's nice?
What?
We have bathtubs, and Eterna doesn't.
Oh, that's and she's not getting paid either.
Yeah, so
That
you know,
can't
It's
be
just
true.
insult to
oh,
injury.
that is true.
Oh man.
We can visit her room later just to confirm. But yeah, something that I do want to see if Ling actually gets banned now, because here is one of the dangerous things going up against teams like Slangoray Giants when they do have an assassin player, a decorated assassin player like Sakai, is that you kind of have 2 must-bans. Number one is Fanny. Do not let him get that Fanny.
Yep.
And then kind of don't give him his Ling. It's either ban both of them or have a very solid answer for both of them.
Especially considering that looking at the stage, it's likely they are going to be on home side. So if they do go blue, we saw this trend yesterday. We kind of had at least 3 or 4 games maybe with a Link Prio in first pick. So it's not impossible to see that happen again here with SRG possibly going to blue. But we are going to confirm that in just a bit. Did we get Dangerous Grass?
Yeah, no, we got Expanding Rivers.
okay.
Yep. I may be colorblind, but I can see the maps. Actually, no, that's not true. Dangerous Grass is very difficult for me to see. Anyways, going back into that topic, right, we got to find answers for the Link.
Yeah.
An old answer before was that Hayabusa, where it basically becomes a a skill matchup between who uses the ult first. But one of the problems is, ever since Hayabusa had that range nerf on the quad shadows, it has become quite a fourth or maybe fifth prio in terms of the Assassin's pick. And now we're jumping into draft here. Slangory Giants first pick on the blue side and Pro Esports red side second. Already betting out the Phoveas, and for Pro Esports betting out the Atlas.
The Phoveas already says a lot, I feel, about how much you need to pay attention to your next two bans if you are Pro Esports, considering that they are indeed going to go in blue, and the expanding Rivers map is just going to help them so much more in terms of making the rotations much faster than expected. But they ban out the Fanny themselves. I think this is also great. Coily now, because he added an LY, is also someone I feel like you have to respect when it comes to the jungle and assassin picks. Just the same. But even then, you're going up against the Sky Prince. So a lot are still actually gonna be available for Prio. At this point, majority of the fighters, actually, the XP laners too, are gonna be there, and the mid options.
Something that's interesting for me is that they banned out the Zushin. Sure, Stormy is an amazing Zushin player, but doesn't that kind of say that their draft might have a lot of stationary heroes that could get picked up by the Zushin? Because I kind of feel like in a very high mobility meta, maybe the Zushin isn't a prio ban, but this might be showing that they're going to have at least two steady front lines that just doesn't move a lot.
Yeah, and what are the chances that we see even Stormy pick up the likes of a Eudora, right?
Pretty high. I mean, like, he likes to use Odette, Nana, Selena. Like, Esla, honestly, he even played a Hellcurt mid once, and he dominated that game. So I'm pretty sure Stormy can use anything.
See now the third ban for SRG, followed up yet again, and the first pick about to be on their hands.
It's actually open.
It is open, but Eudora is also open.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But I gotta say, Brig, I feel like a lot of junglers, they have this ego, like, I don't care. You think you can stun me? Hey, good luck.
And we've seen it, the success of Ling. I mean, one of the most picked characters, but also moments of taking over games. Era 404, you mentioned yesterday. Can we see that from Sakai?
I think a lot of people want to see that. So it's just a question of whether
maybe not Pro Esports.
Confident, but maybe not Pro Esports.
There's 5 people who don't. 6 people at least who do not want to see that.
Yeah, but they're taking the time here, Brig. I think they're really trying to think whether they want the Ling or give it over to Pro Esports and encounter it later. I think they can because they pick up the Valentina. So it looks like Slangoring Giants, they're going into the first draft here trying to read Pro Esports by having a very, I would say, flexible mid. And now, looks like Pro Esports, they got the Ling as well as the Belleric. Very scary opener here. Link has a lot of burst mobility, can go for the back line, and then in case Slangory Giants wants to go for a dive composition, Belleric can stop that. So I wonder if Yumes will try to use something like the Cho to potentially stop the Ling, or they got something else.
Yeah, and apart from that, I feel like the Valentina is one of the safer mid lanes to just pick up. I know blind pick Valentina, not a lot of people are a fan of it, but now in this meta where the Ling is just an automatic pickup, then maybe it's one of the safer options to go for. And considering the Cho that you've mentioned, there could be a chance, but are they willing to pair it immediately with the gold lane pick? It seems like no. They're gonna go straight into the Hirara and the gold lane pick instead, revealing their cores in this lineup.
Hirara obviously has been somebody that when you let it go, you have to deal with. They knew that they were going to get a pick here. And the Moskov, LaFell, it feels like it's been rising in value a little bit, coming in that first phase of picks rather than some of the last phases.
Definitely, especially because Moskov is one of the rare gold laners that don't need anyone else's help to save himself. He has a lot of dashes as well as his second ability, able to push someone away. And if there's a wall, it will get stunned up. So here, I think Innocent is just saying, bring it on. If you want to chase me, I'll kill you first.
And a question, too, is if you have a team like maybe Pro Esports who are aggressive, Moskov allows you to push as the Eudora comes in, but also if there's a random aggression, join that team in that fight, right? So a little bit of global safety if they get countered quickly.
I gotta say, this is Innocent on this Moskov is something of nightmare to Cambodia because even back in M6, CFU coming in from Cambodia almost eliminated Slangory Giants, but then Innocent with one very good ult, with one SOD, turned things around, got a Maniac, almost like, and then basically ended the game then and there. But now we gotta talk about the opening here. It looks like Pro Esports, they're opening with a very meta MSC draft, right? Bringing the Ling, bringing the Eudora, and the Belleric as well. Whereas Slangory Giants, I would say even though they're first pick, they're being slightly bit more reactive by having an early Valentina to counter whatever they're going to get. They have the Hirara, pretty strong pick right now, and then having the Moskov to say, if you guys want to dive me, I can protect myself. And this is one of the stronger strategies that Selangor Giants has, where they go for a 4-1 position where Innocent, you're all alone. You're not going to get any help. Good luck. Everyone else, do your best.
Which is, I think, great because at least Pro Esports have a Ling to somehow match whatever Innocent could do across the map, because I think that's one of the biggest threats that we're looking at right now. But also, we don't know who the front lines are going to be for SRG just yet. We're looking for a bit more crowd control, perhaps. There are also some other combinations that could still come out, honestly.
What would you like to see?
I'm thinking of maybe even an Akai Arlot just to really make things difficult for the lane, because there is a chance we see that. They also took out the Alice, a really great matchup if ever for the Arlot, but that's on top of the many other picks that could still come out, because again, they have a very flexible Valentina in the mid lane.
And the Cho got banned out, so they have to figure something else out to catch this Ling.
That kick is gone, and the fact that you do have Ling, it does make your problem in some ways one-dimensional, but it just feels like a control-oriented draft right now from Pro. And does that indicate that they're playing the way we think, or does that indicate that they, are just matching the ability to, if we are getting dove, have an answer for that?
Oh, this is very interesting. The Ruby gets banned out. So I think Selangor Giants, they're reading into Pro Esports, like you said, like a more controlled kind of draft, where there's a possibility of them playing double fighters, and that might be too much for Selangor Giants to kind of handle. So now Pro Esports, they pick up the Harif. So I'm liking the balance that Pro Esports has, because Harif, even though he is a GOAT laner, I would say once he's level 4, he has that Zaman Force, he can already dish out enough damage, making it so that even if Ling somehow got disrupted early, still has time to get the farm back.
Yeah, and idea is pretty much the same. You still have a somewhat box created, at least through the Belleric, that space that could really aid you in just going for the counter attacks if ever SRG does go and commit to a very aggressive lineup, because we're still looking at their last 2 picks. We brought up some of the suggestions earlier. In terms of the roam, Hilda's gone, Cho's gone. Oh, they go for Uranus. So that's not the most setup heavy XP laner, but they will compensate it through a Badang in roam.
So the Badang is one of those heroes that can actually catch these assassins, especially like pin them against a wall. I'm seeing Selangor Giants. This is a very unorthodox kind of draft that I feel like not a lot of teams can pilot very well. But Selangor Giants, they have a different kind of way to play, where I feel like they're gonna win the lane and try to invade the jungle. And now Pro Esports answer with the Sora, quite a lot of damage. I feel like first turtle gonna be difficult for Selangor Giants.
A lot of team fight and a lot of pressure from the Ling, who could just bounce all over the place for Pro Esports. But when you look at lanes, when you look at like setting up a macro game and playing it just through and through, do you feel maybe SRG got the better end of it, Brigitte?
It feels like maybe lane to lane in a way, because it's a very individual type of draft where they have to perform individually rather than us expecting them to go team fight head on. But we'll see if Pro Esports somewhat get to handle that now that we're heading into game number 1.
Well, SRG have found a way to make it to grand finals every single time they have been at MSC EWC. Can they start their grand finals run again today, or will Pro Esports stand in their way? Let's send it over to our casters to find out. It's Gideon and Trex.
Thank you so much. Our very first series of the day is already going to be a banger here with the Selangor Red Giants playing on blue side, facing off against Pro from Cambodia on the red side. Now, Trex, I'm looking at this and immediately I'm getting a little bit of those flashbacks. Innocent on Moskov again?
I mean, at this point, we already know it's probably going to come. Moskov has been meta. He hasn't fallen off for a while. And Innocent, this is a dream pick for him. It's comfortable. It's comfy all around the map. But for me, my eyes are on the Harara being let through. This is a pick that has been banned out consistently.
And here's the thing. The question is whether or not they're going to have Sky Piercer, because the first invade is all looking way too good as they're looking for first blood.
A lot of damage on to PP there. Sakai's now running away, getting taken out by Kohli. A nice trade. A beautiful trade at that, taking out the jungler of SRG.
And that's perfect. That's exactly what they want. The trades need to be effective. And with the jungler already taken out of the question in trade for a support, I mean, Pro, they're punching above their weight. They're getting great trades so far, and I think Trex, at this point, we gotta talk about strong side, weak side, because they initially played for early game strong side onto Cram to deal with Felix, and it's only gonna be until level 4. After that, I think they're gonna head down to the bottom side.
I mean, I think at that point, SRG with that quick invade, looking for play, kind of testing the waters, right? How good is Pro? Can we bully them? I think they learned quickly that Coily is going to respond, and because of the movement on this Ling, it's a bit harder to try to make those plays happen. And yes, Sekai's has the iframes, he has the ability to escape, but we're already seeing the consequences that can be made if you overextend.
I feel like he's already lost that momentum, right? As soon as you hit level 2 on Hirara, that's probably your biggest power spike overall without the items. But now, we're seeing that a lot of that mid-motion, right? Clear up that mid as soon as possible and immediately start moving towards the other sides of the map.
All right, so Pro Esports looking for an angle in. Sekai's already started working on this turtle. Saw making the way as well, does have level 4, can put out some decent damage, watch for the stun, but SRG's not going to try to rush this either as Coily goes for the orange buff, a little bit of damage onto Yumes. Sekai's making his way in, Sariam Felix gonna back off, no big angle from Pro just yet. Coily has to finish this orange buff as quick as possible. He's gonna look for the angle in, no pinch poise just yet, gets a nice little bit of damage on Sekai's. Tempest Blaze does comes down, gets the knockup, plus the turtle, and a lot of damage on Sekai's. He's taken out. Pro Esports looking for the next target as Stormy runs away in shambles. Sorry, I'm Felix with a kill under his belt, make it a purple buff as well.
The conversion is gonna be good. Pro played that perfectly, knowing the Wrath of the Dryads was in the hands of Stormy. Already gave them an idea, hey, they're looking to team fight, but they're not clearing this Lord fast enough. When we, this turtle fast enough, let's look at the replay one more time, because Cram's job is very different. Right now, he can't zone out multiple people just yet. And the worst part about it, losing that 50-50 from the side of Sekai's has already netted this team to be playing on the back foot for at least the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm almost surprised Sekai's went into that knowing the Tempest Blaze was going to come, but a little bit of damage down here on the boss side. Kuzin, gonna try to get away, gets hit by the Terrify, and a beautiful SOD from Innocent to get to the backside, taking out Kuzin. Pro Esports forced to back off. A nice little bit of something, and back to Innocent. Hasn't been involved in any of these fights. Having a decent experience could be the saving grace unless he's taken out by Coily here. A couple more shots. Tempest of Blades does come down and a kill into Coily's pocket. Able to make sure he secures up Berserker's Fury.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Yumes already used all of his charges for the fist crack. Fist break, unfortunately, did not connect at the right time. But like LaFell mentioned earlier, SRG is playing a really difficult composition. It's a composition where you truly, you know, gotta make sure their hair is connected, and more importantly, if they can find something back.
Nice damage. Stormy able to output, but just not enough. Pepe takes him out. Saw gets the kill. Pro Esports have an answer for everything right now.
They kind of have the answer for everything. And I think the worst part about it is the update. The patch has made this Belleric a little better. Innocent now taking at least 1 gold crab here to make sure that he stays ahead. But this 1.3k lead that we see from Pro, I don't think it's leaving anytime soon. Let's quickly have a look at the level difference here. Sakai's currently at level 7. Thank you for moving away, Lord Spawn. To level 8. So he's a level down on this.
All right, Turtle, Tempest of Blades comes down, Coily, able to take the Turtle with ease, and Sekai's once again in a horrible spot, dashes into death. Cram just trying to keep vision, just trying to help defend this mid lane, but Pro Esports doesn't care about it at all.
This is starting to snowball out of control. Sakai's made his best attempt to try to at least contest, but so far, Coily, he's been hitting these retributions perfectly on top of the advantage that he has. At this stage, as you can see, the PP is already invading the enemy side just to get early information to allow Coily to make the smartest choices. Hey, there's a lot of people down by this orange buff. Let's quickly push out mid. He's looking for efficiency.
I mean, right now, Pro Esports all around the map. A lot of damage onto Yumes here. Gonna dive onto the tower. Yumes has no escape, tries to flicker, but it's not enough today. They're gonna be able to take this tower. SOD does connect. Innocent does dash in. Was it a mistake? He just wants to clear it. But Kuzin's not gonna want to let him get away up at the top side though. Saw falls. Sakai's onto Pepe. Pepe not gonna be able to get away. A nice double kill into the hands of SRG. able to try to find something in the chaos.
Holy cow, that was dangerous. So dangerous. The SOD on top of utilizing your battle spells to get into this fight. It connects, he takes it, but he already knew that the backup was coming into that back line. Stormy even opting to flicker early with the stolen Wrath of Dryads to guarantee this kill onto Sa. The trading isn't just instantaneous, it's 15 to 20 seconds ahead in the future.
So SRG are still finding some moments, right? They're able to get some little trades. They're behind 2.5K gold, but it's definitely not the end of the world from them. We know that just with the game IQ, they can make something, shake something. Is it too late? I don't think a 2.5K gold lead is too late at all. We'll see at this first, not third tour, but I think first Lord is going to be the big moment where we know who's possibly got this in the bag.
You know, before anything happens, Zipper, pull up the item list. Thank you very much, because I'm interested in where Coily actually is at in this item list. He's 4-0-2 as of right now, and that's a phenomenal lead for any Ling player. And they're immediately on this turtle as SRG are trying to take that mid position.
I think that's the right play this time. Give up the turtle. Sakai's 2-0 on the first time, just keeps getting caught by the Tempest of Blades. Look for plays elsewhere. Innocent on the bottom side getting a little bit of push. Maybe they translate it to a tower, but Coily's already there to help defend.
Thanks, Zipper. That's already 2 items up for Coily. He's in a phenomenal position. Even if he gets put down to 1 HP, as long as he has Finch Poise, he can get out of there, go to 1 camp, get back up to full, and he's ready to fight once more. And that's so different in comparison to Hirara, which is so burst-oriented.
Nice damage onto Sariam Felix. Even Pro, even with the advantage they have, they're still taking things slow. They're still playing this smart. A slow push on the bottom lane, gonna connect onto that tower. Top side pushing as well. Pro Esports, you would think they might have came in very chaotic, but honestly, even with the aggression they have in the micro, they're playing a decent macro on the map.
Trying to make sure that they are efficient. They've developed their 1.6K lead, now over to a 3K lead. And you can see that Cram now, he's getting a lot more confident after that chastised Pauldron. He knows he can't get 100-0 just yet. Sa doesn't have his full 2 items, and most importantly, not enough burst with the amount of HP that he has, but I'm worried about Coily. He's getting close to that endless battle.
Cram, though, is another problem on the side of SRG. He's still deathless. Yes, in the beginning, he wasn't able to shine that much, but right now, as this game moves forward, he'll become more of a nuisance. Only quick stuns on the side of Pro Esports, except for the Wrath of the Dryad, but even that won't be able to hold Cram down if he can continue to harass.
But just look at the trades that they're doing, right? They know that we can't compete with the mobility of this Ling, so second best option, use Moskov to create these cross-map plays. That way, Ling is balanced out and you never have to keep worrying about, oh no, my long lane, I have to deal with it, if not I'm going to lose another structure. But looking at the items so far, more importantly, now that Sariam Felix has his second, this Lord is going to be really difficult. If he engages in there while having those Queen's Wings, there's a pretty good chance that SRG might opt to flicker past him and go straight for that back line.
I almost feel like SRG, the way they're going to win these fights is positioning, right? I don't think they want to just go head first. Look at the damage on a Stormy. A little bit of play in the mid side, but just kind of baiting out skills at this point. Sakai's does get his retribution in as Coily starts working on the Lord. Sakai's wants to look for an angle. He just goes straight in once again. Sariam Felix able to push him back. Trying to find the backside now. Tempest of Blades does come down, but Sakai steals the Lord beautifully, but Yums might just pay the price, but a beautiful response, pushing Pro back. Yums now on the run. Sakai comes in and makes sure Sariam Felix can't get to him. Nobody goes down except for Stormy, and that's a decent trade for SRG. Look at the boss side now as well.
Innocent, he's playing the exact same role that Coily is trying to do, to threaten them in those side lanes, but luckily Sakai is able to win out that 50-50 despite being 2 levels down. That's the difference here. Both sides are going to be highly contesting these neutral objectives because, unfortunately, they don't have the correct tools to siege each other. So, truly, if you want to win that fight, it starts with this Lord, and you got to let the Lord do the work. Breaking the towers afterwards might be a little bit harder than it looks.
Yeah, but Innocent on the top side, going to gain some ground there, even if they don't follow in with this Lord. Ooh, wait a second. Coily into the backside onto Yums, putting out a lot of damage. Does have Tempest of Blades, decides not to use it, isn't going to chase it down. Cram now on to Kuzin as Innocent makes his way to the mid side as well. Sakai's getting brought down low, going to try to run through, takes a tower shot to the face, but will be able to dash through, but the chase is on. Sariam Felix is going to catch him, but the iframes are still there. Does he get the juke? The sidestep, and Sakai's will not fall.
Oh my God! What a
Hold on, SRG! Innocent does it again! Cross map the Hail Mary!
Make him miss an SOD or something. This entire game, that SOD has been at a 100% efficiency, whether it's stealing away a camp, whether it's closing the distance, but most importantly, it's keeping Pro on their toes. They can't let their foot off the gas just yet, not against a team of this caliber.
And now the game has fallen into SRG's hands. Pro Esports, it was in their grasp. They had control, but control is not a given in a match against the Giants.
Oh man, it's interesting to see how this is going to play out, because now that Coily, he's got that Blade of Despair, he's got some real kill threat to anybody on the side of SRG.
All right, Cram into the backside, continues to harass. Nice step into Blades, does not get the knock-up. Coily just trying to get away at this point, but there's no escape. Cram gets the kill, the recalls are out. SRG's in full form.
I figured it out. It's all about the scramble. It's all about the scramble. Somebody, you can be coordinated on the engage, but I have never seen a team actually go and disengage at the exact same time. And that's a big problem from both of these sides. Whoever breaks away first usually gets punished, whether it's soft. Wait, hold on.
Cram takes a lot of damage, still has the consecration, and has a flicker. Opted not to go Purify right here. Cram is comfortable, deathless. Like I said earlier, this Uranus is going to be more and more of a problem as this game goes on.
Yeah, I think even Kuzen is starting to recognize that he doesn't have enough consistent DPS to stay on top of Cram. And worse yet, it just feels like a waste of resources as Cram is zoning out 4 members to get the information they need.
All right, Coily wants to try to make his way down. Lord still getting contested as Saw keeps vision, but Cram just pushes them away. The one-man army. Coily cannot find a good angle. He can't come Riverside. He's got to go around the backside, but Cram's already got vision onto the whole team. And Sakai's isn't going to rush it. He bounces back and forth. Sorry on Felix in this tri-bush. May try to make a play, but the problem is his mid lane's getting pushed in. Pro Esports has to back off.
Yep, they're not going to do this. And now SRG trying to be even more efficient. They're not going to show topside until it's too late. And now Pro, unfortunately, just has to respond to this as SRG are playing Pro's game, but just a little bit better because they don't need... Oh!
A little bit of play, a lot of damage. Cram jumps onto 3 Tempest of Blades, does come down, but it's more of an escape use. The taunt locks in, the Wrath of Dryad and Saw falls as Innocent is catching targets left and right. Sorry, I'm Felix, just has to try to get away under the tower, but another Wrath of Dryad and a double kill for Innocent.
Oh my God.
Kuzen just wants to live. Goes back to base, and SRG didn't even need the Lord. They're finding members.
Oh my goodness, Innocent. An incredible baseline. He is showing that all gold laners need to have perfect movement. Look at that! Nothing can touch this guy so far. Every ability, pixel perfect footsies all the way through. It's been tough because Pro has been throwing so much at him.
Coily.
Can he steal it?
Coily. Tempest of Blades comes down. He goes, but Sakai still secures it. Coily gets the kill on a Stormy, though. He's trying to make the big play, trying to get away. It's not enough.
I don't know. Between so many regions across the world, for some reason, Malaysia versus Cambodia always gets the blood pumping.
Always a banger.
Always a banger. Oh my goodness. It is a tough game here, but it's not completely over. Pro understand, hey, we still have scaling on our side. Zipper, if you pull up the items, I'm pretty sure that Kuzen is pretty much getting to his 3rd, if not finished it already at this stage. Yep, 4th item technically already complete here. He's got real damage. The problem is that he can't close the distance. If not, Stormy or even Yumes could knock him out of place.
All right. Pro Esports, can they defend it? They still have inhibitors. This is only 1st Lord, 2nd Lord, actually.
They got a
Crash has come through. Sakai's wants to jump in. Yumes with conceal play. Doesn't find the big payoff. SRG looking for an angle on the backside. A lot of damage from Sakai's. Coily just wants to try to clear the waves. Innocent looking to target onto this base, but Lord is already down to 20%. Cinco de Pepe trying to run away right now. 9 Tempest ablaze. Sakai's taking out Coily. Gets the pick off.
And they're looking for more. Can't shift even more. They're still holding the wave. It's 3 of down, and they want to push this and make sure they buy another 4 minutes into this game.
Pro Esports with a beautiful defense. Cram falls the first time he's died yet. Can they do more? Kuzen gets a nice shot onto Yumes. Stormy doesn't want to give it up just yet. The minions are still on the base. Pro Esports trying to defend. 2 more waves coming in.
They can hold on.
They go to Pepe.
Try
Doesn't have the ult. Coily. They're able to push him away. Pro Esports survives another wave.
You can tell. Both sides, They just want that moment to breathe, and SRG finally have to let go of the pressure after losing Sakai's alongside with Cram. They recognize Pro. They're gonna be able to respond faster. Can he get this? No. At least he has the purple buff, but does he trade?
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yooms goes down, Immortality does pop. Can he escape this? Sorry, Felix, look at the final shot. Kuzin able to get it. That's a 42-second death timer on side SRG. Lord comes up in 45.
All right, I gotta stand up for this one.
Yeah.
With this game,
Type it up.
It's a high intensity for too long, 16 minutes already, and there hasn't been a moment where their heart skips a beat every single time. Cool, calm,
My heart has skipped a
calculated. I mean, we're the amateurs here compared to those professionals up there, but now we're getting into the later stages of the game. Maximum items. Is this a punish?
Ooh, shifting skies. Cram takes a lot of damage. Recoily's gonna back off. Rathadria does come down, but doesn't connect onto anyone. Pepe gotta run away right now. Pro Esports gotta give up space as SRG takes control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and with missing inhibitors on all fronts, Pro recognize that, man, we're gonna have to pray that Coily can be the one that buys us the extra 3 minutes we need. If he steals this Lord, this is going to start dragging out. But Pro don't have the advantage in the lanes. Every single side is getting shoved in.
All right, but Pro Esports know this may not be a Lord they can give up. And when you're in a position like this where you have no inhibitors, you kind of have to force the fight. You can't play the long haul. You can't play the dance. And this could be the fight they're trying to force. Look at the damage. Coily in the backside. Tempest Blades does come down. Sorry, I'm Felix able to just get away, but taken out by Yooms. And the fist crack. Saw's down next. Pepe locked on to as Kuzin and Coily try to make it back to base. The Terrify, the Immortality isn't enough.
And there you have it, the forced mistake coming out of Pro and SRG. This is why Macro plays a huge part in this game. With such a tough composition to play as well, they managed to hold on and turn these conversions only limited to the jungle and not structural damage.
And SRG, with a well-fought battle, will take game number 1.
It's not over just yet. This is an amazing contest of two incredibly mechanically inclined teams, and I think everybody's praying. I wish this was a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7, but for now, both sides are gonna go back into their corners. They gotta listen to their coaches here because there was, I don't wanna say mistakes, but there was anti-synergy at moments.
Bad calls, possibly, or maybe overextending or doing things a little too late.
I don't think they were bad calls, but I definitely think that there were coin flips that could have been skewed in certain teams' favors had they just waited half a second more or thought a little bit further into the future. But man, an amazing bout between those two. I'm hoping this turns into a 1-1 because if we learn anything, that early game was incredible coming out from Pro. The fact that we saw the SRG, even though they stole the Wrath of the Dryads, it's about efficiency, but more importantly, how much can you get with these ultimates? Every single time we see a stolen Wrath of the Dryads hit 2, it's a guaranteed win on that fight. If we see 3 from the side of Pepe, the fight's immediately over for SRG.
I think Pro, you're right, had such a great early game, and SRG shows that they can hold out and wait for their time to shine, wait for those power spikes. Pro maybe got a little ahead of themselves. Once it got into maybe they should have put more focus onto Innocent early on, honestly.
I don't know.
He had such a free game. And I mean, they actually tried to. They tried to get some of those ganks down there.
It's true. I believe you, but at the same time, it's tough because you're looking at Innocent and he's just like pixel perfect movement every single time. Just at the maximum range of the stun. Managing to hold on and use that Purify for 2 CCs overlapping each other. And this final moment where we do see the inevitable flank coming in from Yooms' side, a lot of teams are now going to start thinking, hey, we got to be careful on that top side. But with that being said, we're going to leave the rest for the panel to break it down and make a prediction for that next game. Rain Day, it's all you.
Rex, that was a great matchup, and you guys did a great cast there. And one of my favorite things about taking a look at MLBB, especially after a game, see what went right and sometimes what went wrong. Innocent got off to the races and did not look back. There was no answer for a game that I thought went pretty well for Pro Esports for a while. We'll see if they can change up that macro and find a way to finish it out and maybe tie the set going into game 2. But as the players take a break, we'll welcome you back onto the panel. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined again by Brigitte and LaFell. And this time, someone you probably know very well, Moon, jumping in from the stream to join us here on the official stream. How are you, Moon?
I'm fine. I'm good.
Are you enjoying being in Paris?
Yeah, I enjoy live here, and I eat a lot of bread, croissant,
baguette. Mike,
anything with bread, I eat.
He was listening to us, guys. I think he knew we were setting up the croissant baguette conversation. Moon, we'll get your thoughts on this game in just a moment. I'm going to go down the line, though, with Brigitte. Game one. I mean, SRG, they look strong, but I think they played a more complete game overall.
Yeah, even actually, if you take a look back in the beginning of the game, majority of how proactive Pro Esports actually were across the map came off of them just punishing SRG's more aggressive approach during the start, and it worked out really, really well from them, not until moments wherein it had to come down to a mechanical showdown in the latter portions of the game.
I know you'll have some things to tell us, LaFell, but in general, overall with the game, happy with how Pro Esports approached game one?
Honestly, that was an amazing game. Like, this is one of those games, if you give me time, I can talk about it for like half an hour. Because
that's longer than the game.
From Pro Esports as well as Slangoray Giants, they showed so many good things in that game that that's a perfect way to start the day.
Well, you know what? I know Brigitte wanted to get a little workout in as well. You guys were fighting, but now I'll have her hold the mic for you while you actually get going with some telestration. You can talk about this for a little bit longer.
All right.
Thanks, Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Brigitte.
You're welcome.
She's a great mic holder. For now, we got to talk back about the draft because honestly, like, over here, we saw like individual plays coming in from Slangoray Giants. Now, the thing that you guys have to see here is both Innocent on this Moskov as well as Coily on this Ling. They are the position one, right? They are position one, and they have to fight against each other many, many times. And one of the reasons why Slangoray Giants can win this one is because Innocent keeps on winning that 1v1 battle. And of course, we also have to see the synergy between Cram as well as Stormy as well as Yums, because Cram, he is the front line. He's the front position trying to force out the mistake, and then you see Yums as well as Stormy just being a little bit behind. Whenever the opponents overextend, they cross Cram's line, they will intercept them here and then they will make a play. So that was very smart coming in from the draft here. And when it comes to Pro Esports, we wanted Sora here to try and able to catch out Stormy, and he was able to do it many times. But he was not the win condition. The win condition is Innocent, and he survived many a times. We're gonna see a clip here. I'm gonna try to go very, very fast, where this is where we see the strength of Pro Esports, where you can see here, just from this image, the lock coming in from Pro Esports, there's a lot of crowd control, and this enables them to win 5v5 team fights. So then what we see for Slangoray Giants, what they do, they split the team fight. This is where we see Innocent came in, forcing out them to actually do something about it because he wants the minions. But looking at the minimap, we can see Stormy as well as Skies flanking from behind. And then as we move forward, we see Stormy using the Wrath of Dryad to lock both members here, allowing Sakai's to get that free damage. And the last clip that I want to show, this emphasizes what Slangoray Giants is doing, right? Sakai's in this position is position 2. He's the disruptor. He is the one that's going to create chaos in the game, and that's what he did. So during this fight, we can see that Sakai's had to run away because that's already job established, and now we're going to be looking at Innocent, where again, this is what I'm talking about. Position 1, 1v1 between the Ling as well as the Moskov. The Moskov won this round, and he keeps on winning again and again and again. And all the while, we can see that Sakai's has survived the initiation. So in this matchup, it really is about how Slangoray Giants, they buy enough time for Innocent to win that 1v1 against Coily, because once Coily is out of the game, the Ling is no longer a threat. So this is a draft that requires individual skill and honestly next level macro understanding as well as team fight understanding.
It was a masterclass in terms of, we mentioned control being a big kind of theme for Pro Esports, but they found a way to use a draft that wasn't as good in a team fight to ultimately isolate fights and get their their position 1 into a good position to succeed, and that's what Innocent did.
Yep, and I can't help but really commend the fact that SRG did all of this willingly. They let go of the Ling even though it was open for them, possibly could have been picked up by SRG even in first pick, but then eventually it went over to the hands of Pro, even the Eudora.
Yeah.
Even the Eudora was in the hands of Pro, but all these quote-unquote meta picks, at least during the first few days, were countered out here by SRG through sheer, I don't know, like synergy or maybe just chemistry overall.
Moon, I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen so far, because we've seen Eudora, we've seen Ling, we've seen some of these meta characters start to show up and evolve what people are playing in the tournament. What are you seeing as being an effective way to approach this meta? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
What I think about it, boleh cakap bahasa.
Sure, you can speak Malay. I'll translate.
Apa yang saya suka adalah we can see that. Sorry.
I thought we needed translation, Moon.
Okay. Boleh nampak macam meta dah berbeza, and saya suka nampak dia punya perubahan daripada segi hero, makin banyak berubah. Assassin pun dah back to the meta, and benda-benda macam ni dapat buatkan fans lagi excited to see the gameplay, dia punya perubahan daripada segi planning, daripada segi chemistry, macam mana dia nak main, macam mana dia nak execute the whole things punya ni sebab terlampau lama dah meta and beta sama, so bila dapat berubah ni sukalah, best lah.
So he said he likes this because for quite a long time the meta has been the same, but now new characters are coming in, and because of that the meta has to change, the planning has to change, so he really likes it. But now if I can ask, so Moon, Eudora, did you predict Eudora to come into the meta? Because Eudora is kind of strong, burst, crowd control, but going up against a Ling, a Hayabusa, Nolan, isn't it dangerous with all these assassins for team to use Eudora?
Rasanya Eudora will doing fine sebab dia ada stun, dia ada macam dia punya, rasanya dia punya job desk ni lebih ke arah macam dia backup. Dia macam backup marksman ataupun orang-orang yang boleh carry the game lah. So it's very useful lah bila kita ada hero yang macam instant lock. Sebab kalau contoh lah, kalau kita letak macam Farsa ke dia at least nak kena first killer. But Eudora just different breed lah. So it's help a lot on kalau nak focus in defending something like that lah.
Yeah, so he basically said Eudora's primary ability right now is the ease of actually peeling for either the marksman or the assassin. Compared to other heroes, they can kind of do the same thing, but much more difficult to do compared to Eudora. It's a point and click stun. Something like a Farsa, you have to aim the ability first, so it could fail.
And speed is another thing. When you have a point and click, press a button quickly and it happens versus trying to aim that out in a circle. Well, something that doesn't happen so quickly, I mean, you have to get the equipment, you have to, find a room or at least a microphone. But if you want to get those things quickly and then join us as a co-streamer, that can happen almost instantly if you guys apply. Co-stream at EWC. Make sure it make a time to scan this QR code that's coming up on this Thursday page as well, because you can get all of these cool prizes as well and find a way to be a part of the official action. And if you don't want to co-stream, that's okay, but it's a great opportunity. If you want to be like Moon, come on and check out that QR code, see if you can join us. Brigitte, let's go back to kind of this game here and looking at game 2. What can be done? I actually thought that PPP on the Belleric was pretty strong. 10 assists in that game. I thought he created a pretty good front line. They sometimes could not capitalize on it in that late game. But what did you like about Pro Esports? What do they need to do more?
I really think that they play the strengths of their lineup, honestly. It's just that there was such great adaptation coming in from SRG as well. It was pointed out by Lafel earlier here when they realized that Pro were just too efficient when it comes to the counter engages in terms of utilizing the Belleric and the Wrath of Dryad and team fights. They just decided to split everything up. They decided to play the map, and they decided to take or allow Innocent to take the lead and maybe be a more secondary role for Sekai's. And I think that kind of maybe shocked how Pro Esports had to adjust mid-game.
And honestly, I kind of want to ask Moon, because Moon was a professional player. I want to ask, SRG playing this way, basically like a 1-3-1. Sakai's trying to push people away, 3 people trying to protect Innocent. Is this gameplay more difficult or actually easier to do? Because we see Pro Esports, they try to 5v5, but then SRG tried to split the fight. Is it easy to play like SRG?
Sebenarnya tak susah kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain lah. Kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk buat lah. And kita boleh nampak pun Sekai's dia punya personal skill pun memang one of the top level dekat MPL MY, and at the whole international dan kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk dorang buat lah.
Yeah, so I basically asked Moon, like, is it difficult to play like SRG where you split the fight? And he's like, honestly, if you trust each other that well, and when you have such a good jungler like Sakai's, it is most definitely possible. Because if everyone does their job very, very well, then the game plan just falls into place.
Yeah, I understand. Because I think it was also...
You understand Malay?
No, not
All
the
right.
Malay. The way that they
said what?
did that. Because like, huh? But
I've been talking about you. I didn't know you understood me.
But yeah, it's the way that we entered the game assuming that SRG would just play a very individual approach to this because of their heroes. We were maybe questioning the synergy to a certain extent because you saw it a bit more from Pro Esports end, but in that game, since they were just so reliable individually, then it wasn't as difficult for them to adjust on the fly.
What do you think was going on in their head when they saw that 3? Because, you know, coming into MLBB and learning so much from you guys, I immediately said, this is a really good team fighting composition. And so at a certain point, do you think that SRG realized, well, listen, that's what they're going for. They kind of beat us to the punch on that. Why don't we lean into our strengths? We've got the Moskov. We can kind of go and try to play this individual game.
I think they had that backup plan all along because they just let go of the Ling anyway. They let go of the Eudora anyway. So it was also them like willingly playing into this draft, knowing that there will be a fallback, knowing that there could be a way around this. Because I think their first approach failed. It was them trying to be the more proactive ones across the map. They went for the invades, but they got punished. And that's where they probably started to realize that there should be a certain switch up, but they didn't do that up until the mid game. So I think Pro Esports were caught up in the idea that, yeah, we're somehow still taking the lead, but at the same time, they were actually not because SRG was already on the way to doing something that would favor them much more.
Zushin in the ban list right now as we get started. Dangerous Grass will be how we play this match, as Game 2 is a chance for SRG to go 2-0 against the Cambodian squad of Pro Esports that has certainly proved to be dangerous in the early game. Talking about this matchup a little bit unique. Liking to play in a way that's not going to be subdued.
Yeah.
They're going to show up. They're going to make sure that you know that they're present in that game. We saw that in Game 1.
Yeah.
See if their lineup set that up for Game 2 in this draft.
I really wanna ask Moon though. Do you think it's just really SRG confident that they can counter the Ling? That's why they're not picking it up in first pick? Because I feel like we really want to see Sakai's on the Ling, but at the same time they're not going for it.
Actually, he's playing chess with them. Yeah. This is like macam biasa lah diorang buat benda ni kat MPLMY. Tolong tak?
No, he's saying like this is something that they even keep doing in MPLMY. Even though it's a strong pick for them, they're like, hey, you pick it up, we'll counter it.
Wow.
Because it's a bait, right?
It's a bait, but also it's kind of like psychological. You're giving your opponents the best heroes possible, and you still beat them. That's especially in a longer series, that could break people very, very fast. Maybe that's why in the grand finals they keep winning 4-0.
Maybe they found a way, trying to do it again here at MSC 26. The Fanny ban?
Yeah, I think the Fanny ban is very much warranted because especially with all the junglers that are present here in MSC, a lot of good Fanny players, and a very good Fanny player can almost 1v9 if he has a very, very good start. My interesting thing though is that the Yi Sun Shin gets banned.
Yep.
Moon, what do you think about this Yi Sun Shin ban? Do you think it's warranted? Like, should they ban the Yi Sun Shin here?
I think the Shanshin is good to be banned because he can
outplay, out macro. Okay, out macro.
Yeah. Dia punya farm pun laju, so dia boleh out-rotate the enemy lah. Plus boleh dapat vision. Vision tu lah sebenarnya yang paling mungkin dapat menyusahkan daripada segi makro lah, makro play.
Yeah, so Moon basically said like the macro abilities of a Yi Sun Shin and the fact that he has very fast farm as well as a global vision might disrupt Slangray Giants. So they opted to ban that out, but now Slangray Giants picking up the Freya and Pro Esports quickly pick up the Belleric again.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, we saw how impactful that was and the Ling. So going back to what worked, I mean, if I'm Pro Esports, Brigitte, I'm thinking we were close in a couple of moments of turning this around. If we can somehow force them to stay on the back foot and take these team fights or have to take these team fights against our Belleric with our Ling, we might have a chance.
Yeah, because they can do a very similar approach to what SRG were doing as well. It's just that maybe Kozen took a bit more time to scale up rather than Innocent. Innocent, again, in that game was I think the casters mentioned it too. He was a bit too free. They could rely on him on the damage already when they needed it the most. But Kozen, I think it took a bit more time for them. So maybe there could be a certain adjustment in terms of that. Maybe handing him over a much better matchup in lane. But with the Hirara Cho already showing up, I think Kozen either way would already have a very difficult job.
So what do we see here? Do we see the Moskov picked up now?
They go for
they pick up the
Ruby.
Now that's going to be good because here's the thing. Pro Esports banned out the Cho, but now Yums gets the Cho. And now Pro Esport, Ruby was banned against them, and now they get the Ruby. Moon, my question to you right now with Belric as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control. Do you think Sakai's on this Hirara can go in and out? Do you think Freya can go in and out? Because, I don't know, it looks like Belric and Ruby is countering 3 heroes of SRG.
But they still can't do anything actually because Freya got immune, right? When he's using ulti. And Chao also, I think the approach for SRG game right now will be different. Will be more towards laning and objectively.
Okay.
Also with vision. They will play vision a lot on this game, in this game. So let's see how they play.
Yeah, so it looks like Slangway Giants, they want to try to control the map now. But again, Pro Esports, they want to go for team fight. Personally for me, this is very scary coming in from Pro Esports.
Yeah, it's very similar to what happened in game number 1, and we saw how SRG were able to answer that, and they're also still letting go of the possibility of this Freya still being flexed eventually. Like if they still want to go for a marksman in the gold, Innocent can still get a hold of his Moscow, but at the same time, you also wouldn't really want to see him on the Freya either. Because it's equally just as aggressive, and you could just pick up another source of crowd control or means to combo this lineup through an EXP lane pick for Cram. Because either way, I think SRG could be very flexible with the picks that they have right now.
Honestly, interesting that they're banning out the Esmeralda as well. So I think Moon is onto something here. They really want to win the lane. So I feel like Slangway Giants, in game number 1, they were playing the mid game as well as a little bit of the late game. I think for this one, they want to have priority from the get-go. They want to make sure the first turtle they're able to get, second turtle they're able to get, and then try to control the map by the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, when you look at what you could do better, if you go back into that room for the 10 minutes between games, that's what you're talking about. I mean, those are the moments of a coach to come in and say, this is what we can improve. You guys did great towards the end once Innocent got going, but if they had countered Innocent a bit more, that could have been trouble, which is why, I mean, I'm focused on what they're going to put Kuzin on, because the Harith didn't quite match up with Innocent, and so they need somebody to kind of go toe-to-toe, maybe pressure him out, make sure he doesn't have such a free game.
Oh, Vexana! Moon, what do you think about this Vexana pick? Like, Eudora okay, but what about Vexana?
Vexana, rasanya diorang lebih fokus ke arah untuk bagi sisi untuk crowd control to chain. Yes. Okay. So diorang more towards fight. Diorang sebab kan kita boleh nampak dekat first game tadi, diorang susah nak target tau. Player SRG kan. Tapi kali ni kita boleh nampak yang diorang betul-betul ada satu targeting ataupun satu hero yang diorang nak target untuk kalahkan terus dalam team fight tu supaya diorang boleh take advantage lah.
Yeah, so basically he's saying Vexana has a lot of burst as well as good control with the ult. So looks like Pro Esport, what Moon is saying, they still want to double down or more crowd control, but this time having Vexana going straight to the back and try to get the instant kill, but now Slangway Giants with the Farsa as well as the Claude. So right now it looks like they want to fight fire with fire. You have burst, we have burst. And he can still play the long lane with the Claude.
Wow, look at this.
Not looking fun. This is not looking fun.
I mean, I don't know about you. I'm having fun with the draft coming in from both teams.
Well, if you're playing this lineup right now, then you might not have this much of a good time because you already are seeing so much backline potential from SRG. And you're playing a Vexana with little to no mobility or escape tools as well. If not for that knock-up you could just get from the Eternal Guard. But again, you raised the question on what Kuzan could pick up. We're not sure if the Ruby is going to be his hero, honestly. But Moon, do you think it's a gold Ruby? Or do you think they are still planning to flex it? Okay, never mind.
Back to it. Well, in some ways, this is confidence that we did some things right and we needed to swap a little bit. That's where the Ruby comes in, off the ban list, and the Vexana to try to mix up what is a similar 3 out of 5, Harith, Ling, and Beleric for Pro Esports. but the Farsa, the Cho, the Claude, and the Freya, all new picks here for SRG.
I gotta say, this looks like a very fun draft coming in from Slimery Giants. This is the kind of draft that says, we still want to show our micro, but we just want to end the game fast.
Moon, it's been great having you and your thoughts as well. We're going to follow you along your stream. Thank you for joining the guests.
Thank you for having me.
As Game 2 is about to get underway, SRG trying to make it back to grand finals here for the third time in a row at MSC. The challenge of Pro Esports stands in the way. What can they do? Game 2 as we send it over to Gideon and Trex.
Thanks so much. We're already jumping into this next game, and the adjustments have been made by Pro. And I'm not gonna lie, initially when I saw Vexana, I'm pretty sure with the rest of the world, we were all like, wait, what? Why? Why are we going this when the Eudora was already doing some good work trading battle spells? And I think what it comes down to is wave clear. I mean, you can get Cinco de Pepe to come with you every single time to get that concussive blast, but now with Sa on this Vexana, single-handedly, I can clear this waves. Pepe, go where you need to be.
That is fair, but you still have to be careful because with something like this, you lack the flicker. Yes, you had to pick up a flicker yourself, but you lack the movement, and that's where I kind of like this Farsa. And you lack some of that big AoE where I would have kind of liked the Eve possibly for Pro. But again, they're the pros here. They're the ones who have to make the decision. You do at least get the stiff arm for Cram. You have the Terrify. You have that ult that can kind of either disengage or engage, so there is potential for Saw here.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of potential, in a matter of fact. I was thinking Eve in the same exact light, but I think the big problem is that once you drop down that RWM, you're kind of a sitting duck, and I think here up in the top side, Innocent doing a very good job at winning out this lane and even getting an early regenerate out of Kusan. He's going in to call for some help here, and Belleric is on the way.
Oh, Sakai's though wants to try to target down Kuzen. First blood into the hands of Sakai's.
And it's just a little too late. Pepe could not get there in time. A great setup coming in from SRG's side, but now it looks like with that top side winning the way that it is, it's got to be a bit of a trade, right? Strong side bot with this Freya. This Ruby is going to try their best to try and slow Cram down as much and more ideally sandbag him.
Coily gets knocked up. Coily's been doing amazing on this Ling last game. Even when he died, he was making some great plays, always at least trading off. Able to secure the first all three turtles, into the hands of Pro Esports. This time, Pro, though, definitely taking a slightly slower pace. They want to look for the engage, but look at SRG in this bush.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, I'm offended. A lot of damage comes in. Cram has to try to run away. But the Venom airstrike comes down, instantly targeted by Coily. Coily able to finch Pro's away to safety. But Yooms is there.
Punish? No.
Yooms not going to punish.
Nah, unfortunately the flicker is coming back up only in 12 more seconds. The mistake was the fact that Cram and Stormy, they had the right idea. They're in position to actually activate the gank, but as soon as that feather airstrike comes up, instant target prioritization coming in from Coily to attack him. Let's look at the replay one more time, right? The I'm Offended comes on through and even Cram decided to disengage from that fight. I was thinking whether Cram could actually 1v3, but it's too early on in the game for him to do that, so they just have to peel away the jungler to slow down any kind of snowball attempt.
Still a big win for SRG though. 1.2k gold lead, a turtle, 2 kills. The deaths are on Sariam Felix and Kuzin, both offlaners. And a big kick lands down onto Pepe and he falls. Coily now trying to pick up something in the midst of the chaos. Tempest of Blades does come down. Gonna get the knock up onto Yooms. Yooms falls, moves on to Stormy. Stormy forced to wings by wings away. Coily has one more Finch pose in the pocket, but Cram's gonna try to lock on. Sariam Felix here to help out. And SRG backs off.
Yep, they could have tried to deny the purple buff, but luckily, Felix is just man-to-man defense against Cram. Not gonna let him walk away from this lane scot-free. And on the opposite side for SRG, this is a big lead. 1.5k is looking really, really good right now. However, a lot of their damage is coming from both Sakai's as well as Stormy. Yooms is supplementary damage, but eventually it's going to fall off in the later stages of the game.
All right, so with that, I feel like we're taking a slightly slower pace this game. Things seem a little more even, but SRG still holding a nice lead.
And I like the movements from this, right? Hey, let's try and invade. Oh no, they're already there? Okay, let's quickly clear up mid and set up a potential dive on bot side. Now keep in mind, sorry, I'm Felix. 7 more seconds until that flicker comes back up and Cram. I mean, he's thinking about it, but somebody needs to make the kick happen.
He does have the ult. This is a scary hero to go under a tower with. A lot of ability to hold you down for a second or more too. Pro Esports has no idea they're all there. They finally do show themselves. A lot of damage on Asari and Felix, able to use the flicker back out of the way into safety. And SRG knows they weren't able to get it. They're gonna back off.
Beautifully played, and now they unlock Cram from this lane, and they need to quickly run back up towards Turtle side. Unfortunately for Pro, they can't rush it down just yet, so SRG will contest.
Looms gets away the dragon, right into Sakai's, a lot of damage on Belleric. Pepe will fall, Innocent able to get the kill, but the response quickly from Kuzin, able to get one onto Yumes. Roamer for Roamer. Kuzin in the midst of Zmon's force. Cram forced to back off, doesn't have an ult anymore, and now Pro Esports has the pit.
Yep, they played for the fight, and now they don't have enough to contest for this turtle. They trade supports, and that's the thing. They're trying to make sure they keep Coily in one place for as long as possible, while SRG quickly have to make a cross-map play on the opposite side. Let's look at this replay one more time, because initially, I was thinking maybe they don't have enough damage, but then Innocent comes in with a Blazing Duet to give that last bit of a kick that they need to get across that finish line. Cram, the entire time, zoning out Sa. It's a great idea, because Sa is going to be the main anchor for the side of Pro Esports to wombo combo with each other.
All right, so it's a turtle for a turtle. Pro starting to show off a little bit. Coily getting some nice damage on a Cram there. Force use of Valkyrie's Ascent just to get away. Pro Esports are matching the pace very well across the map, and even when SRG looks for plays, they haven't been able to secure the big gank yet.
Yeah,
yes, they're able to like attack the offlane, but nobody's gone down to those advances just yet.
See, that's the thing. I think that Pro actually decided to adapt it. They realized that a lot of the punishment was targeted towards Coily's side, a lot of the invasions as well, and even down here by bot side, right? They're trying to keep him in visible areas across the map. They're not letting him take control on the opposite ends, and I think they've been doing this since game number 1 for the side of SRG. Pro on the other side, hey, if they're focusing on our Ling for this long, you know what? We're going to play for our Harith, right? Look at the reinforcements controlling this top side. Wait, a kick!
A lot of damage. Saw goes down, but a lot of ults used as well from SRG. They're going to be able to take that tower in the boss side as well. It finally falls. They've used so much just to try to secure it, and all Pro Esports are going to get out of this is a top tower.
This is quite the scrum, a game of rugby. Sakai's, no, Coily not going to go for it just yet. Scared that maybe without the Blade of Tempest, he's going to get hit by the stun. That's a pretty good call here for the side of Pro. It's 6-3, but this 1.7k lead has not been developed further than this.
All right, so Pro Esports kind of backed against a wall a little bit here. I do feel like SRG has been ahead of them, but still they're calm, right? And Coily continues to look for targets, wants Cram so bad. Can he get the final hit? Tempest of Blades comes down, but a nice jump away from Cram. And now Asari and Felix is going to try to get locked up, but a big kick on to Coily. Right into the feathered airstrike. Yume's caught in between 3, will fall as well, but still it's a jungler for a roamer. SRG gets a huge advantage.
It's great, it's great. This turtle should fall into their hands as Pro is forced to move back into the lanes to make sure something happens. And Innocent, he's max stacked right now on that Art of Thievery. He's dealing some real damage.
A lot of damage from Stormy as well on Asari and Felix. Sakai's able to get it, and everyone misses Cram. Looking for the engage here. Doesn't have the Valkyrie Ascent. Will back off. Kuzin looking for a quick strike. Drops Mon's force, he dives in, but he's stunned up, taken out. Kuzin might just get away from the Blazing Duet. Kuzin dashes back. Innocent not able to get the final shot down, but still a win in SRG's book.
Oh my goodness, you can hear that crowd. What a gut punch. They wanted to see Kuzin go down, but his mechanics kept him back up. And with the trades that have been happening across the map, honestly, it's not the worst for Pro, but at the same time, it's not helping the scenario, right? It's just trying to stop the bleeding. It's trying to stop the infection from spreading. And for Pro, Coily, he's that guy. But let's look at this replay just one more time, right? A great play because Kuzin has just enough CDR to be able to close that distance, but Sakai's locking him in place to not sneak in that last auto attack.
I was looking, I was so locked onto Kuzin. Sakai's getting taken out by Sariam Felix. Definitely evens the playing field a little bit there in that fight, right? Pro Esports haven't fallen behind. I mean, last game when they were ahead, they were sitting at about a 2.5k gold lead, and SRG was able to turn things around. This time, SRG only leading by 1.4. Pro Esports definitely not out of this. They're going to try to move on to this bottom tower. The slow push, and SRG's not going to be able to make it there. Gotta watch out for Yumes. Nice way of the dragon. Tempest of Blades comes down. Innocent has not engaged this yet. Yumes taken out. This could be bad for SRG. They don't want to force the engage. They're forced to just defend.
able to get the Tempest Blades out and buffer it just before the kick actually connects. Really good stuff here because it comes in 2 parts with that kick. So if you want to drag it out and max it out, you absolutely can. But if you got the right boots, you can get out of it no problem as soon as you have your abilities available. This could be Flicker, this could be Bladed Tempest. Either or works the exact same way. In this particular case here, I'm noticing that SRG, unfortunately, don't have the same benefits. Pro can walk into you like a bulldozer, overwhelming force. SRG actually have to play the consistent push and pull. They can't all go in at the same time. If not, Bellerin gets value, but Cram can't go in by himself.
Both teams dead even on towers on the off lane. No big macro advantage, but a lot of damage on Eumes. Feather Airstrike comes down, but the damage isn't enough to keep Pro Esports off of his teammate. Pro Esports now, with a man up, aren't going to rush this Lord, but Sakai's with a cheeky positioning into this tri-bush, looking for someone to fall into the trap.
Actually, that was pretty huge. The fact that Pepe lost not only his Flicker, but his Wrath of the Dryads, he can't force a play upon his opponents. He pressed the buttons in the wrong order, and now this contestation might be a little bit harder than it seems.
I mean, with a man up, he still feels comfortable. Sakai's going to try to make his way in. Coily's still able to get the Lord. Sakai's able to get away with his life. Trying to take it. He's going to move on to the target, though. Pepe taking a lot of damage. Valkyrie sent into the backside. Sakai's goes down because Kuza responds with Swan's Force. And now Pepe may be able to get away here as Cram is unable to secure a kill. It's 2 down on the side of SRG and a Lord into the hands of Pro Esports.
And this is what I was talking about. It's so difficult for SRG to throw everything at the wall. Somebody might be out of position. Somebody is a little too far, and they need to be in literally the perfect triangulated area to catch everybody. Because look at the tri-brush here. Instantly when you see that Cram decides, I'm going to change my targets over to Saw's side, the rest of Pro immediately collapse around him. And most importantly, Sariam Felix is buying the perfect amount of time for everybody to either battle spell out of there or create some distance.
Feather Airstrike does come down in defense, but a lot of damage on Eumes. Eumes just hasn't been able to hang out long in these fights. The damage just a little too much from Pro Esports. Are they going to move for this? Oh, Sariam Felix comes in. Purple buff is secured by Sakai still, but a close call on the side of SRG.
If they potentially dive this, and Sariam Felix, he might just initiate. He's looking for these T2, but he's definitely not going to get that tower.
Damage. Feather Airstrike comes down. Sariam Felix forces it back off. Tower does not go down like you said. But Pro Esports are relentless. They're going to wait for the next wave and take it down.
Yeah, this Ruby pick, especially with the wave, ridiculous side.
A little bit of a 1v1 here. Innocent, not on the Moskov this time, won't be safe. Coily, though, able to binge pose and escape.
No.
A beautiful steal from Pro Esports.
Really good stuff there. Innocent, unfortunately, just needed to kite backwards towards where Sakai was going to be. He was really trying to sell that he was by himself, and unfortunately that costed him his life. And again, this is a much better position from Pro. Game number 1, they had the early game. Game number 2, now they have the mid to late down on lock.
Coily's starting to feel himself a little bit. Oh, I'm offended from Sariam Felix and Sakai's is taken out. Pro Esports back off immediately. They're playing it cleanly too. They don't overextend. We got our target and we leave.
He pulled off the Michael Jai White. He was like, he's not given the signal that he's going to engage. It just looks like his hand is floating there, and the next thing you know, he's caught 2.
Feather Airstrike comes down. Just trying to defend at this point, but every time the Feather Airstrike comes out, Coily's there. He really wants him to use it.
He wants it bad, and right now, I think that SRG, they have to recognize that they can't fight traditionally against Pro. It really comes down to the forced mistakes, but now that they're taking too much structural damage, I don't know how much control they can actually have. Looking at the items, finally, 3 down for Stormy. He's a real threat in the damage department, but he can never use his Feathered Airstrike first, because as soon as he does, Coily's right on top of him.
Oh, what a beautiful I'm offended there.
Right.
And Kuzin was so ready for it. The comms right now are on point.
It's so good, but the worst part is that it's unpredictable. You don't know when he's going to flicker I'm offended at this point. He's not giving the traditional signals most EXP laners usually give.
Okay. Nice kick. On to Pepe, but Coily in the backside once again forces Stormy away. Pepe's unfazed. Coily just one by one. Anyone can come catch these hands at this point.
Yeah, they're throwing it up. They have to play the D. And so far, it's a lot more difficult to play the cross map without the Moskov. Seal out, and yeah, Cram, they have to contest this.
Gonna look for it in. Kuzin Gets the Lord. Blazing duet to the backside by Innocent. Takes out Saw. Sorry, I'm Felix looking for a target as Tempest Blades lands to the backside. The dash through. Cram falls. And now Coily gets kicked, but it's still not enough to stop him. Stormy drops. Yooms might just be the next on the chopping block, but Pro doesn't care. They're coming down the mid lane.
And if there's one thing that I've learned about the Cambodians, don't mess with their assassin plays, especially when it comes down to Ling, because they are nasty with it as they're looking to open up the inhibitor with a Lord empowered wave just after.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be it. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Esports tied the score.
What a prediction with the I'm offended. Holy cow, we got a real game on our hands, 1-1, as both sides refuse to back down. I mean, SRG, they can't be sad about that. The same can be said about Pro. The outplays were really good this time.
I'll tell you what, we're not sad about it at all.
Absolutely not.
This is entertainment right here. It's a 1-1. Yesterday, we had to watch all sweeps. Today, in the group of death, every team is fighting for their life.
I cannot believe that we've already got such great quality games within the first 2 days. Yesterday it was about clean macro. Now it's about how dirty you can get. How good is your infighting? These neutral objectives though, I gotta tell you, Trex, half the time I'm making a prediction in my head. Are they fighting or are they taking the neutral? I've gotten wrong every single time.
You never know. They're always fighting, and they're always taking the neutral. It's all part of the plan, remember?
Yeah, that's
all part of the plan.
You're right. I need to open my mind up a little bit more.
Your third eye, man.
It's not there yet. It's too early here at MSC to open up that third eye, but based on what we've seen so far, Pro, they've adapted so well, having a lot more wave control with not only just this Vexana, but making sure that Sorry I'm Felix is a great answer. No Esmeralda, no problem. You're playing Freya, all I gotta do is sustain, and there's literally nothing you can do. I'm gonna lock you down for ages.
And honestly, we were worried a little bit about Saw. And I feel like even though it wasn't a star of the team, it still worked well against Cram and against these big advancers.
Well, with these big advancers, let's throw it back over to our desk to break it down. Do you agree with us? Was it all this one pick, or could there be more as we throw it back to the desk?
Thank you, Gideon and Trex. Well, I can agree with one thing. The fans are hype. France is finally alive here at MSC as we got one of our first set going 3 games. And of course, it's in the group of death. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Rain Day. I'm joined by Brigida and LaFell here to break down the action. And that was what we would call action. What a comeback. But if you were watching and you were watching closely, Brigida, I wouldn't be surprised. Pro Esports, it felt like it was coming, and it came in game 2.
Yeah, they still felt like they barely wanted to change anything about their draft even in game number 1. They didn't really have to switch up much. It was just them trying to polish it a bit more and adjust their XP lane. Like their gold lane stayed the same. Their XP lane, I think that's what made one of the huge differences here in this game, simply because it was also one of the heroes that they used to dictate the pace and set up a lot of times throughout that game. There was that one highlight from Sorry I'm Felix. You have to give it to him to actually close it out almost from that point onwards.
Speaking of Sorry I'm Felix, we actually had a chance to catch up with him for a pre-match interview. Let's hear a little bit about his mentality heading into this matchup against SRG.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Sorry I'm Felix. Welcome, Sorry I'm Felix.
Sorry I'm Felix.
So, first of all, we gotta ask, why are you sorry that you're Felix?
Sorry I'm Felix. I just want to say I'm sorry before I attack you.
Oh, sorry before he attacks you. All right, so we get context there. But Felix, this is not the first time that we've seen you coming through to MSC. We've seen you with See You Soon, and back then you were up against SRG. Now you're going up against SRG again. What's the main difference now?
But in Jang Ani man chia look the more that young chup Felix no MSC. Be mon no chimoy krom ke. Hai low ban chup chimoy SRC. Marong tiet. Bandai khang ni khang pro esport. Jang look ni make dai.
Me rom. Swai chat hơi play. យើងធ្លាប់តែប៉ះនៅធីមចាស់អីធីមយើងពីមុនឥឡូវយើងមកប៉ះនៅធីមថ្មីទៀត
Yeah, I feel like this is a new thing for me. Before I met this team on my prior team, and now I'm here on my new team, and I'm meeting them again in this match.
Do you think it's stronger now? Do you think the team is stronger?
គាត់ថាក្រុមរបស់អ្នកថ្ងៃនេះខ្លាំងជាងក្រុមពីមុន
Yeah ខ្ញុំគិតថាអាចនឹងខ្លាំងជាងពីមុន
Yeah, I think we're stronger.
Okay, he thinks they're stronger. Can we ask why?
បាទអញ្ចឹងសូមសួរហេតុអ្វី
ដោយសារពួកយើងខំប្រឹងច្រើនហើយពួកយើងមានពេលវេលាត្រៀមជាមួយគ្នាច្រើន
Yeah, I feel like we worked really hard and we had time to train together.
Okay, so they worked really hard, they've trained together, and obviously they've trained for the new meta. So what does he think about the new meta? What do you think about the new meta? Considering that we've seen a rise in assassins in the jungle, how is the EXP lane like right now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងបានវឹកហាត់នៅក្នុង meta ឬ series ថ្មីរបស់ game នេះអញ្ចឹងពីមុនមាន jungle ឥឡូវខាង XP lane អញ្ចឹងមិនដែរ lane របស់បងប្អូន
សម្រាប់ខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ជាមួយនឹង team ខ្ញុំអាចអដាក់វាតាមនឹងបានពួកយើងបានព្យាយាមយកស្វែងយកពីផាច់ហ្នឹង
Yeah, so for me and my team, we're able to adapt to that version, and then I'll be able to adapt to the map as well.
Okay, but how is the role like? Like, is the XP lane still a very important part of the game, or does he think that the jungler meta is more important now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងតើមុខងាររបស់ EXP lane មានសារៈសំខាន់ទេឬក៏ថា jungler សំខាន់ជាង
ខ្ញុំគិតថាសំខាន់ទាំងអស់
I think they're all important.
Okay, they're all important. We'll get to see how exactly that it breaks down later on in the next upcoming match, because once again, they are up against SRG. SRG, last time when you met them, unfortunately, you suffered a defeat. Do you think that you can win this time against SRG?
អញ្ចឹងកាលពីលើកមុនបានជួប SRG ហើយបានចាញ់គេអញ្ចឹងលើកនេះនឹងមេតែប្រកួតជាមួយពួកគាត់លើកនេះ
ខ្ញុំនឹងសងសឹកពួកគាត់ឲ្យបានយកឈ្នះពួកគាត់ឲ្យបាន
Yeah, we're going to do what we can to win today.
Okay, I like the confidence. Thank you so much, Felix. And of course, good luck. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Well, I feel I should say sorry I'm Rain Day at this point because I have to talk at you. But sorry I'm Felix, a great interview from him. I actually really enjoyed hearing his experience. He's referencing playing with See You Soon at MSC 24, where they went 2-0 down to SRG in that iteration. SRG winning MSC 24. Now, back on MSC 26 in France, they've actually taken a game. So already performed better. He's already said we're stronger. They are stronger in terms of results. And LaFell, we didn't get your thoughts after that game, after this post-match breakdown graphic comes up. Give us your thoughts just on what you saw Sorry I'm Felix impact be now that the Ruby was available for him.
I mean, it's amazing because he played that Ruby offensively and defensively beautifully. Because the thing about SRG, their draft is all about going all in. They want to dive. And having that Ruby constantly applying crowd control over crowd control over crowd control, the fact that Sorry and Felix doesn't die as well really made it so that Sa using like Vexana have a lot of free hits going in, as well as the lane coming in from Coily was not disrupted at all. So basically, no win condition was disrupted for Pro Esports.
Yeah, it seems to be one of the most natural counters towards a Cho, which they clearly tried to play around. It was a great start for SRG, no doubt. We missed seeing the Cho and Farsa together and how aggressive they could be in the beginning of the game. But when it mattered the most, you see the attempts, the setups, not just coming from the Cho. I think it was more Yums also struggling to find footing, struggling to actually land those kicks, those setups towards the members of Pro Esports in that particular scenario. Or maybe if he did, it's not like you could automatically expect them to link up because of also what Coily has been doing on the link. So it was really great synergy overall. Pro Esports, I like how they just came into that game as if unaffected by what happened in game number 1.
LaFell, you have a couple of clips for us. What did you see just a little bit before we get into this draft?
Well, my boy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, wait, you're welcome.
Yes. So, first of all, we got to talk about the draft here because one of the more important things is in the previous game, we talked about position 1, but now I want to talk about the advantage of having red side or second pick because red 3 as well as red 5 in this game, Pro Esports was able to use this red 3 pick to counter what SRG showed because in SRG, the order of their picks earlier was they pick up the Freya first and then eventually pick up the Cho as well as the Herrera. Now, the thing is, the third pick for Pro Esport was this Ruby, which was banned out earlier. And we can see the effect that Ruby has because it counters basically all three of these picks just by the relevance of them wanting to go in. And sorry, and Felix making sure that you guys never go out. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esport. We're just going to see just a few clips here. And this is one of the mistakes that potentially could have been good for SRG because unfortunately for this one, Pro Esport didn't play that draft where they try to go all in, Kozin goes all alone, and yet you see the minimap, everyone else, the damage dealers as well as the peelers, is nowhere close. The fact that he was able to survive this and eventually got a kill was unprecedented. So honestly, SRG should have won this one, but it's a good thing that Pro Esport was able to outplay that. And then we move on further. This is what I'm talking about. This is why the Ruby is so strong. Because we can see here, what Cram is supposed to do is to basically 1v4 in this line, giving a lot of space for the backlines of SRG to actually go for the attack. But as we see, that doesn't happen. Look at how Cram gets just chain CC to death. There's nothing that he could do, and once he dies, there's nothing that SRG could do. So amazing drafting coming in from Pro Esports. SRG needs to be careful of that coming to the next one. Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of that. Yeah, thank you as well, Brigida. This is a second job here.
Wow, boy.
At least she's getting paid. You know what I mean? To do that. And I think at this point, when you look at these two teams, we have seen strengths against other strengths. We'll see if this continues to be the case as we get ready to jump into this draft where Pro Esports is allowed to dictate the pace of these group fights with strong heroes like Belleric that has worked so well for PPP and has kept them consistent. Will they give Sariam Felix another chance at the Ruby, or will they basically bounce that out in the ban phase to allow for Cram and again Innocent's matchup against Kuzin? One could argue that that might have been the most important lever that SRG pulled in game one that they did not pull in game two, Brigida.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it was encouraged by the fact that they saw it was a not so high on mobility mid lane. It was a Vexana. They had to go in for dives because they would already expect the backline attempts, especially from Coily on the Ling, and that there had to be someone who could bypass the walls that clearly Pro would set up just because of how they wanted to answer and catch these dive heroes. But then it didn't really work out well, especially as the team fights did not really favor them eventually. But now it's different. It's flying clouds.
I personally feel like there was also something that SRG wanted to limit test. They want to see with the Cho, can they catch Coily on that Ling? And he showed that good luck, because that's not going to happen. So I feel like if SRG, they have two options. Either ban out the Ling or allow them to pick the Ling, but this time pick out the Moskov as well, because that seems the more reliable choice against the Ling.
Yeah, I think they could have attempted to try if the Cho could just catch the Ling. But also, you know, like, it's not just the Ling. You have to also worry about the Ruby. You're being countered just in the same way. So you couldn't really do the job that you wanted to execute. But now we're seeing exact same sides. 3 games in a row. It's going to be SRG on blue and Pro Esports on red. But the difference...
Which is weird, because the color of the shirts are...
yeah, it's the opposite.
It's the
weird.
opposite. Hey, that's us, Brig.
Oh, yeah.
I'm wearing red, you're wearing blue.
So
Wow. And you're sitting on the same sides here for this draft. You can't see it on camera, but LaFell's on the left side. So does that mean you feel SRG is going to do something a little different with this pick?
Hey.
I feel
kind of. I mean, they've been allowing the response.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Coach Arcadia as well as Coach Ozoravecki, they know how to respond. They know how to adapt. So I'm fully confident in them adjusting for this one. But I got to say, win or lose, game 1 and 2 already showed that this is an amazing game. So
yeah.
I'm all up for whoever wins this one as long as it's a good game.
I'm wondering if Pro Esports 2 are considering banning out the Phobius, because I don't know if SRG want to pick up the Ling this time. Because if ever they...
I want them to pick up the Ling.
But that's a good point. There has been like a hesitancy. They've had the opportunity to do it now.
Yeah. So
why Sakai's, you think, going away from that?
It's already mentioned earlier, that's probably them also just really destroying the confidence of their opponents.
You think that's what it is? It's 1-1 now.
Well...
Please pick up the Ling just so that we can see it again, because, yeah, I feel like part of it is sometimes you let that pick go because you know that you can counter it, right? So I feel like, they've already proven, with the Moscow we can, right? And then they see with the Cho, maybe they can't.
Not good enough.
I want to see how they're going to adjust for that, because the other one that is painful to say What if after 2 years, he just doesn't have enough practice with that hero again?
Wow.
Yeah, because I believe muscle memory is there. You can still do good, but hey, there's a lot that can happen in 2 years. You know, as your age gets older, but hey, finally, Ling is back for Skies.
Yeah, and Pro Esports don't have the focus or don't have like the opportunity to grab it for themselves this time. So Coily might have to pick something different. Maybe we see the Hirara in his hands this time around. Possibly Red 3 if they want to pick it up there, because as of the moment right now, they are going to go straight for the Belleric Prio. Or maybe if they want to save a bit more of their strategies, they could also show the Hirara here too. But at the same time, they're just the Freya still open. There's
Would you
a
grab
bunch
the
of other...
the Eudora?
That's true.
Yeah, trying to make sure that they can control the assassins or just high mobility heroes here. So I'm liking the Eudora pick here. I feel like Pro Esports, I just want to know whether they want to Hirara themselves or they want something else in the jungle. Because, hey, you know, playing, there are different assassins. Maybe they have a different option. It would be scary, I gotta say, if Pro Esports somehow get a Moskov as well. Moskov and Eudora, I don't see the Ling having a good time.
Yep, probably two of the most annoying heroes to go up against. I'm wondering now if SRG, do they want to stick with something similar to what they did in game number 1-2? The Valentina is still there if they just want to further limit the options here for Pro Esports, or if they just want to pair it with strong mid duos again, similar to what we saw in game number 2, because there goes the Valentina, as we've mentioned, so they are going to pick that up.
Badang.
But the Badang, I'm surprised it actually shows up here.
Why are you surprised?
I feel like it was something you'd expect more to come out in second phase.
It's a little early.
Like, you don't expect the Badang to get banned.
Yeah.
You're expecting maybe the Raiders get banned, maybe the Esmeralda, because right now, looks like SRG want to run it back for game number 1, except this time changing the Hirara into a Ling.
Yeah.
But that does mean that Kram has to use some kind of frontliner. He has to be the bait, and then Valentina as well as Badang, used by Stormy as well as Yumes, is supposed to be the backup.
And I mean, I think they are saving that EXP pick so far on the side of Pro Esports, so we don't know what that's going to show up with. But so far, Kram having a good game, and then that kind of set up Sarion Felix being on the backside. Now, when he had a great game with the Harar getting picked up for the jungle, Sarion Felix was able to control tempo with the Ruby, and that really helped. So maybe that Kram matchup is really important for Sarion Felix.
Honestly, even in the interview, Eterna asked whether the EXP lane is still very much important now. It definitely is, and I feel like for both Hirara as well as Ling, they would prefer if their EXP is winning that matchup, because both junglers like to counter engage inside the enemy jungle, right? They want to path vertically. They don't want to clear their own jungle. They also want to clear the opponent's jungle. And if your EXP is winning, bonus, if your mid duo is winning as well, your jungler, your position 1 is going to have such a good time.
Yeah, I just don't see it being a good game for a Ruby potential pickup again.
Okay.
If ever Sarion Felix does want to consider that. It's simply because of the presence of a Valentina this time, which I feel like if you pair together with the Badang in multiple ways, stealing away the I'm offended through the IMU ultimate, then that could just mean more and more damage for Pro Esports in terms of the team fights, because that's multiple layers of crowd control. You also don't know the kind of frontline that we are going to expect from Kram as well. So they would just probably enhance their teamfight capabilities if ever they go for the Ruby route all over again. But again, there are a couple more options out there, and considering that there's a XP lane matchup you just really want to guarantee favoring your side, then there's a chance we also see it considered in last for Pro Esports in this draft.
Do you let the Freya go through?
That's a good question. Here's the thing. I feel like Freya could do it if they're looking at Pro Esports' 4th pick. Does not have a lot of crowd control, because Freya's tankiness comes from lifesteal, right? And then your picks like the Arenas just by healing very, very fast. So I feel like the Freya, as long as there's not much crowd control, so she can keep basic attack to death, then I think they're like, you know what, we can go for Freya again. If the 4th pick, whatever it is, has 0 crowd control, then yeah, maybe Freya. If not, maybe something like a Terizla would be a better option, just to be a tanky frontline.
Okay.
Moskov banned.
Yeah.
So we won't see that.
And we also don't know if like SRG are considering...
Wait, honestly, another pick one of Cram's favorite is the Lapu.
Yeah.
I feel like it is going to be good enough still. And there's a potential for a pick like a Sora where I can see how they're going to play is someone goes in, please kill Eudora fast. Once Eudora's out of the picture, it's a bit safer for the Link to come in. So they have two options. Either have a tank to absorb all the damage or kill the Eudora so fast that the Link can just clean up.
Yeah, and we also don't know if SRG...
Someone loves you, Brigida, but that's every day, bro.
It's Brigado. It was Brigado.
Brigado?
That's probably not me. I'm just
Three
kidding.
games on the Harith.
Yes, thank you very much. But going back, it's going to be another Harith for Kozen, and we don't know if, again, SRG might want to consider a double fighter setup as well, since the Freya is still open, as you've mentioned. So there's a possibility they go for that in gold, and then another hero in EXP if they just want to play around the Ling for Cram, and that just makes them a lot more team fight heavy as well. That's just gonna help them execute much more of the maybe creative angles that you were talking about earlier, Lafel, but a lot of the other marksmen are also still available nonetheless if they want to consider that, but I'm really considering a Freya potential here.
Okay. Innocent had a great game one. Set the tone.
Oh.
Yu Zhang.
Yu Zhang coming in the EXP
And
as well as a Clint. Okay, I'm going to go very fast for this one. This means Pro Esport, if they pick up a tank in the EXP, they will lose. Yu Zhang's great in lane, but more devastating in terms of turtle fights, team fights, anything in the river, he will be able to dive in, stop them. The anti-CC that Yu Zhang has helps him a lot. And Clint, if he gets going, the burst is going to be so high. There's a chance that Hirara won't be able to get into the iframes and just die instantly.
Isn't this also just like one of the best ways to deal with a Eudora? You just fly around the Eudora and you don't care about the threat of getting stunned as long as you're still in your dragon form. So
trying to stun me when I'm...
Yeah.
Although, honestly, that should have higher effect because Yu Zhang's high in the sky. So lightning should be more effective. But
True. You're actually closer.
Yeah.
And there's the Freya.
Okay. So I think they got to answer so much here. Laning wise, Clint into the Harith and then the Yu Zhang into the back lines. But
I gotta say, Rain, this is a draft that's hard for me to call because the win condition is not like rock, paper, scissors. This is very like you need a lot of context about what happens in the game. So it's going to be difficult for me to call this one.
Yeah, so probably one of those down to execution type of scenarios. As cliche as it sounds, it might be the way to go as we head into game number 3.
Well, as it should be, with two teams fighting to advance here. One to go elimination side, one to keep their dreams alive with a chance to advance with one more win. Let's see what happens here as we go to game 3 of our first series of Group B.
As we jump on into this match point for either side, and I gotta agree with the table here. It is a tough game to call as both compositions are distinct in what they want to do, but most importantly, it changes and fluctuates depending on the game state, and each one of these phases is going to be devastating for those who give first blood.
Let's be honest, all 3 games have been a tough game to call. It has been a coin flip back and forth between these 2 teams. I do feel like SRG, there's a lot on the line of how is Innocent going to do on this Clint. Yes, sometimes the Clint can be an amazing pick, but for me, I worry that there's just not enough of a box around him, and he could be an easy target for Pro Esports.
I think he's going to be the main anchor of the team. He's going to be coming in the last person to show up. I think it's going to be Cram who has to somehow zone out Soft to keep him outside of that area, and the rest of the team need to figure out how to deal with Sariam Felix, because let me tell you, that Vengeance is going to buy him like 3 seconds worth of time, and that could be like anywhere between 6 to 19 auto attacks.
Very, very fair at that. Both teams, though, taking it slow here. Nobody going for the big invades. You do see Yums kind of checking out Orange Buff to at least figure out the pathing of Coily here, but nobody trying to overextend. It is game 3. It is a lot on the line right now.
A lot on the line. I love the pull yourself together coming out from Sa. He understands. I'm willing to trade flickers, but most importantly, if I catch somebody without theirs, it's game over for them. And I like the fact that Pro have adjusted, right? They didn't get super aggressive in the mid stages of the game. And more importantly, for the mid lane, they want SRG to kind of walk out here. They've already figured out the jungle pathing of where Sakai's is going to be with the help of Cinco de Pepe, and he's made sure he knows, okay, he started on Orange Buff. They're going to show back up on this turtle side again, so level 4s are going to be key.
Good poke from Innocent there. Is forced to use the Revitalize. The Rejuvenation. On the boss side, Turtle will be up. Sakai's going to look for any angle in, but again, both teams just taking things so slow. It's so different compared to what we saw previously.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Speak of the devil, though, a lot of damage onto Yumes. Yumes taking out first blood into the hands of Coily. Basaw's going to fall next as Stormy finds a kill. Sakai's looking for a target, but forced to run away. Pro Esports taking domination over the pit. Cram drops as well. 2 members down inside of SRG. Skies isn't done just yet. Coily low. Stormy keeping vision. Yumes back to the party. Doesn't have Fist Crack available to him. He's still level 3. So we can't get a big playoff. Sorry, and Phoenix zoning them away as Pro Esports takes the first turtle.
They tried to drag this out as long as possible, and really unfortunate for Cram, right? He finds the initial assist, but unfortunately he can't keep fighting forever when there's so much CC on the opposite side. Unlucky for Stormy, wasn't able to get the steal the Wrath of the Dryads fast enough to buy him those precious few seconds to get a little bit more out of his Shaw Residue passive. In the meantime, though, this first turtle already in the hands of Pro, a very slight lead, but the lane states hasn't really changed too much. Maybe for Sariam Felix, but for everybody else, it's pretty neutral.
Sariam Felix just consistently rotating up to this mid. We can already see the slight aggression. They smelled blood. They're looking for maybe a little something more here. Cram hanging out in lane. But I mean, that's kind of the plan, right? You wait until the objectives, and that's when you want to use that Black Dragon. Whereas when you're on this Freya, you want to move around a bit more. You have the ability to do that.
Yeah, the lane states are so important, especially like manipulating these waves. Cram understands if he hard shoves this, there's a good chance that Sariam Felix, if he's there at the right time, he's able to kind of freeze him out and will always take a negative trade against him if he's next to his tower.
Oh, Coily walks right into it. Danger has struck. Sakai's gets the kill.
Beautiful and intelligent invade here. They knew for a fact he was going to show up, knowing that he started on the top side of the map. So this was all pre-planned by SRG, and also not to mention the fact that they've denied information. On the top side, nothing much is going to be happening here, right? Like, we're expecting both teams to get more aggressive, but I think the lane states are by far too important to disrupt.
You know, you would think Pro has maybe learned the lesson a little bit. SRG has loved coming down to this bot lane. They love that tri-bush, but it looks like Pro loves Stormy. They're looking for the target. Sariam Felix needs one more hit. He finally gets it. Consistently finding moments to get an advantage.
Every single time. And luckily for Sariam Felix, he's not wasting much. He's just going. He wants a whole priority. Doesn't mind sacrificing. Oh!
Nice Fist Crack. Doesn't fully commit, though. Knows he wasn't able to get more than one.
That's a Black Dragon form. I think they just have to give this up unless Cram makes a super play where he petrifies 3.
Cram is looking for it. Unable to connect, though. Sariam Felix connected himself. Will get knocked up, but it's just to make sure Cram can get away. Pro Esports moves on to the turtle as Sakai's points his eyes elsewhere.
All right, that was expected here. It was going to be a no contest no matter what. Yumes made an attempt, and unfortunately, that's going to be the signal to back away. But Sariam Felix is becoming a little bit of a problem. He's starting to take more control over his side of the map, making it more difficult for people like Sakai's to even take his regular camps.
All right, so Pro Esports with good control over the rotations, good control over the map. Sariam Felix seems to be a step ahead of Cram. We saw this in game number 1, though. SRG just needed to wait for that mid state so they can start working together, start overpowering as a team. Right now, they're still playing a very split-up game. Do we think that moment's going to happen around the 7-8 minute mark when some of those second items start really locking in?
I think it depends on who gets this upcoming turtle, right? If they can deny Sakai... Oh!
A lot of damage onto Yumes. Saw able to get the kill. Sakai's wants to try to dash into the backside, but he's unable to connect. The stuns are just too much. The stiff arms are always there. Tempest Blades comes down. Maybe a bad play. The re-engage is there. Coily locks in. Diving under the tower. Finding Innocent. Stormy just look at Coily. Doesn't want to stop.
No. They're so good at extending their leads, but it's still going to be flying clouds, right? They will be able to get back into their base, into the fountain, and immediately start heading back to where they need to be. They can respond fast, and Pro recognizes this, right? Luckily, we're seeing how fast with the hand cams, how quick these people are playing. But let's look at this one more time, because again, it's really coming down to how hard can we punish Yumes. We take away the trigger man, and the rest of the weapon just doesn't fire anymore.
Yeah, and Cinco de Pepe, PPPPP, whatever you want to call him, the guy has been on fire, always catching Yumes. And it's not just this game. We saw it before even on the game that they lost, this Belleric has been a nuisance overall. It makes it so hard for SRG to want to engage.
Yeah, and worse yet, now we're seeing the infection starting to bleed out from that EXP lane. Small camps getting taken away, and now they fight.
A lot of damage onto Stormy. Stormy not able to get away. Sorry, and Felix with an Valkyrie descent, but in the back lines, guys trying to make up for the loss of his teammates, but he's unable to do anything in the face of Pro Esports. Cram falls next, and Pro Esports lead this game with 5,000 gold. It's nothing but Innocent left.
They can't do anything about it. The peel is too good, and if SRG makes the first move, it's going to be Pro who finishes it. As they take this T2, let's look at this fight one more time, because again, this is a terrible position for SRG. They want to have a traditional front to back. Innocent doesn't have as much mobility now that he's playing Clint, instead of having something as good as a Harith or even a Moskov, or more importantly, the Claude.
Yeah, they keep getting disconnected. It's no longer a front to back, it's a front and back, because someone else is standing in between them. And at that point, once they're split up, Stormy gets taken out. Sakai's already committed to the backside, which means he's going to get taken out because he's got no backup from his team. SRG is getting intersected every time.
It's starting to look like a bit of bullying, right? You know, he's coming into and stealing the meat from your sandwich, leaving you with only 2 pieces of bread and nothing good in the middle. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We need to start seeing the third item start to come on through. Unfortunately for Cram, not even the second item has been completed, so he hasn't been able to sustain as hard as he wants to. And there, the Wrath of the Dryads is out. This might be the signal.
SRG isn't going to force it, though. I don't think they can force it right now.
No, the IMU got wasted, took the Salmon Force, did not get the Wrath of the Dryads there. They're just going to have to let this happen.
Sakai's at least on top side looking for some play on the map. They haven't taken a single tower yet. So not only is it a huge gold lead, it is a huge map lead for Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, 2-0-3. The man has been a monster on this Freya.
He really has. And the worst part is that they have no real... Oh!
Big stun, a lot of damage on a Stormy. Cram takes it as well. Coily, untouched, unfazed. Another tower should drop here. Pro Esports relentless.
This is disgusting. Like, Sa can do this forever. This is such an impressive play style. 80 seconds to 103. That's a 23-second difference just because he has pull yourself together. And Sa's going to do it again. He's going to keep repeating this process, targeting Stormy to make sure that they don't have any form of counter engage, because Yums is the only one who's allowed to walk forward.
So do we think we're regretting the Ling pick up front? Maybe should they have gone for something else? I feel like at this point, the Harar or the Ling, it's an even trade no matter what. No matter what, you get one of them. Maybe you can start prioing something else. Or is Pro Esports just outplaying in a general sense?
I think it's outplay, and I think I wish they were thinking, I wish we had Lapu, but here we go.
Sakai's looking for a way into the backside. Coily still able to get it once again. Sakai's looking for the steal. At least they don't lose any members. They still have a holy defense in the mid and the bot. This could be defendable still against Pro Esports.
That was a difficult contest here, especially for Sakai's. Despite the Bladed Tempest, right now he is 2 levels down to Hirara and has plenty of base damage just to kind of go above and beyond the Retribution numbers that we're seeing so far. And now that SRG backed all the way into the corner, we're seeing a repeat of game number 1, but this time for Pro.
Skies continues to play the off lanes while his team defends. The holy defense will be in the mid side for when this Lord comes. Meaning Pro Esports may not be able to get a full push in.
Cancel the recall.
Is this the 1v1?
He's got to cancel the recall. Ooh. There we go. That's it. That's what Coily has been doing all game. Oh, you're going to recall in a very dangerous spot. I'm going to waste another 5 seconds of your life. And these 5 seconds have been stacking up already.
Seal play on the top side. Cinco de Pepe looking for a target. Cram forced to back off.
Okay.
Wrath of Dryad has not come out just yet. He's holding on to it. He finally pops it. A lot of damage on Yums, dive into the backside, Kuzin gets the kill. Sakai's into the backside as well. Tempest of Blades comes down, unable to find any targets. Sakai just can't secure it as Coily gets it with barely a sliver of health. 2 members drop on the side of SRG, but they do defend their inhibitors.
It's down to the wire. It's down to 1 HP. That makes the difference in Pro. Unfortunately, it was a good play. At SRG, they had the answer, but they didn't have the economic lead to make it work.
Honestly, though, the fact that they lost no inhibitors is still huge. I might rather want to lose 2 of my team members than lose that off lane. Lord is going to be up soon. Macro is going to be important. Where we are at in this game right now.
We are at quite a difficult moment for SRG because now, at the very least, they're willing to throw bodies for these inhibitors. They don't want to be put in a forced mistake scenario, but at the same time, they clearly don't have enough numbers to finish off the correct targets. I think the only person they can really jump on is Sa. Kozen, he's vulnerable for the next 30 seconds, but by the time the Lord actually spawns, he's going to get the Purify up again.
It's Pro Esports. I think at this point they just continue to take it slow, or is there a clock eventually ticking for SRG? Because I still am on the board that SRG is not completely out since they didn't lose any inhibitors.
That's a good question.
It's comfortable, right? The map isn't, it's not like what we saw in game 1 where Pro had 0 inhibitors. It's going to be hard to fight for a Lord. The possibility is still slightly there.
It is. Thank you, Ziffer, for pulling it up. Already one step ahead of me here. But yes, 3 items already done, but I don't know how they're going to take advantage of the Sky Piercer. This might have been a little bit of a mistake on Innocent's part, but at the same time, I think it's a lot of faith as well. The rest of the team is like, we will put them at 1 HP. If you had Sky Piercer just a little bit earlier and you could auto-attack them, that would have been a 2-for-2 trade. So at this stage, my hands are up here. I'm praying that SRG can find that angle, but Pro, they have not made this easy.
Look at this position from Yumes right now. They're definitely going to try to fight for this Lord. Look for a cheeky back. They do not know. It's a very clean position. Nobody checked the bush on the side of Pro Esports. He's going to come into the backside. Conceal play. Can he target down? Yumes looking for Sakai's gets the Lord! And a big fist crack. But Pro Esports hasn't fallen just yet. Saw drops as SRG tries to get away with the steal of their life. The steal of this game. Coily low. Stormy shuts him down. SRG have flipped the table.
And they've done it. They've done it. I thought they were going to play for the fight, but unfortunately, Yume said, no, we are going to go straight for Coily. They lock him down. The iframes are good, but it's not over just yet. Kozen!
Stormy tries to do something, unable to do it. Kozen.
I don't know. Kozen slapped him. Just a big backhand to Stormy saying, no. This is not over just yet. We're dominating this game, and we're going to try and run away with it.
SRG, just one play. We were talking about it. It wins the clock ticking. They didn't need a clock. They just needed Yumes in a beautiful position coming in from the backside. Sakai's finally able to get a neutral objective under his belt in game number 3. And now they are knocking on the door of Pro Esports.
I can't believe both Cram and Yumes technically survived that. They used everything to try and disrupt Coily from actually taking away this Lord. And SRG knew that if this next Lord falls into Pro Esports' hands, there's a pretty good chance this game ends in the next 4 minutes. But now they've bought themselves some time. The investment has been worth it, and we are getting to the end game. Now that we're at 44k to 47, despite a 2.5k lead for Pro, Sakai's alongside with Innocent have completed all of their core items.
Man, they didn't check that bush. They didn't check that bush. I've seen that bush be used against teams that I like in my own favor. Nice fist crack, though, does come in. Koizen takes a little bit of damage.
It's
Black
good.
Dragon.
It's good.
The petrified. Koizen goes down. Sakai's able to get the kill. The response, though, comes in from Coily. The iframes just aren't enough. Cram falls. He's able to find it. Sakai's with a double under his belt. It's a brawl. As Sariam Felix is trying to get away, but Coily finds Stormy and ties it up. It's 3 for 2. Pro Esports definitely not out of this.
The push and pull was good from SRG, but Pro said, I got one better. Really unfortunate for Sakai. He was willing to die to trade off. Let's look at the replay one more time, because this did not work out the way that Pro wanted to. And all of a sudden, with the counter engage coming in from not only Yumes, but forcing Pepe to drop down that Wrath of the Dryads, really turned the fight in SRG's favor. But here's the problem. After everybody continuously fought for this long, the big play came down to when Sakai's ended up going down after Beleric caught him with the taunt before he goes. Then, how do you deal with a Freya? You can't deal with that fully scaled up Freya, man.
Man, I think the whole crowd right now is on the edge of their seats. We are on the edge of our seats.
Everybody's praying. They're praying for their teams, hoping there's a God out there to give them some strength, because 7-15 so far, and Pro has not been able to put the final tombstone on SRG.
And everyone still has inhibitors.
Yeah.
Meaning, honestly, this could go another Lord after this. If this is just a clean Lord take where nobody loses too much, this could still go a little bit farther. Pro Esports is going to start it up. Cram does have Black Dragon. We're going to wait for that one. Yumes as well with the fist crack. Here
we go.
Green dots everywhere. Sakai's into the backside, please. Wait a second. A lot of damage. He gets it once again. And the damage comes down onto Saw. Yumes trying to get away with his life as Cram holds the rest of the team back. Basarian Felix won't make it against Sakai's.
Oh my goodness, Cram, despite everything that he actually tried, the dashes from Coily, he played it perfectly. I-frame to dodge, manages to slip past, and even then, it wasn't good enough. If they can hold on for just a little bit longer and protect an inhibitor, maybe there's an opportunity, but I don't think it's going to show right now. Here they come, because Kozin, he still has that Zaman Force.
He does have the Zaman's Force. Teppe's low though. Crash will come in. Zaman's Force drops. Cram taken out. Coily's going for more. Dashes in, does miss. Has to get out of the base. Taken out. Innocent with the shutdown. Into the backside. Sakai's falls. Poison. The kid's on fire.
He's on fire. Pepe managed to flicker out just in time before the ammunition was about to dome him. Oh my goodness. I don't know who's going to win this game, but by God, this has been the most fierce competition we've seen so far. Stormy now finishing off that Holy Crystal for the sake of the extra little bit of damage. You notice that every single time both teams interact, so many people walk away with 1 HP, despite Sky Piercers being in play.
I feel like honestly with that last Lord push, all Pro really needed to get was an inhibitor out of it. You only had 3 members. You're up against a Clint and a lot of just siege defense potential. The fact that they were able to get the inhibitor is a good start. But like I said, we're going to another Lord. Pro Esports still has inhibitor standing. SRG has gotten to the max item point almost. We're getting very close to tie game material.
All right, Zipper, I need your help. We need to know how many Thunderbelt stacks Yumes actually has. I need to know the numbers here to see how much damage he can technically take. Because so far, Kozin has been absolutely melting. Oh!
Skill play. Saw gets a stun. Cram. It's gone. Unable to get away. The Black Dragon comes out, but Kozin still gets him. Sakai's with a beautiful blazing duet finds Saw. But Coily's chasing him down along with Kozin. 1 for 1 Mage for EXP.
Not bad, not bad. And honestly, I think it's more worth it to get rid of Saw. Now they don't have to worry about, you know, something getting blown out of nowhere. And the best part is by the time the Lord actually spawns, Cram is already up and ready to go in comparison to the staggered death timer coming in from Eudora on Saw on the opposite side. So if SRG want to take first position, they absolutely can. But then again, is it playing to your strengths, or do you want to be the ones who push Pro out of the scenario, right? Make him hesitate on the trigger finger.
I feel it. I feel it. I think without Cram, though, it is a little hard to break through. But Sakai's either way, even without Cram, has been doing such a great job at invading that backside and slipping out so quickly. Yumes once again looking for position around this Lord. As Pro Esports play the map, are we going to see Yumes look for that back push again, and will Pro Esports check it?
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be taking that space just yet. There's no reason to. And I think from Pro's side, they've kind of set a neutral state. Top side is going to eventually turn into a slow push. Same goes for that bottom side as well. With that extra minion here, SRG need to be the ones who reveal themselves first. But if they do, that means Pro is going to start blitzing the Lord. It's a game of cat and mouse. It's about information. It's just corporate espionage at this point.
Corporate espionage. I like it. We did see Coily whittle down to that top side to get the push back. SRG are going to look for the engage. Cram hasn't used the Black Dragon just yet. Yumes there as well. Has an immortality. Can take a lot of shots. Can take the big push. Sakai's looks for an angle. Pro Esports bring the Lord down to 10%. Sakai's hasn't made the engage just yet. He finally comes in, but Coily still gets it. Sarin Felix backs off. Pro Esports got what they wanted. They're not going to force a fight.
No, they're not going to go any further than this. This was a dangerous position to be in, but now we see the minions pushing into the way. Stormy will respond just in time. But this is where it gets really difficult, because now we're talking about a Lord that also gives you damage reduction. Pro Esports just need to gather the troops and get ready to try and press their advantage into it, which is great for Innocent. But the question is whether or not that damage reduction is going to be more than the true damage Innocent can pump out.
It's a lot of damage from Innocent, I will be honest. Pro Esports are going to take this bottom lane, though. It's going to be a double push from both sides. Sakai's cleared the top. Going to be a little bit helpful, but he's got to get back to the base quickly.
Oh, Innocent, he's running out of ult charges here. He's still... Oh!
A lot of damage onto the bot. A lot of damage onto Cram. Cram may be able to get away from this. Black Dragon comes out looking for the re-engage. Masari and Felix still stops him. Sakai's going up against Kuzin, but Kuzin always seems to win out. Lord finally does get taken out, but Innocent is collecting heads right now. Headshot after headshot. Nobody can get away with the re-engage. He's done. The shot finally comes in, and Kuzin's got his own force back. Pro Esports up against Stormy. That'll be it against the odds, against the favorites. Pro Esports still looking for that last Canyon minion. They will take game number 3.
What an insane game to kick off day number 2 here. Cambodia finally gets the win. Obviously, both sides are tough competitors, but by God, do they produce some of the best junglers we see in the internationals. There's no way to be disappointed with that game. I think even SRG knows. It's like, guys, Hirara, they outplayed us. That's really what it boiled down to. They outplayed us this time.
Definitely the best series we've seen thus far in these groups, and they don't call Group B the group of death for nothing. If this is just how this is going to start the day, I'm excited for what we got to see next. Pro Esports.
That was mad respect there. This game was beautiful to watch. So messy, but at the same time, it leaves you just at the edge of your seats. I can only imagine that SRG are going to go back to that drawing board to figure out, man, this red side, something about it, something's different. They adapted a little too fast than what we were expecting here in game number 2. But come down to game number 3, when push comes to shove, Pro Esports, they don't back down.
Yeah, they were ready every single time. Coily and Kuzan. God,
they were heated up.
They were. So many plays there. Even that last Lord push with the re-engage, they could have decided to call it off. They could have said, let's go one more Lord. Let's wait a little bit longer. But no, Coily jumps back in with a sliver of health. Amazing gameplay, amazing micro, and honestly good macro as well from the team.
From both sides, really. I mean, even SRG understood with 2 slow pushing waves, that Lord is going to get blitzed down faster, and then they have to worry about the inhibitors. Oh, the outplay. Beautiful stuff here, right? This is where it happens. They miss the timing. The item swap comes through. iframe, and dash, dead. So good.
And it buys enough time for Kuzin to get that Zamon's Force, re-engage, make sure that in the end, they will go down. I love it.
They are so good. We're going to be throwing it over to our winners of this matchup. Of course, Milosh, please take it away.
Thank you very much, my friends. We have the man of the hour here with us, Saw victorious. What a massive matchup against Selangor Red Giants. We have to talk about this for a second. That game 3 was super tight. Came right away to the late game. Talk to me about how you kind of all closed it up and finished the game.
បាទអញ្ចឹង Game 3 គឺស្មើគ្នាមែនទែនប៉ុន្តែធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចដើម្បីបញ្ចប់ហើយឈ្នះគេថ្ងៃនេះ
ពួកគាត់ពួកគាត់ក៏ធ្លាប់ជា champion ដែរអញ្ចឹងពេលលេងមួយគាត់វាអត់ easy game ទេទៅវាចាស់ខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែ talk មួយ teammate ខ្ញុំហើយលេងមុនពួកគាត់ទៅធ្វើឲ្យយើងយកឈ្នះបាន
So because they're a former champion, we knew that this would be a hard match, but I talked with my team and we worked together to get this win.
I mean, it looked incredible. I want to ask you more technical questions in this. Talk to me about the Vexana pick, because we've only seen it once during EWC. That was at MWI. It was picked once. Didn't work out at all. Why did you go for Vexana specifically?
Okay, សំសួរមួយថាហេតុអ្វីបានឈ្មោះ Vexana ពីព្រោះកាលពី EWC MWI គេជ្រើសរើស Vexana ប៉ុន្តែអត់ជោគជ័យអញ្ចឹងហេតុអ្វីបានជ្រើសរើស Vexana លើកនេះ
ដោយសារខ្ញុំលេង Vexana ហ្នឹងមាន combo ទៅហើយយើងលេងក្នុង scrim ឈ្នះច្រើនទៅយើងយកមកលេងហើយលេងបានល្អ
So I chose Vexana because there are a lot of combos and I've had success with them before, and so I used it again.
It worked out well. And Ruby, recently patched heroes, also played by you in the team. Do you think those should become more meta in terms of picks, or is it just a Cambodia special to run?
អញ្ចឹង Ruby បានទទួល patch update ថ្មីអញ្ចឹងតើគាត់ថានេះគឺអ្វីដែលគេនឹងប្រើទូទៅឬអានេះគ្រាន់តែជាអ្វីដែលកម្ពុជាបានជ្រើសរើស
ខ្ញុំគិតថា Ruby ហ្នឹងគឺលេងបានទូទៅដោយសារ team គេផ្សេងក៏លេងដែរ
I think Ruby can be utilized from all sorts of teams.
That worked out for you also. And of course, this is a huge story, right? You're coming in, Bro Esports Cambodian representative. You beat Selangor Red Giants. Does this give you a big boost in motivation from now on that, hey, we can beat one of the best in the world. We can do more of that.
អញ្ចឹងអានេះជារឿងធំមែនទែនសម្រាប់ក្រុមរបស់អ្នកតែដោយសារតែបានឈ្នះលើ Selangor Red Giants អញ្ចឹងតើមានអ្វីបន្ទាប់សម្រាប់អ្នក
ខ្ញុំសប្បាយចិត្តដោយសារវាជាការលេងលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិលើកទី1ហើយវាត្រឹមជាម៉ាច់ទី1ហើយយើងអាចយកឈ្នះទៅលើក្រុមខ្លាំងបានទៅវា give momentum ឲ្យខ្ញុំហើយทีมខ្ញុំនៅការប្រកួតក្រោយៗទៀត
Because it's our first time to compete on an international stage, I think we've gained some momentum because we beat a great team, and I think this will lead into success later on.
All right, between you and me here, look at the camera in front of us. We got it right here, the one with the red light over it. Anything you want to say to everybody else that's challenging you here at MSC after you beat SRG?
អញ្ចឹងសូមមើលទៅកាមេរ៉ាហើយសូមមានប្រសាសន៍សម្រាប់អ្នកដែលទស្សនាពីខ្មែរផង SRG
និយាយទៅអ្នកមើលឬក៏និយាយទៅធីមផ្សេងៗ
Viewers Yeah អ្នកមើល
To the opponents future
អូសូមទៅអ្នកគូប្រកួតសូមទៅ
សម្រាប់អ្នកធីមផ្សេងៗកុំមើលរំលងពួកយើងក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ
To other teams, don't overlook us. We're strong as well.
Thank you very much, Sa. Congratulations to you and Pro. Thank you very much, our wonderful translator. There's a lot still to look at post this game. Let's have the panel all break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Great interview. It was a great game and a great moment for Cambodia as they take the win over SRG. Expectant grand finalists now. They're going to have to go through an elimination bracket on the bottom side to get through what will be a really tough run if they're going to come back at MSC 26. Brigitte and Lefel joining me, Rain Day, on the desk here to break it all down. Brigitte, confidence, momentum, I'm sure that is all what Pro Esports gained here.
Yes, I believe so. That is a very much confidence boosting performance, especially for Coil. Coil, hands up, down or wherever. I don't know. I can't say anymore. Like that last play.
Hey, here's the thing, man. Like the cast were saying, like everyone was at the edge of their seats. We're not sitting anymore. Screw the seats. We were on the ground. And Coily, bro, like
what a performance.
That guy is going to be one of the stars born from this MSC because from the Ling all the way to the Harara, bro, that last outplay, bro.
Oh, okay. See,
okay,
it
stay on the
doesn't
stage.
even
Please.
on his seat anymore. He has to stand up. And what are the chances, right? He could be the next star. I agree.
Yeah.
Because he also starts with letter K. How many stars do we have that start with letter K?
We have so many Ks.
That's right.
So many superstars that start with K.
I love it, though. It's so good. And I think the fact that we got another one coming up in this upcoming set, pay attention to, so don't go anywhere. We did have some really fun interactions with both of these junglers swapping characters, the Harara, the Haling, going back and forth. We thought... I mean, I think many people thought Sakai's was waiting, was baiting, was saying we could take the Ling if we need to.
You can already hear the Liquid fans as well as Aurora got on stage. But yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the draft, right? Where I say like maybe one of the hesitation is it has been 2 years. And a lot could happen in 2 years where I believe Sakai's was preparing for a tank jungle meta.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, after the wild cards, a surprise patch came in, make assassins much better. And maybe he just needs a little bit more practice on that thing to use it again.
Yeah, honestly, after game number 3, I'm quite torn as to whether or not I'm thinking it was just mind games all along that they did not want to prio the Ling, or was it just them playing more into their comforts? Because again, we really haven't seen Sakai's been able to pull off that exact same Ling. We're so familiar of him in the recent 3 years. And even when it comes down to things as maybe simple as objective takes, right? I think Ling is one of like the most reliable junglers to contest, and that's why it always boiled down to a 50-50 red-3 battle whenever there were objectives. But maybe there had something to do with level gaps, I don't know, but it was not the same.
A lot of level gap, but also we gotta say, man, Harara actually does quite a lot of base damage, making it much easier for the Harara to steal that. So I think that's a lot of information, not just for SRG, but all the teams here. Harara is a threat. In wildcards, they say Harara was not a threat. Well, proven wrong, man. MSC is a different beast.
I mean, the way these things develop, it's like there's the meta, there's the counter to the meta, and then there's something that gets exposed after that as you're trying to counter. And it felt like Harara being available every single game set up Pro Esports to have success either way because they were playing Ling fine and they knew they'd get Harara, so they did not have to prioritize any of those characters in their first 2 picks. They could take the Eudora, they could take the Belleric, which to me, I think PPP or Cinco de P, whatever it is you guys want to call them, 5 Ps, let's put it that way, was a really big factor in this team fight. And I think that was a very hard, despite, many people looking at Innocent, looking at Kozin, who did really well. I feel like Brigida, they just kept a core that felt comfortable, and they team fought pretty much the same way, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, no doubt. P on that Belleric did a really good job all series long, and I think he was the more stable player in that series. It served as more of like an anchor of what they really wanted to play around or how they really wanted to execute their team fights, whereas for Sa, I feel like it was the more flexible role for Pro Esports. There were times where he just went for the more sacrificial plays, and that was something they willingly played into. There were times that you had to rely on him a bit more. Nonetheless, I really admire how Pro Esports have established their identity and showed it to us here in this first series.
I feel like Selangor Giants, they try to counter PPP on that Belleric by picking up the Valentina by stealing away the ult. Now, here's the thing, you can steal the ult, but unfortunately, you don't steal the stats, and Belleric has a lot of HP. That's something that Valentina can't have, so Valentina goes in, good ult, but then dies. So it's very difficult.
It's just a bigger conversation to me. Do you make somebody who's doing well uncomfortable and force the team to adjust? I think that might have been a decision, but again, so much experience on SRG. They will bounce back. They will still be playing the loser of one of our final games today. So stay tuned for that. And speaking of, let's take a look at today's schedule, because that last game, Yangon Galacticos and GK Esports will be facing the winner, Pro Esports, the loser, Selangor Red Giants. Coming up next, though, you heard them already in the crowd. It is Team Liquid going up against Aurora Gaming, Carl Teasy, and the defending champions of MSC taking the stage yet again. Onyx Entity 7 as well. We're getting some LATAM representation, so that'll be fun to see. And Onyx, a previous champion, not a league champion. We'll see how that goes. Of course, if you guys want to get involved, make sure to check out our pick'ems, which you can use by scanning the QR code. This allows you to say who you think is going to win. Play with us. You have a chance to maybe earn your share of $300,000. So don't miss it, and also have some fun. We can see if you were right or wrong. When we come back, we'll start previewing Liquid and Aurora. But for now, Acecraft has a new way to play a familiar game with We Fly Together. It's co-op. Check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! Let's go. He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
Raw energy, half for puff and blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Are you Sanji?
No, I'm Sanji. You?
No, I'm Sanji.
Rumor has it that he's still going. And of course, Sanji's together with the little Spider-Man meme. Welcome back. My name is Rain Day. To the desk, we've got Brigitte and LaFell here. But because we are starting off our second series, it's time to introduce an important moment, which is our Crunchyroll story of the day. It is Aurora's redemption versus the GOAT and the Cavalry. Team Liquid, of course, Carl Teasy being that GOAT, self-proclaimed and proclaimed by the scene. Brigitte, your thoughts on this matchup? Can Aurora find a way to redeem themselves?
Honestly, I feel like they might have. They might have a chance. And they always have had that in them to just go for upsets, to break free from the labels of maybe being a dark horse and being a true contender here in this tournament and all previous international tournaments. And the fact that they're backed up by such big brains, you know? It's very, I think it's gonna be a bit of a challenging task for Team Liquid, honestly.
That's what we call Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. You know, that's what we always
Big
call
Brain
him.
Man, yeah.
Mr. Big Brain Man.
That's a great nickname. That's
personally for me,
put a lot of thought into that.
I have complete trust in Aurora, which may be something that Midnight doesn't want, but here's the thing. In my eyes, they've always been contenders. It's always just about getting that right moment.
Is there something more to it? Because the last two international tournaments at M7 and at MSC 25 for EWC, it was Liquid who took out Aurora. So is it a little harsher? It's not like the general conversation here. It's like you guys are the ones who have ended our hopes, LaFell.
I mean, like, here's the thing. For Aurora, they had to fight against the final boss early over and over and over again. So it's kind of like playing a game where you thought you would, like, ramp up. But instead, you're fighting against the final boss first. Until you get through this, you can't fight anyone else. And I feel like Team Liquid just understands how Aurora plays, but the same can be said, Aurora understands how Team Liquid plays because, well, one, Midnight is a caster. We know how casters, we like to watch games, and because we like to watch games, we roughly know what's going to happen. So honestly, in this one, with Midnight coming in as the head coach, I feel like that's a very good chance for Aurora to take down Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they should feel, I guess, less pressure in a way going up against Liquid here in this match because they're not in the exact same position as they were in the previous times that they did go up against Liquid. Right now, it's not necessarily an elimination match, though it still puts you in a very tight spot because we're only having double eliminations for group stage.
Yeah.
But tournament life is not necessarily on the line. I feel like they could be, or they could just unleash whatever they want to unleash here in this series.
It's interesting. Both teams have to deserve a spotlight to even be considered this group of death. And these are two of the teams that I think maybe have taken most of the attention from us so far. And you cannot count out the fact that the defending MSC champions of last year, Team Liquid, are back and ready to defend that actual title. We saw the team they took down previously in SRG, the Selangor Red Giants. Now it's time for MSC 26 to see if Liquid can repeat. We've had a chance to talk with Sanford earlier on today about his journey getting back here and trying to claim a title.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Sanford. What is this?
Small?
Oh, it's small. I don't. Why is it so prominent, like everywhere? What was it? You don't know either?
Yeah.
I don't know either. I don't know. I guess maybe someone else knows. Maybe someone who's casting right now. Maybe.
Sure.
You're up against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora. So what's that going to be like? Because, I mean, in the past, it seems like you always are able to take out Aurora. But this time around, they have a new coach. Do you think it'll make a difference?
I do hope that it won't make a difference, but yeah, I guess. But yeah, this is the fourth time that we're gonna face each other, so I'm really looking forward on what's new for them.
Okay, looking forward to what's new. But why do you always seem to be able to catch them? Like, do you have like something secret that you have against them? Like, is there something that we should know?
No, I don't have any secret, but you know, I have my GOAT on my team.
Ah, you have your GOAT. JP.
Yeah, JP.
JP's the GOAT, right?
JP.
JP, guys. JP.
Yeah.
But, you know, going to the EXP lane, I had a few talks with other EXP laners as well. And I want to know from your perspective as defending champions, obviously, what's it like for the EXP lane right now? Like, is it as important as the previous meta?
I guess so. And this meta is really flexible. Like, you can even pick damage and at the same time, you can also adjust to tank heroes. But I can just say that this one is kind of confusing. So this might be the interesting meta for now.
So do you think it's the most interesting lane?
All of the roles right now are really flexible, so the meta in general, I guess it is.
Okay, so in general, everything's quite interesting. EXP laners now, are they going to go for more, tank build? I mean, considering now that we're seeing a lot more assassins in the jungle?
Let's see later.
Okay. So it might be something secret from TLPH, but of course, good luck for your next matchup. Do you have anything to say to your opponents today, Aurora?
I just want to say good luck, and especially to my former coach, Midnight. I'll see you there.
All right. Once again, thank you, Sanford, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Former coach Midnight just adding a little bit of spectacle to this already dramatic battle between Aurora and Team Liquid. Brigitte, how do you feel about Sanford going in, calling JP the GOAT? Do you think he got that one wrong, or?
I mean, you can have your personal opinions, I guess. So maybe it's a different GOAT for him, but yeah. So
I mean, Brigitte doesn't have a lot of opinion on Sanford in general.
Yeah.
Like, they work with each other. She sees some plays. She thinks like he's okay. Like Sanford is pretty good. JP is also pretty good.
Okay.
But in all seriousness, Team Liquid is gonna be the final boss. We're gonna see how they perform. But considering that Selangor Giants also had difficulties earlier, we gotta see if Team Liquid will experience the same thing or not.
yeah, because this day really feels like it's gonna be the go the distance day.
Yep.
Yeah.
You wanted it to happen in the last two series, but we had to witness it in the first one, and I really can't help but feel like there's a high chance we do it all over again here in the second one.
It does feel that way, and you kind of pit these two conversations against one another, and it's one team who's defending a title, one team who is trying to get over the hump, and what better opportunity, the biggest international stage available until you guys hit the M Series later on this year. One of the things I always thought was interesting is people who are trendsetters, and you've seen it through Midnight, and you've seen it through Aurora entirely. Well, I felt like it was time for us to catch up with Luna as well from Aurora and see how they felt about coming into this new assassin-heavy meta, and also MSC 26.
So I was wondering, this next matchup is going to be very intense. And obviously you guys have history with one another. How was your preparation going up against a strong EXP laner like Sanford?
I didn't had a special preparation for them. We just prepared for 1 month in boot camp. We will try our best. We just prepared good in boot camp, but there's no special preparation.
Okay, no special preparation, but in general, you guys prepared in Malaysia during your boot camp. What did you learn from that boot camp?
We learned quite a lot of things, a lot of heroes, the important things in game, greens. Quite a lot, actually.
Okay, it seems like there's a lot, and obviously you guys studied the meta, right? So what do you think about the meta specifically for the EXP lane?
I think it's quite fine. It's best for the junglers right now, but it's good for EXP lane, I think.
Why do you think it's good for the EXP laners?
Because the heroes Esmer, Uranus, they're quite strong. They're not dying. If you have the good match, you can carry the game easily.
Okay, so Esmeralda, Uranus are heroes that you have mentioned. Do you think we're going to see some damage EXP laners from you today?
There's a quite chance, yeah, you can see it. Also from Sanford, we can probably see it because they're good. Paquitos, Arlots, they're quite popular right now.
Okay, going to be very exciting matchup later on, ladies and gentlemen. But coming into this again, you're up against Sanford. You've been up against them for quite some time, and it feels like they have a kryptonite to you. It feels like they're the kryptonite. Why is that? What's going on with TLPH and you?
I have no idea. Every single tournament, one time we're gonna face against them. We're pretty sure after this point. Every single tournament we're gonna face them.
Why? Do you know why?
I don't know. We have a kryptonite, like you said.
It seems like they're destined for one another, but are you strong enough, and do you feel like you're strong enough and confident enough to go up against them today and to beat them today?
Yeah, we're quite confident to beat them.
Okay, so this is your day.
Every day is our day.
Every day is Lunar's day. So good luck for your next matchup, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
That is a great answer. And the thing that comes to mind, too, is your name, Luna. You're saying every day is your day. You're claiming the night and the day. I mean, Luna's claiming all aspects of time.
I mean, to be fair, here in France, it's less night and more day.
It's more day. Let's put it that way.
It's more day. But hey, I like to see the confidence coming in from Lunar. And the thing that I like coming in from both interviews, both kind of agree that every single lane is pretty flexible. We might see, like, if the Belleric is open, then more prio for Belleric. If Ling as well as Aurora is open, then more prio for them. But yeah, this is the kind of meta that we can definitely see the hero pool expand quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, even just now, right, we saw the Ruby in the EXP lane, which I think is the first time we saw that. I don't know at how many unique heroes we currently are at after that first series, but it's just looking to go uphill from here.
I mean, we can't kind of avoid this conversation any longer. The GOAT, who many consider to be the GOAT here, Carl Teasy, self-proclaimed, coming off a championship defense. And obviously, when you look at Aurora's pain of running into Team Liquid, the only way to get a little bit of that pain off your shoulders is to say, okay, the team that we lost to won the entire tournament. That's what they were able to say with Team Liquid. But now, you know, what can Carl Teasy do? The question probably not being, does he have the capability, but if he's going to adapt from what he's been known for with his utility jungles into this assassin meta, it's going to prove yet again that he has everything needed to be considered one of the greatest of all time in MLBB.
One of the reasons why Carl is the GOAT is the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because he started his career with an amazing Lancelot time where he was known as the assassin jungler, and he had such a difficult time transitioning into tank, where he had like one season where he was a bit off, but then came back stronger than ever, mastered the tank assassins, and then now he kind of has to re-forget it again and relearn the assassins again, which I think he can. I think he can use the assassins. The question is, can he use the Ling? That's one of the heroes that we rarely see because, again, he's a Lancelot main, right? It's a bit different than Ling.
And have they really adjusted the quote-unquote Liquid Stampede in the current meta already, since it's been a very recent patch? And that's also, I guess, aside from the conversation that, honestly, Liquid, for one, could not doubt the amount of like adaptability they have. They could not get back-to-back championships in MPL if they were not adaptable enough. They also are on the verge of getting another back-to-back if ever their run here is smooth enough. But that's the thing. It's not just one player you really have to look at when it comes to the shift in meta. It's the team as a whole. And as a whole, they've also had changes in their roster as well. They have a new gold laner in their hands. We are about to witness Teddy in another international debut, but this will just add more questions to what we're really looking forward to see against or between Liquid and Aurora.
Man, what version of Teddy are we going to get? Steady Teddy? Scary Teddy? We'll find out here in a moment. That gold lane going to be important, and XP lane as well. I mean, everything kind of blending into what can you do as a squad. And when it comes to a squad's goals, you may be saying, well, winning back-to-back, what does that mean? But coming off an MPL championship and then now winning MSC again has a chance to put Liquid on the golden road. Something that elusive, you know, win that could end up putting them into, I mean, beyond the GOAT conversation as a player, maybe the GOAT conversation as a team.
I mean, the only team that has ever succeeded the golden road is Team Vitality for the women's scene in MWI. Other than that, it has been years, really. Like, from the start of my career, and it's been a long career until now, there's no golden road winner. So if they're able to do it,
this is the start.
Good for you.
That's it? You're gonna get, it took that long? You're just going to give them a thumbs up?
And that's...
My God.
Congratulations. And they were close. They were close, though, to doing that. It was just a couple months back in M7. That was January earlier this year. But again, there's a reason why it's called the elusive title for not just them, but every single team trying to compete here in MLBB, because it's just so hard to get on that streak against these teams, against all these emerging regions as well.
Excited about this matchup?
Excited might be an understatement.
Oui. Baguette. Bonjour.
Baguette.
We're not trying to make fun of French. We love French. I wish I could speak it better. But in Paris, France, there's a moment happening. The excitement is clear. It's in the building. It's palpable. You might be able to sense it even through the screen. It is our defending champion of MSC, Team Liquid, taking the stage versus Aurora Gaming in just a moment. Our second series of Group B, the Group of Death, begins right now.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh my, match one was an absolute banger to watch. The first full series that we have gotten this group stages, and Milosh, SRG losing like that was tough.
I'm just going to say, yes, it was tough, but kudos to Pro Esports for doing this. It's kind of this long-standing story of when will it happen a Cambodian team is able to fight back in this, and they were the ones to pull it off. A day in MLBB history has kicked off today.
I agree, and as we enter the second match, we elevate the heat here in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalries, join me in welcoming Team Liquid! The defending champions of MSC is here on a mission. Defend their title and bring it home once again. But as they face their friendly foes, will they serve or be served?
Serve or be served. We're clocking that one. A tough fight, but again, it's Team Liquid. Their opponents, though, they have a lot to prove. Please join me in welcoming Aurora Gaming! Their performance at M7 rocked the MLBB world, and they've only looked better since then. They might face a tough opponent today, but clearing hurdles has been their single focus on the road to MSC playoffs.
Yes, Milosh, they have met each other countless of times in the land of Dawn, but as usual, only one will prevail. The question is, who is it this time around?
We keep asking the question. We're going to figure it out. Please, gentlemen, Aurora, please, Team Liquid, you may place your keys. You may get ready and shake your hands in the middle. We'll see if they'll actually go for the full shake. It'll be the full respect play between our two captains here. And it's gotta be. There it is. We're ready to go. My friends, Team Liquid playing, Aurora on the other side. Let's send it to our panel and kick things off.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. We're back and ready for our second series of the day to begin the beautiful matchup between Team Liquid, defending MSC champions of 25, now against Team Aurora Gaming, who are trying to figure out if they've brought enough to this meta to surprise the Giants and get over this mountain that has been Liquid standing in their way, Brigitte.
And if it's just about whatever they have in store for us in this series, then I will just not have specific expectations, especially if it's Aurora, because they've been always constantly introducing these more unorthodox approaches to games, and we already touched on it earlier too. The fact that they were probably one of the first to try the Eudora or maybe something else like a Selena later on.
Well, there's a new interactive effect in the shop. Happy Rhino Day. You guys can check that out right now. I know many of you, like me, are probably playing some MLBB whenever you get a chance. I played a bunch of ranked last night. If you're in game, maybe even in this... Man, you lost? Dang, bro.
Oh, did that?
Maybe you don't want to show that one. Just hold on himself.
I think that was against Carl, if
no
I'm not
way.
mistaken.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
Yeah, because it was on a Cho. He often does a 1v1. Maybe
Really?
he got lucky and got to play against him a day previously.
Anyways, gentlemen, and yes, I mean gentlemen, don't show the notes! No! Don't show the notes! No! That's a lot of information. Okay, all good now.
That was chicken scratch, guys. I couldn't read any of those notes. There's no way anyone's picking up on that.
Well, anyways, the unique hero so far has been 45.
Oh.
So that's gonna be good. Shout outs to Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. That's his name. That's what we keep calling him. Like every night we call him, he's like, "Hey, Mr. Big Brain Man," and then we just end the call. He has been annoyed, but you know what's he gonna do? D&D.
Truly, Midnight has brought, in some ways, you guys have talked to him, and I think the word on the street is that this Eudora pick has kind of come in as an answer that Aurora Gaming have worked on with him. And obviously an MPL caster, analyst, knows a lot about the game, has brought that expertise here against Liquid. But, Brigitte, the bigger question is, do they do enough? I mean, is there enough to really outplay it? We even saw, SRG, you can have the right draft, but the comfort on the heroes ends up being the difference in a tight match.
Yeah, but I think another question is, what is Liquid's comfort right now in the current meta? What have they been working on, and what do they feel suits their play style, because we haven't really seen them perform in the current patch that we're in. The most recent one being in maybe Asian Games, but even then that was a different one. Like you could still see more utility rather than assassins during that time.
Even during that time, it does seem like they were, I would say, trying to grow into the patch to the point where, interestingly enough, they went for a gold lane hyper carry where it's just scary Teddy. Everyone else, from Carl to Sanford to Sanji to JP, all of them were utility to the point where JP was using a healer in Matilda in just protecting Teddy. Though I do have to say, it worked out very well. Teddy on a carry is properly disgusting. But again, a different meta. It might be different now.
Sometimes I just want to interject this because I have the benefit of not having seen all of these games that you guys have. So I am coming in with no prejudice in some ways as well. The game that SRG, in the first tight contest we saw, Innocent had maybe the biggest impact in the gold lane. And I think we focused a lot on assassins, and that can, from experience in some ways, LaFell, be a trap potentially, because a gold lane that is popping off is still a win condition. And if you're setting yourself up for a win condition like that and maybe saying, we'll give you priority in the jungle, but we're going to take something that feels comfortable, is that another route that in these tight contests we might see a meta, start to develop around?
For sure. We have to see in the draft who's going to be position 1, right? Because we've seen pro esports that position 1 being the jungler. All the farm goes to him. He's going to be the carry. That's why we're interested to see whether Team Liquid, the position 1, is it going to be Carl or is it going to be Teddy? Because, again, Carl is an assassin user. I want him to be position 1, but that means the draft is going to change quite a bit. And you were talking about gold lane. We're going to talk about Aurora in TNZ. TNZ as a jungler. Even when assassins are not meta, that guy popped off to the point where we believe, like, hey, maybe assassins are good even when it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, so much mind games. I think we're expecting more mind games here in this draft, but also I just want to note that it's flying clouds, LaFell. Liquid barely lose when they're on flying clouds. I think there was a clean record during MPL even. They had a loss though, I think that was an Asian Games, but other than that, this should be a map that favors them.
Raymond, this is already an interesting opener here where Team Liquid, they're already batting out 2 assassins. They're batting out the Fanny and they're batting out the Ling. So they're not going to be opting for that one just yet. I don't know whether this means they will be using a utility jungler or just go back to Lancelot in the jungle. But look at Aurora. They're batting out the Zushin as well as 2 tanks. They ban out the Atlas and the Marcel.
Coming into this, if you're thinking assassins are the meta, you ban out Fanny, you ban out Ling. Does that mean you're expecting Aurora to pick Hirara here?
Oh yeah, honestly, that's an amazing first pick. And maybe Liquid will try to counter with the Eudora, considering that it's open. Because I feel like Aurora, if they pick up the Eudora first, then Team Liquid's like, I mean, that we just don't use assassins. Right? Simple as that.
And you might want to be a bit more careful in terms of revealing their more vulnerable heroes going up against a team like Team Liquid, but they're taking their time. It's not just an automatic lock on the Hirara as opposed to what we've brought up. But other than the Hirara, again, the Freya too is available. So this is going to be the choice, a good flex for Aurora.
Now the Hirara potentially picked up by Carl TZ if he likes. But obviously the Freya, a strong pickup for Aurora Gaming. How will Team Liquid respond to this?
And also this opens up for Aurora. Not only does it mean that you can put it in the EXP or the gold, but also enable a double fighter setup where maybe you can have like a Yisun Shin as a hyper carry. For now, Team Liquid shows up the Eudora and now with the Esmeralda as well. So they're kind of asking Aurora, pick up the Hirara, we have an answer. But as we saw in the previous game, if you're a good Hirara, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, and they can still flex this hero to a different lane if they just do not want to face that matchup head on. If they don't want the Freya into the Esmeralda, and if they'd rather have a much more comfortable setup for them. But the Hirara that we were talking about goes over to TNZ this time. I think he is likely to be one of the best performing junglers on this kind of hero.
Agreed.
Definitely as an assassin specialist, but even the Belleric. So, okay, now we're starting to see the idea behind Liquids. It's not a Lancelot going next, it's a Yisun Shin.
Yeah, because I was looking at Yisun Shin as a possible pickup for either team here because I feel like both teams, one of the, I would say, advantages that they both have is they know how to slow the game. They know how to make it 18 minutes, 20 minutes, so you need an enabler for that one. So the Yisun Shin is probably going to be position 1 for Team Liquid here. So Carl should be having a good game knowing Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think my question right now here for Liquid though is, granted the Yi Sun-shin in the jungle, is it likely we see the Esmeralda still considered a flex and they just opting to go for a different XP lane? Because if they want to put it in gold and just revolve around the Yi Sun-shin, I think that could be a fairly probable game plan for them as well. Considering that right now Aurora might just go heavy on team fighting as well. It's a Belleric in the roam that you're seeing.
And that Belleric proved to be so valuable on the side of Pro Esports and helped them get 2 out of those 3 games to take down SRG, sending them to the lower side of the bracket. It's a strong matchup so far. Harara, Belleric, Freya, probably are some of our highest picked, also highest win rate heroes so far in this game. Haven't seen a lot of YSS, but I mean, you put it on Carl Teasy in the jungle, you're probably feeling confident.
And wouldn't the Lilia ban also suggest that they might want to go for that route?
Yeah,
it's
have more tanks, yes.
Yeah, because if they want just more melee, more close range targets, then they definitely would have to take that out.
Yep. And also, you know, like Lilia is good against a lot of tanks and also a lot of wave clear. So maybe that's also something that they're trying to punish for Aurora, making sure that whatever picks they do have, the wave clear isn't going to be great. And now a targeted ban. They ban out the Selena. And this is one of Rosa's pick where Selena kind of doesn't care about the meta. It only cares, are you good enough, right? A good Selena will always make it work. But now we're looking at Aurora as well. They're banning out the Cho, which is, again, one of JP's best heroes. Other than that, there's still the Matilda, there's still the Gato Kacha, Hylo. There's so many picks that JP can utilize here.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't seen much of the utility roamers just yet. The more support type, healer type roamers. And maybe, I guess, next to that, if we're talking JP, if they really want to go play around this season, then maybe another revitalized roam would just be next in terms of hierarchy, in terms of their options.
Yeah, the only question is it going to be a Hylos or a Gato Kacha if you do want to go for that revitalize? And now the carry gets banned out as well. So they've looked at the Asian games and they feel like it could still be the case of Scary Teddy just go on that carry. And now the Gato Kacha, again, one of JP's best heroes, has been picked up. So looks like Team Liquid, they have adjusted to the meta, but they haven't strayed away from their identity.
That's true. It's still very Liquid, like the picks you're seeing right now. It's just, I guess, Aurora that we're looking at for more potential surprises, because we're waiting for their mid lane as well as their potential EXP or gold. You're not sure where the Freya is going exactly just yet, but in terms of mid lane options that might just work out for them here,
I feel like they kind of need a gold laner because they're going up against a Yi Sun-shin. Something like a Claude would be pretty good because Claude's one of those heroes that can dive. And a Rafaela gets picked up. So this is going to be Belleric in the EXP. So Freya in the gold. Wow. So what, did it go Kimmy just so that they have a long range damage dinner? This is new. And the Uranus. Midnight, what are you?
It's a mid lane Rafaela. What?
Midnight, what are you cooking? Yeah, this is a mid Rafaela. Oh, this is...
Hey.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Wow, wow, wee, wow, wow, wee, wee.
Why is this, at this point, something that we're not expecting from Midnight? Why is it catching us off guard so much?
We're not expecting from anyone. This is... I can see
it's Big Brain Midnight.
It's Mr. Big Brain Man. Midnight.
Maybe the utility healer type we were suggesting was something I expected more from Liquid rather than Aurora.
This is the kind of draft that kind of says we're playing for TNZ, right? All the heals, all the peels, everything goes to Harara. So who knows, this Harara might even go for a Sky Piercer, considering there's a lot of heal, there's a lot of crowd control, and now the Claw gets picked up by Team Liquid. So let me just say this, if Aurora somehow gets a very good early game, Team Liquid is gonna suffer for the fact that Claw needs farm, the Yi Sun-shin needs farm, Esmeralda also kinda needs farm. So if Aurora has a good early game, Liquid might be in trouble.
Yeah, I'm also worried. It's a very annoying lineup to go up against if you are Liquid at this point. There are just ways to speed up. There's just the Wrath of Dryad that could just catch you and stop you in your tracks if you don't dive in. So timings are very crucial heading into this game.
Well, heading into our second series of the day, it's the defending MSC champions for MLBB, Team Liquid versus Aurora Gaming. Let's see if the sparks will fly as expected as we send it over to our casters here, Trex and Naisu.
Here we go. This is going to be an interesting one. Off the bat, off the rip, Trex, after an amazing Series 1 to start off Day 2 with MSC. Here we are with a draft that's out of left field. I don't even know if it's in the field, man. This is so far from what we're used to seeing with the hands of Coach Midnight and Aurora Gaming here. When was the last time you thought you'd see a Raphael in the mid?
It's been a while. Maybe there was a sprinkle in M5? Maybe we saw a little bit of heal then, but I feel like, definitely saw some in M4 with all the utility jungle. Yeah. But outside of that, it's been a very, very, very long time. I have been wondering about this, if we're going to start to see some classic, Ube in a sense.
Yes.
With such heavy assassin junglers coming back, sometimes that is the answer. Sustainability, steamroll, group up, and just power through. But the thing is, with something like Aurora, it's a little different than what you would classically see with that. Normally you see the utility jungler paired up with that.
This is a different flavor, I'd say, but leave it to a team like Aurora Gaming, from Turkey to go ahead and bring this kind of strategy to play. I think that's one of the big things. Even when you look at the emblems, the Rafaela looks to go ahead and obviously have a little bit more on that cooldown for the heal. Depending on the build, too, that Rosa is going to go, is what I'm interested in. What do you build here on that Rafaela to go in the mid lane, supplement this strategy that you're going with? And you have a lot of durability here. Some poking for KarlTzy and Pagu.
Also, the Rafaela, you get the revive now? It's been a couple months since the revamp on that. It's no longer the big stun on that ult. You get to bring one of your teammates back to life, essentially. So even more sustainability in terms of how long you want to drag out a team fight. The target could literally be anyone on the team, honestly. Anyone on Aurora's side could benefit from that. You bring back the Uranus, you bring back the Beleric, you bring back Siggy Boomer TNZ. It could all be a good play.
Ooh. Good little flicker burn there. Battle spell down for Sanji off of that. First turtle is going to be up here to second, too. So both teams getting into movement for that turtle. One thing I would say, because of the nature of the compositions, expect long team fights, right? I think that's the biggest thing. You're used to seeing really high speed, high stakes team fights, but with these kind of compositions, both sides, and a revitalize for JP, hold on. Speaking of,
nice dive into the mid, TNZ able to get the turtle. KarlTzy on the run, look at the damage coming out from the side of Aurora. One more shot into Sanji, and Sanji finally falls his first blood over to Lunar. But in the midst of that, TNZ drops.
And there's a respawn, right? So that's what we're talking about. That revive is going to play a part, play a role throughout the game here. But yeah, objective secured by Aurora. They're going to go ahead and try to put some pressure on KarlTzy to get his buff, but he's going to go ahead and get that just fine. But as we saw from that last fight, that's what I wanted to point out. JP's revitalize in this sense is pivotal because he needs to extend the team fight for the team. You got to go ahead and deal with the heals that are coming out from that Rafaela pick for Rosa. But not only that, but being able to kind of weave in and out of the fights because of the Beleric, being able to, cast that Rapid Drive, lock down these members of TL, you could get stopped in your tracks, and that's not where you want to be here. So the timing on being able to extend team fights are crucial for TL.
All right, so Aurora, though, getting that first turtle. Even though they lose TNZ, levels still very similar between KarlTzy and TNZ. Sanford able to get that kill. Lunar able to get a kill for themselves. So both the XP laners benefiting from that last fight. But still, we're already seeing how Aurora can just kind of bully TL away in some of those big 5v5s. The only thing they're going to have to watch out for, I think at this point, is Sanford getting to that back line, something that he is so good at.
So the Esmeralda does really well. Good item pickup already here for Rosa. Flask of the Oasis locked in, helping with that sustainability that we're really talking about. It's a highlight of this lineup, and this was kind of thrown out there, right? With the kind of theory crafting out there about after this patch, would we see these healing roams pop up? And I know it's, this time it's in the hands of Rosa, but you could think about how dynamic a lineup can be now with the Rafaela, and even, for example, maybe a Matilda mid we see in the future. Eztez, of course, still being one of those heroes that comes into mind with this kind of concept, but second turtle is up. Let's see if this one will once again go over to Aurora. KarlTzy is going to make his way, but he might be here a little bit too late for this take.
Yeah, he's not going to go for it. He is going to back off. He takes a lot of damage from Lunar, gets a stun onto him. JP getting a little vision as well. Sanford not going to fully commit, but Aurora wants to take the fight. A big Mountain Shocker onto multiple members, getting the stun. Aurora decides not to go for this orange buff. They are going to back off.
This is one of those things, Trex, where it's like, okay, Team Liquid knows the play here with this type of, your claw needs to go ahead and build up. You got to get those items here. Good flicker burnt.
they have to choose their fights really carefully, and that's one of the difficult things. You can play off the Eudora, that stun that you get packed in. Even the Fork Lightning is great, good for poking, but you're essentially, to get a kill for Team Liquid isn't the main focus right now. They need to go ahead and just let them scale themselves up on this kind of lineup.
If there's a team that can channel patience outside of Team Liquid or some other teams, Aurora is definitely one of them. They're not trying to force fights here. They're getting objectives. They're playing the map slowly. They're looking for the slow burn, the slow kill right now, and that is going to start to scale a little bit. You have the Freya, you have this heal, and the fact that it is a mid lane Rafaela, not a roamer, that's going to actually start to benefit. She's going to benefit from some of those items and maybe even output a little bit of damage as this game goes on. Team Liquid does have some skill of their own. And I mean, this is probably one of the slowest games we've seen so far in groups.
I was going to say, very different from our previous matchup, but here we go.
Big AOG connects, does get the knock up, but Tianzi finds Sanji the backside. Carl Teasy not able to get away. Lunar gets the kill. JP gonna be next, chopped off, taken out, and Sanford falls as well. A double kill into the hands of Tianzi. Aurora take a huge lead 6 minutes in.
And that is the power of this lineup. You saw it right there, the amount of heals, the amount of movement speed. As we look at the replay here from STC, this pressure was around that purple buff. Pagu made his way around, but crashing in under the tier 1 turret and getting to lock down these members, but then just outlast Team Liquid. That's what the power play is for this kind of composition. This is why it ends up working out. And you can see the men behind it for this one. This concept is working for Aurora as they get now the third and last turtle of this game.
This is what I mean when I say we are just unpacking the meta.
Yeah.
The layers are still peeling off right now, and we still got a long way to go till we figure out exactly what is what. And Coach Midnight's showing it right now. We have the Raphael, and it is working beautifully. Definitely we can't count TL out just yet, but the fact that Aurora is up 4K right now, 2 towers, TL has been unable to take anything. If they can keep this lead past the first Lord, that is unheard of.
Again, this was a big thing, for a lot of people coming into this year's MSC here at EWC 26 was, just where would the meta be? How would the current contenders for that championship and the defending champions themselves adapt to a meta that's quite different, right? Just from last year alone, just from a few months ago for a lot of people. And it's already showing here. Oh, no.
Oh, no escape from that one. Teddy will go down. Aurora looking for new targets now into the mid side. Carl Teasy just wants to get his camps. But Aurora want more. They want to come for this tower wave, crashing down the mid, and look at the grab. A lot of damage on a TL. Into the backside, Aurora able to push Sanji away, and Ziggy Boom locks on. JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
Aurora is relentless in this game, and they'll get another as Sanford is the next to fall.
I thought for sure they were done, but now they're under towers. TNG with a triple in the face of Team Liquid. In the face of a holy defense, they're jumping under towers.
Man, oh man, who would have thought this is what you'd see in an opening matchup here for Team Liquid, and now they're desperately trying to hold on to the mid tower.
And they're still under it. The heal is insane. Tower shots to the face. They're immortal right now.
Can they end it?
I think they can. Minions down the mid side. Down goes Sanford. They're gonna pile onto Carl Teasy, and they're gonna pile onto this crystal. It's a wave still coming. They gotta wait for it. Death counters.
They gotta wait for the minions. They're gonna make their way slowly here as they put on a show for us. Team Liquid, can they defend it still?
JP and Sanji are up. AOG comes out, wave of minions comes out as well. Aurora can't fully overcommit, a big stun coming in from Sanji, but they fall. JP, Sanji down for the count. Aurora Gaming don't want to waste any time. Sanford dives in with a falling star moon. It's another wave coming. Will Aurora stay here?
Okay, they bought some time. They cleared things out, but man, the stacks right now on TNZ are insane, and they're looking to end.
They're gonna keep on going. They're not gonna give it up. Finally able to lock onto the base. TNZ will help Aurora take game number 1.
What a statement this is for the entire teams competing here at MSC. I mean, even Aurora Gaming is, they're smiling about this. This draft, again, is not what you expect, and it was executed perfectly from the mind of Coach Midnight back there and the rest of Aurora Gaming. This is, hey, as you said, Trex, the meta right now, it's pretty much wide open.
In the great words of LaFell, wow, wow, wee, wow, wow, wee,
wow,
wee.
wow, wee, wow.
All I gotta say is that the possibility of Aurora winning the game is definitely possible. But dominating? What was the time on that? That was under 10 minutes, I feel like. Maybe a little bit more. But the fact that they didn't just win that, TL never held a clutch on that game at all.
My goodness. As you look at the highlights here from SDC, you can see it. You know, they're just, it seemed like the switch just flipped. And a lot of that switch had to do for TNZ. And we know TNZ is a phenomenal jungler. He's surprised us so many times. And even with this, don't give this guy the Herrera, man. Because he was max stack early on, and then when they went into the space, you could see Team Liquid just kind of knew there's not much that we can do about this. It's just too much overloading happening here. So I know the studio has to break this one down. Let's go ahead and throw it over to them to see what they have to say.
Sometimes there is a lot to say. Sometimes there's just a lot to look at. And that's a 9-minute win for Team Aurora Gaming. And I think that this certainly was a surprise for many of them and many of us heading into it. As we welcome you back to the desk to start breaking it down, we've got Brigitte and LaFell with me. I'm your host, Rain Day. And, you know, as we look at this, guys, it was... I think it was really well put by the casters. We expected a win was possible for Aurora, Brigitte, but we didn't think this was going to happen.
Yeah, but the draft, I think, maybe made me feel like I was leaning more towards the possibility of Aurora winning. Just because of how unexpected, how surprising it was, and how much it countered, or not necessarily countered, but made things difficult for the lineup that Liquid put out.
And Liquid with an 88% vote on your match pick'ems results. Make sure to keep giving us those ideas. Liquid obviously in the majority, but Aurora with that 12% surprise. That's what Midnight does though, isn't it?
Honestly though, like I said during the draft, this is kind of what I saw coming. Two things, because I said that Herrera's going to be position 1, and then she's going to be using Sky Piercer because there's a lot of support. And like I said, with the draft that Team Liquid has, Esme is going to be farming, Claude's going to be farming, Yeast and she's going to be farming. So if somehow Aurora gets a very good early game, there was no chance that Liquid could really come back into the game.
Yeah, the fact that they had to take their time a bit, had to play it slow, we failed to see the synergies that you would expect from this lineup. The way that they would just layer their skills all together, because you really can't expect them to be on the same or at the same place at the same time. They had to take their time. So even when, let's say, you get to actually land an AOG or 2 or maybe a Falling Storm Moon, and even Sanji, it doesn't matter, because I feel like the damage is not just going to be enough.
I'm still on the Belleric train. Again, this is 3 out of 4 games that Belleric has won today. And Pagu looked great on it as well. Uranus also really, really strong. But you're right. It was really the surprise came out with the Rafaela and the Rosa. How did that look for you, LaFell? What was the impact of it? And do you have to deal with it now if that's something Midnight's going to pull out again with Aurora Gaming?
The crazy thing is, it's not just the Rafaela. There are other picks possible, because here's the thing. Rosa still went for the Flask of the Oasis. Once the Flask of the Oasis got picked up, they're waiting for another item, and that was the Sky Piercer coming in from the Herrera. Once they have both of them, the game was over, because number one, there's too much damage from Aurora, and there's nothing that Liquid could do. And then the healing, as well as the shields coming in from Aurora, there's too much. There's nothing Liquid can do. And number 3, the draft coming in from Liquid, they don't have the wave clear. They have to wait for 3 items on the clock, then they have the wave clear, because that's one of the weaknesses of Eudora. Eudora is good against heroes, not so much against minions.
Yeah, and the way that they just drafted this and played this was just so you could see TNZ move faster around the map, farm faster, and end the game faster eventually. Because of just the, again, Rafaela and the Belleric just allowing him to do whatever he wants. I feel like that could not apply for Liquid, despite it being a revitalized lineup, despite it being very identical to the Liquid draft that we're so familiar with. This was just a different problem entirely that you had to deal with.
I mean, I think Golden Road, let's not even talk about that. Let's just get on the road. I mean, currently they're stopped on the side with a tire that's flat, and they're trying to figure out what has gone wrong. Hopefully they have a spare idea coming into it, because Aurora Gaming have caught them off guard. Are defending champions, trying to go back-to-back in Liquid. Surprised, maybe even stunned, many would say, watching how that first game turned out under 10 minutes. And they have gone back in for another 10-minute break. LaFell, you had a lot to obviously say about that, but what can you show us about what went right and what went wrong for both Aurora Gaming and Liquid in game one?
Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Brigitte, you're on the clock.
Yeah, so for now, we have to go back into the draft and talk about how this really worked out and why it really counters what Team Liquid wanted to do. Because here's the thing, it's not that Liquid drafted wrong, it's just that Aurora, like we keep saying, thank you very much, by the way. And you see how
it's such a good telestration segment. Everyone's cheering for you.
There you go. Because here's the thing. Midnight, the thing is, he knows Liquid, he can roughly predict how they're going to draft, so they just draft around you if you want to go in.
At this point, you're not even doing telestration. You could hold your mic at this point.
Okay. There you go. So
it's like, what's it?
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing where this is going to be position 1. By the way, I don't know whether they're angry at me or they're cheering for me at this point. I have no idea. So this is position 1 coming in from the Harara. And one of the weaknesses of the draft coming in from Liquid is that this, and this needed farm. So if you have 3 members that needs farm, only 2 members can defend. And let me just say, these 2 cannot defend when it comes to the minions. So it became a point where the damage coming in from Harara is just a little bit too much, and there's nothing that Liquid can do. We're going to be looking at a clip here. Hold on. All right. So we're looking at mostly the damage as well as the sustain coming in from Aurora. Look at how, in terms of TNZ going in, he is basically going up against 4. Now, usually that's not such a great idea, but what if he just doesn't die? What if he just does too much damage and then there's nothing much that they can do? Because at this point, TNZ has 3 stacks or 30 stacks. Oh, perfect. 30 stacks of Sky Piercer. And let me just tell you, Rainday, for you and for everyone else.
Yes, please.
If you have 30 stacks on the Sky Piercer, you basically can go in 1v3. The reason why you can go 1v4 is because of that heal. We're going to be looking at the clip here and look how instantly that they were able to get this win, and then the Rapid Riot as well as we can see that Sigibum just goes in and destroys the backline. I would say we're looking at the 8-minute mark, but honestly, the second to third, that was checkmate. That was when Aurora already won the game. And not to mention, this is Flying Clouds maximizing Rosa using this Rafaela, where on the passive, you can revive one of your teammates. And now with the Flying Clouds, you get onto the stage much, much faster. So thank you very much, Brigitte. That's basically the telestrator.
That was good.
It was a very short game, but perfect execution coming in from Aurora, utilizing the strengths of their draft and the weakness of Liquid's draft. And again, shout outs to my boy for holding the mic. You did a good job even though you forgot to do it.
Hey, I still did a good job.
Hey,
she was interpreting what you were saying,
I was holding it. Yeah, and remember how you were...
She's the banana, I'm the potato.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, wait, actually that does work.
What?
You're going off the rails, LaFell.
I don't know where that...
He's got too much screen time, guys. This is getting crazy.
Yeah, I feel like everyone wants Brigitte. So you want to talk?
Okay. Rain Day. What was I saying?
To me?
Oh, yeah, I was saying something before this. But remember how you were asking us on our thoughts on whether or not Aurora are actually capable of doing it this time around. Mm-hmm. And we were both on the same page that yes, there's a chance, and we might slightly be leaning towards that. Game number 1, I think, significantly skewed our expectations for this series, but again, this is Liquid. This is Liquid, and mid-series adaptation is nothing new to them. Let's just hope that there does come significant adjustment, because I do agree that was a draft that demanded so much and was really difficult to pull off.
And it's kind of rare that we've seen this in this tournament so far in our first couple of days, where draft has almost like a gotcha moment, a moment that you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. Liquid might have been caught off guard, and they might have realized that and gone,
I mean, everyone caught off guard.
I mean, it's like they caught you. If you catch all 3 of the people up here plus all of Liquid off guard, you have a chance to win. And if you do that, well, Liquid might have realized that, hey guys, we have to wrap this one up. Let's do our best, but we need to become come into game 2 much more prepared, because guess what? If they do not win here against Aurora Gaming, they're going to be sent to the lower side of the bracket. And that means one more loss could send the defending champions right back home.
I got to say, Brigida, we're talking about the Liquid Stampede. At this point, we got to talk about the Aurora Avalanche, because look at how much they just charged in.
Yeah.
They were an unstoppable force of nature. And I got to say, like, a horse probably doesn't like snow.
I guess so.
We have to ask a horse. We have to find one first. I don't know how much horses they have in France.
Oh, I saw one.
Oh, you saw one?
I saw one.
Oh, cool.
Maybe 2 stations away from our hotel, but there are horses.
All right, we'll ask the camera crew to follow us for us to ask the horse, do you like or dislike snow?
But it does snow here, so they should be able to.
I still haven't experienced snow.
Same, but it nonetheless, it doesn't make it any easier for the horse. So again, we do have quite some questions heading into this draft. Even if it were on flying clouds, it did not necessarily work out for Liquid the way we expected it to be. And I just can't help but think back, because during that moment wherein they brought out the Rafaela, there were just a multitude of options that we were considering. Maybe something along the lines of the Louis, even if they're just talking about wanting to go up against compositions that are forced to group together, but instead they do it with a completely different approach. And that I'm really starting to like from Aurora, the way that the big brain decisions in draft just suddenly come in. So it's gonna be a task right now for Liquid. Now that they're on blue side, they're the ones who will be choosing this, I believe. But we have a fun fact.
And we do. Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler at MSC is TNZ.
Oh.
We just saw that proven pretty well in game 1. As for second and third, I'd put Carl TZ and Kyle. Those two are interchangeable.
I mean, like, based on that early performance, hey, you know what?
Hey.
He's right. And looking at this game, I wonder if Aurora, they want to stay the same or... hold on. Liquid now showing up with the link. Carl wants to prove everyone wrong by saying, hey, I can use the link.
Yeah, and hey, the Eudora ban that Aurora put out just now somewhat helps them in just confidently picking that up. But just the same, I don't think they feel any less confident about the responses that they went with. The Atlas and the Valentina, I feel, are really good pickups. The first time we see the Atlas open today, honestly, and it's going to be paired up with the Valentina, who I think is, again, one of the better heroes to fare up against the Ling.
And here's the priority on the Belleric. We also saw the Valentina picked in that game SRG against the Belleric. It didn't do enough.
Yep.
And so this is something that Aurora is trying to say, we like the idea, we think we can execute it better, we'll allow the Belleric to go through and grab the Atlas now that it's available, as Ling, Belleric, and the third pick about to be chosen for Team Liquid, trying to get on a good start here.
I gotta say, Brigida, I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this draft crazy. Already showing your roam, already showing your mid. Well, I guess Valentina can go to the EXP depending on certain matchups, but I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this crazy. My only question is, who's gonna be the jungle? Because the Fanny's banned, Aurora's banned, as well as the Ling has been banned. Those are the top picks in the jungle. There's still the Nolan, Yisun Shin, the Hayabusa, all in my opinion, quite viable. Just not entirely sure which one they're going to pick up, because before this, going up against the Ling, they do like to use the Hayabusa, but the Hayabusa is a little bit different now, shorter range, so not as effective as before. It's still strong, just not as crazy as before.
Because that was the hero to at least match the Ling ever since. It was always been the Hayabusa Ling matchup, but considering right now that it will be much difficult to get out, since the heroes that Liquid currently are on could do fairly well in terms of chase. I think they would just opt to save their jungler for later and instead lock in the Paquito. They can take out the Esmeralda from this point onwards if ever they really just don't want to have that matchup. But I can't help but feel like even the Belleric is something we're not entirely sure of if it's going into Rome.
It could go EXP, but personally for me, it just doesn't feel like a Sanford kind of hero.
That's true.
I feel like he drives a bit better when he can dive. Doesn't matter to the jungle, mid, or goal. I feel like a stationary hero for Sanford kind of wastes his potential, wastes his talent.
And I just feel like a lot of us would rather not see these really active XP laners on the likes of Uranus and Esmeralda. Fortunately, the Uranus is gone, but the Esmeralda is still on the board.
They're banning the Uranus. Uranus is an EXP laner. Paquito is known as an EXP laner. So does this mean this Paquito is a flex? It could go to the gold or to the jungle?
Honestly, if you're up against Aurora, I don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? Big Brain Midnight. Big Brain Man Midnight. BBMM. Big Brain Man Midnight.
Okay.
He's trying, man.
Okay, he's trying.
The rule is never to do math live on broadcast, and that was close.
I mean, you
to
don't
it.
have to be smart to be an analyst. You just have to be confident.
Oh, okay. Even the board taken out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the Uranus ban of all bans here?
I feel like it could go to the jungle.
So you think a Paquito jungle was...
Or gold.
Oh, right. Gold might be because the way that they're not banning out the Esmeralda...
Yeah.
Might they consider having them both on their side? Because does Liquid sense a possibility that that might be the plan?
Horse's sense is tingling, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to ban the Esmeralda. It's not like Esmeralda. Actually, no. Esmeralda can still do good against Liquid's lineup here. It must be so difficult to draft against a team like Aurora. It makes you overthink. And have you overthink Esmeralda ban?
Okay.
They're on the same page here, Brig. Your overthinking has helped them out.
So we're all overthinking right now.
Do you like to overthink, Brigida?
I don't want to, but I'm forced to.
You're forced to
I'm forced to overthink right now because of what Aurora did in game number 1, and understandably so. Liquid, hopefully it's not too much of being reactive that we're getting to see from them right now, because at least for now, their first 3 picks look solid, but the Harley... Okay, in a way, an assassin.
Yeah. Magic assassin.
Magic assassin?
Yeah.
Not as great as the Ling, but still serviceable for sure. So now Liquid, after seeing that, at least they know this Paquito is not going to go to the jungle. So it's either gold lane or EXP. But I got to say, that has to be an EXP Paquito, because if they don't have a marksman, imagine, even if they win so hard, they're not going to be able to push. And pushing's kind of important to end the game.
Yeah.
You like pushing, Brigida?
Turrets?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. So you need a turret pusher. Maybe a Brody? A Brody or a Moskov. Either Brody or Moskov should be good here.
Yeah.
More for the Moskov.
2 picks coming up from Liquid.
Oh!
Zetian
and
Arlet.
Oh, this is a very scary draft coming in from Liquid. There's multiple win conditions here. It's going to be quite difficult for Aurora to handle this.
So we're waiting for a gold lane. Likely a gold lane.
Moskov or...
I like the Moskov.
I like the Moskov too. I feel like the Moskov is a safer pick.
Yeah.
Brody is, if you think you can somehow snowball out of control and just end the game before Liquid gets a chance to fight back, but...
What?
The barrage!
Another what?
Midnight.
Wow.
Beep, boom!
How we feeling, Brigida?
Wow,
confused.
Where is it going? Like, who is who? Okay, maybe a Barrett's Roam?
I feel like I need therapy after this.
Or XP? What? Who? Like...
Hey, you know what? Our job is done.
Stunned.
It's gold Paquito.
It's gold Paquito. We'll see how they're going to push out later. But Barats, I've heard, is a good counter towards the artist. So maybe that's just a lane matchup kind of thing. Maybe.
Harley jungle, gold, Paquito, Aurora gaming doing midnight things. My goodness, this series has not disappointed. Let's see if Game 2, Aurora Gaming can close it out and send our defending champions of MSC to the elimination side of the bracket. And for now, with the call, it's Naisu and Trex.
Here we go. Team Liquid Philippines needs this game, and they brought a draft to be able to do that, Trex. But again, it's Aurora Gaming with a little bit of flexibility. Another interesting draft from Coach Midnight as well. What do you think of this one? We saw Barrett's go XP lane in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday.
We saw the fighter meta go into the hands of Team Spirit yesterday, and it worked well.
Yep.
I'm not counting it out at all for Aurora right now. I don't think this is extremely surprising. Yes, it's a little offsetting because we're not used to it, but we have seen it worked. And as I keep on saying, there are a lot of layers to the meta right now, Nice.
I think a lot of people want to see, Carl TZ using the Ling. This hero alone has made waves already in the current meta, but now in the hands of someone as skilled and as prominent as Carl TZ. Let's see how he plays it. This is already some rough pressure, though.
Lunar Flicker dashes in. A lot of damage on Carl TZ. He's left his lane just for the invade. Rosa forced to use a Flicker. little bit of damage onto Sanford. Sanford flickers as well. Everyone backs off.
You see how much is needed to go ahead and protect that early pressure in the jungle, even when the change is here. Now they're going for purple.
Look at the pressure. The stun lands. JP goes down. Pagu gets it. Aurora just not giving up.
They're not giving up, man. They're also going to take more. Take another camp here. TNZ is pretty relentless right now against Carl Tizzy, and this is one of the things you kind of expect to happen when you pick a hero like the Ling. We've seen it in the likes of even previously in our previous match where you go in the opposing Ling's jungle, you put pressure there, you take what you can, you slow him down. And so for Team Liquid, they have to go ahead and supplement that. They have to support Carl Tizzy. He's not really in shape to take this first turtle, but if somehow Team Liquid Philippines can secure it, that kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit here. But look at this, the lockdown again.
Another stun lands on a JP. JP's gonna take a second death within 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Aurora Gaming with over 1,000 gold lead, and they haven't even taken the first turtle yet.
Trex, this is what we're seeing here is just the amount of front line that this lineup has that is just helping TNZ with all the space. They continue on.
The grab and nab, the pull back. Sanford gonna try to vengeance through. Re-engages. JP unable to do anything, but Sanford still falls. Maybe staying a little too long.
Yeah, maybe he should have just disengaged there. I'm not sure if what the move was there, but still it's Aurora building up on that lead, continuing to put pressure on all sides of the map. And this whole time, again, Sigiboom has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this gold lane. Paquito, you know he's gonna hurt when he starts showing up to these fights. And so far, when that next turtle comes up, it's gonna be really dangerous here. They continue to try to delay Carl Tizzy. He needs these buffs. He needs to be able to go ahead and catch up. He's 2 levels down right now against TNZ.
Sanford once again taking a lot of damage. Deadly Magic unable to get the finish. But Aurora everywhere right now, and the Bratz is looking clean. It's bulky. Lunar continues to land those stuns.
Yeah.
Continues to get those pushbacks.
Again, this is just really a smart drafting, but then just excellent execution right now from Aurora Gaming. From game 1 now to game 2, they have stopped the Stampede in its tracks, essentially. Now for Team Liquid, if they want to get back into this game, they need to start making some plays happen here. But the question is, Trex, where do you do that when your jungle's this far behind? You know, you have a Zetian who essentially is able to go ahead and give you some vision, get that little minor stun in. But if you're choosing these fights that you can't win, it's going to further delay you. So I think, again, they find themselves in this situation of game 1 where it's like, do we wait a little bit here? Do we try to scale up into this game?
Lunar is going to go back to base here. And I think, yeah, Team Liquid at this point, they kind of have to. You got to look for Teddy to get some gold. Luckily, he hasn't gone down. Carl Tizzy as well hasn't taken a death. He's lost a purple buff early on in the game. It's why they didn't try to contest on that last turtle. They know that they're a bit behind right now. Not even just a bit, it's almost 3K gold. Will they even try to fight for turtle number 2, honestly?
With that retribution, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So this turtle will go in the hands of Aurora. Right now, it seems like the call is, yeah, just wait. But hold on, Teddy could be in trouble. Luckily, JP is here to keep him secure. Turtle's locked in, though. It's secured. Where's Pagu going to go? This is the best thing that Carl can do, though. Push that bottom side, get some extra gold, but there's a fight.
Not just a fight, a big fight. A nice Wrath of Dryad onto 3 members of Aurora. Sanji able to get the kill, but look at the Fatal Links. And look at the damage. Sanford trying to vengeance through, able to find one. Another. Sanford picking it up, but will eventually drop a double kill before taken out by Sigiboom. While this is happening, though, Carl Tizzy taking a purple buff of his own. They're trying to even the playing field.
Hey, Trex, as bad as things were, at least it wasn't worse here. That was a great Fatal Link setup. As we look at, well, we got a chance to look at the replay here. Look at the Fatal Links after that setup. This could have been way worse, but again, some maneuvering here, some finesse from TL keeps them from getting decimated here under that tier 2 turret. And it also, mind you, allows Carl Tizzy once again to get what he can, takes a buff, because he's got to play the catch-up game here. They need to be able to get just ready for that first Lord once it comes up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them give up the next turtle too. Just again, give that call, do what they can, because they're losing real estate as well on the map, as now some of the tier 1s are falling.
Yeah, and they have to start looking for some pressure on the map. I will say this, You can't count Team Liquid out until after the first Lord, at least in my book. As long as this gold lead stays around 2.5 to 3K, TL will always have a hand to fight with. I'm still waiting for that big moment for Carl Teasy to pop off, though. He's been farming. He's able to come back a little bit. He steals a purple buff. Look at the damage. Does come down onto Lunar. Lunar's able to use the flicker. Tempest of Blades falls as well. And everyone pulled back in. The damage on Aurora is insane. But Evado Links in response. Still not enough as Teddy locks onto Pagu, chasing him down, but there's no escape today. A double kill into the hands of Sanford.
Leave it up to Sanford to make that play. What a final slash he was able to use to set things up, but it's still Aurora. They take down a tier 2 turret. They're finally going to lose the turret in the mid lane, but Aurora now needs to be a little more calculated. They put themselves in that position. They know an Arlot's there, so they got to watch out for that. And so little by little, TL has brought themselves into a position now where maybe they can actually get a turtle, unless still it's that call of give them this one. Let's just get ready for that Lord. JP is going to give that information. Sanji's here as well. They don't want to get caught out here. Carl Teasy's not even a part of this, though, as he wants to push down bot.
Another turtle in the hands of Aurora as Carl Teasy looks for more map control. Team Liquid have dropped that gold deficit down. It's only a 700 gold lead over the hands of Aurora. Sigiboom on the hunt for Carl Teasy. Carl Teasy will be able to get away. On the mid side, Aurora want to reclaim this mid tier 3. Even out playing field. A nice Fatal Links does not connect. Purifies do pop though. Look at the damage onto Lunar. Teddy goes down with Sigiboom over to the backside. He finds 2.
The
Sanford locking on though. Tianzi falls. Double kill for 40. Maybe a triple over to the hands of Sigiboom. Unofficial, but still able to possibly get that final hit. It is a brawl. It is a bloodbath. Aurora and TL. Who would have thought it'd go like this?
Oh, Sanford. Okay, there's not much more I don't think he can do here. Just trying to clear this wave out, but he might take a couple too many hits. Sanford shut down.
A beautiful shutdown into the hands of Sigiboom. The guy is a monster right now. 5-0-2.
Oh man, look at this. There's the replay brought to us by SDC. Look at Sigiboom.
Yeah, comes
he
from the back.
joins this fight from the back, and everybody just lined up there right on target. Again, the bleeding was staunched a little bit because of Sanford's play here. But it's just that case of we're playing from behind. If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you have to be able to make these happen. And now Carl Teasy gets taken down. So not the best timing here for TL to lose their jungler.
I gotta say, Sanford's had some great plays, but there's also been a few times where maybe he stayed a little too long, used a few too many vengeances. Look at Pagu here, hanging out in the bush. He's gonna finally show himself and back off. But they gotta watch out for those angles because Aurora's been so good at attacking from all sides. They're finally gonna be able to take this tier 3 as Pagu zones away Teddy. The tower drops. JP will drop as well. The Deadly Magic should be able to finish it, but no, he gets the health back. Teddy with a blazing duet as Sanford jumps into the backside. Aurora kind of in shambles here. Carl Teasy shows up as well. Tempest of Blades comes down. He takes out Sanji. Carl Teasy still unable to get a kill though. One more hit. He's terrified. A double kill into the hands of Rosa. Aurora has their number.
Great team fighting from Aurora Gaming there. They knew the plan and they stuck with it. Again, this final slash was great, but also the Blazing Duet wasn't able to get the efficiency it was looking for there from Teddy. TNZ with the fancy moves here to try to stay alive through this all, and he does. Just, again, the fighting that we're seeing from Aurora Gaming has been refined from the last time we saw them play here. And my goodness, they're making it look good.
Aurora's making it look so good, saving the Terrified. All of those little micros. And the thing is, it's not just the small fights that they're winning, they're also winning on map placement. They have the whole package right now.
Trex. This is insane. Look at across the board how much of a lead they have, but especially Sigiboom. You mentioned it, 7-0-4. He's up nearly 3,000 gold against Teddy. And that is not where you want to be. I mean, again, we talked about Paquito in the gold lane. These fighters being brought back into the gold lane when all we've seen for a long time was the Claudes, the Moscows, the Harris. Well, this, once again, changes things, the dynamic of the meta. And you see it in the hands of Sigiboom like this. I mean, where do you start if you're TL? Who do you focus on here? And I think that's the biggest thing. That's why it feels like the Aurora Avalanche, man. It's coming right at them.
The force of nature itself at your front door. Tower will drop. There's no holy defense to bring down this Lord. Aurora Gaming not going to force it, though. They're going to move on to the mid-tier 2. Should be able to take it.
All right. Turrets take a little bit of damage here. The tier 2s will fall. Holy defense shields being held on, but that bottom one is the only one to stay. Conceal's going to be used. Where's Pagu going here? They want this base turret. Oh,
it's more just a zone, but they're still able to get it. JP going to move on. Fatal Links does connect. It's more of just kind of a stall there as the rest of the team backs off. Still no inhibitors down. TL hold the defense.
All right, you have to start looking at where this could turn over on its head. 6,000 right now for Aurora Gaming. That is a big lead to hold against a team like Team Liquid Philippines. Again, they did it in game 1. They're doing it here in game 2. And it's still looking the same. Again, where do you start if you're Team Liquid? Well, that Lord coming up in about a minute might be something, but do you take that risk? Do you take that gamble to go and just try to make that steal? You know, what we've seen before when the Hands of Lings, where you can go in and get that miracle play, that miracle retribution.
I think with the fact that they do have all of their inhibitors still standing, TL could maybe let this Lord slide. They do have some decent ability to defend in a siege. They have the big ult from Sanji. They can get the stuns. They have a Blazing Duet. They have Shred. They can play well in the pocket of their base. It's a hard base to crack. Not only on top of that, you have the Wrath of the Dryad, you have the Final Slash. They have a lot of defense measures.
Trex, this is how far behind Teddy is currently. The Corrosive Scythe was just picked up. Usually you see that Trinity locked in. I believe he's got the Trinity now if we can take a look at the items, but you know, 12 minutes in, yeah, he just locked it. That's about 3 minutes behind right now. So that's the big kind of thorn in the rose right now of Team Liquid. You know, how do you deal with that? Now he's online, but even if he comes through, does he have a defensive item to withstand what Aurora Gaming is throwing at him? Yes, you mentioned the Wrath of Dryad, that's a big thing, but maybe you give up the Lord, you go for one more defense, you have a great high ground defense that you can play around with if you have to, but Daytona's welcome's used up here.
Senna's welcome, does lock on along with Wade on the boss side. Look at the damage on a Teddy! Siggy Boom is just unstoppable. The target is locked and he never misses.
Just gonna make it worse right now as 2 fall for Team Liquid. Aurora Gaming will go ahead and get themselves this Lord and get ready to approach the base of Team Liquid again. Again, this has been a really rough one for Teddy, the gold laner of TL, but just the team as a whole, because again, your firepower, once it's taken out, it's mainly into that quad. KarlTzy might be able to help too, but he was also delayed, so just as a whole, across the board, Team Liquid has been playing with their backs against the wall. So KarlTzy will cut the waves for where he can, delay this Lord push, and wait for the rest of the team to be up here.
And Siggy Boom's trying to lock on. Will he get there? Yes. Tempest Blades drops. It's going to be bad for KarlTzy. A lot of damage comes in, but there's no escape! TNZ gets the final hit. KarlTzy caught too deep in enemy territory.
I've never seen a boxer punch the sky like that. My goodness, Siggy Boom. He picks up an immortality, 9-0-5. And now here we go. Lord making its way up top. Gonna charge into that base turret and take it down. 20 seconds still for KarlTzy to be up here. And now Aurora Gaming with a 10,000 gold lead will look to end the series in a sweep.
Aurora Gaming looking to end this. A big Fatal Links does lock on to Sanford, a Blazing Duet to do everything they can to defend. But Aurora Gaming have locked on the base, and the Stampede has been stopped. What can they do against this force of nature? The upset of the day happens. The champions go down, and Aurora Gaming take it 2-0.
A very tough loss here for Team Liquid. And the Cavalry around the world right now seeing this, but I think it's a wake-up call once again for all the teams that are eventually going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming from Turkey here, because man, what they're doing and what Coach Midnight is doing with this draft, how do you prepare for this? Who would have thought we would have seen this today? In the nature that it did, a sweep and everything else. Again, phenomenal execution here from Aurora Gaming. As you look at the highlights from STC, this was a game they had control on, and it all started in the jungle, putting pressure on that Ling of KarlTzy, and they didn't let up. There were some moments, like you said, from Sanford to try to alleviate the situation with the final slashes, but just fell apart by being too far behind across the board.
This just goes to show that this is probably one of my favorite metas we've ever been in.
Oh, yeah.
The amount of picks that are viable, not just picks, but strategies that you can approach every single game with it. And I mean, for the past 2 days, for the past few weeks, with all the games we've seen all the possibilities, and we've seen something where normally you see these picks and it's like, is it a cheese or is it actually viable? Because this looks viable. Aurora Gaming.
It's just
speechless.
Speechless, man. I mean, I think a lot of people that have been tuning into this, you know, the hundreds of thousands of people online watching this, they're going to have a lot to say to about. But we got to go ahead and throw it over on stage with Rose to hear more from Aurora Gaming.
This game has absolutely left everybody speechless. Aurora Gaming with a 2-0 up against the defending champions TL. And of course, right now with us on stage, we have the one and only Rosa. Hello, how are you doing?
Ya aslında gerçekten şu an kelimelere dökemiyorum yani yaşadıklarımızı. Sonunda gerçekten o laneti kırdık ve yenmeyi başardık ve çok mutluyuz açıkçası.
It's hard to put into words what I'm experiencing right now because I really feel like we finally broke that curse. And this has been a great winning for us. I'm very happy.
I agree, because if we look back to 2025, you know, you guys got eliminated by TL in both MSC and M7. Do you feel fulfilled in this, what we call a revenge matchup?
Yani aslında evet, hem SRG ile hem de Team Liquid ile karşı sürekli loz aldık ve artık onları gerçekten yenmek istiyorduk ve gerçekten bu sefer iyi hazırlandığımızı düşünüyorum ve sonuçlarını da görüyoruz bence bu sefer.
Yes, that's correct because we previously lost to both SRG and TLPH, but we really did our best to prepare for this game, and I think we have seen the good results as a result of this preparation.
Yes, now let's talk about the preparation, because in game 1, we saw a very interesting pick coming out from the side of Aurora, where Rosa actually played Rafaela mid, and he's currently laughing at that. So tell me, first of all, what made you guys pick Rafaela?
Ya aslında ilk patch note geldiği zaman Rafael'in yediği buff'ları fark ettik. İlk olarak support oynamaya başlamıştı ama Assassin metasına geri döndükten sonra oynanılmaz bir hale aldı ve ben düşündüm. Yani mid olabilecek bir şey vardı ve scrimlerde denedim 10 maç gibi ve genellikle hepsini kazandığımız için ve güvendim ve aldım. Böyle oldu yani.
So I saw that there were some issues at the beginning, and based on also what my experience was during the practice games, during the scrim practices, I saw that I could have this possibility. That's why I also put it into use here, based on the practice games that I previously played.
Okay, Rafaela is a very interesting pick. So Rosa, tell me, will we see anything else that is interesting in MSC this year for Aurora Turkey?
Aslında birkaç tane daha sakladığımız bir şeyler var ve şu an göstermiyoruz, hala var yani.
Yes, we have more tricks hidden up our sleeve. We are keeping them closed for the moment. We are not sharing them.
Okay, I love that. You know what? It's very rare that I see Rosa on stage all smiling and all laughing. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. And now we will throw it back to the studio to break down what happened in this insane matchup. Bring it back to you guys.
Well, Rose and Rosa, what a great interview there. And one of the only people who has gotten Rose to kind of be like, okay, that's good. Those are good enough answers, and we'll move on. And of course, surprising the entirety of the MSC MLBB viewing community, I think that will do it right there. It wasn't the first time, though, Brigitte, that Rosa had come in with some tricks up their sleeve for the first game. Selena against Onyx last time, and I think this is just the way this player, who has really shocked a lot of us alongside Aurora Gaming, likes to show up.
The Thorn Queen, right? The Thorn Queen, and now you have a Rafaela to add to the list of unexpected picks that they are just capable of playing around. And again, I think if there's just one word, it's shock. Like everyone was just shocked at what Aurora have brought to the table, at how they played against Liquid, and it just seems like they were the better team to adapt to the current meta based on this series alone.
And honestly, like right now, hey, it's nice to be siblings, right? Somehow, some way.
The blue and red fall.
We'll talk about it a little bit more later. But look at this, 18-8. To simplify what happened is, Aurora, they won the side lanes and they immediately go into the jungle and basically made it so that TL could not farm at all. We saw a very fast rotation first rotation, they saw, hey, Carl's down at the bottom side or the orange side of the map. And then we saw Lunar leaving his lane, goes into the jungle. And it's like, yo, Carl's going to the purple buff next. And then Sigiboom left his lane to go inside the jungle. So I gotta say, Brigida, I feel like for all of the professional teams here, they've learned the fundamentals of MLBB. I feel like the fundamentals has to change just a little bit. They have to catch up with the times.
Yeah, because the way that they played it seemed very, very fast. Whereas Liquid, it felt so slow. Like they had a very slow-paced game and draft, a slow start, and it's always like that. But they're also forced to play that sort of game. Simply because, again, even in game number 1, even in game number 2, they've always picked up very scaling lineups. So it's like they had no other option but to play this slow game. But at the same time, Aurora are just not letting up. They're not allowing them to slow things at all. And they just had 2 fast games against the defending champions. What a statement. What an opener from Aurora.
Yeah, it really was an amazing showcase of what Aurora came to do, which is to upset the top dogs. But also, it's clear that Liquid have had people have their eyes on them, and they're going to come prepared. So this next game you'll see them play in the lower side of the bracket. It's going to be go big or go home. Unfortunately, for Liquid fans, you're in that situation. But fortunately, you do have another chance to go back to the drawing board and set yourself up for success. LaFell, let's break down what happened in that game between Aurora Gaming. Yep, you can get your co-star there to help hold that mic for you so we know exactly what they can take with them after a loss that was so shocking.
Well, first of all, again, with Aurora, we have to talk about the draft here, where honestly, the draft is pretty interesting, but again, everything makes sense because we got the pick of, I would say these are the strong.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh my! Oh God!
These are the strong picks here because they are lane winners going up against the Claude as well as the Arlet. They pick up the Barrage to fight against the Arlet, and they pick up the Paquito because he's a good pick. But also, quite interesting here, where Brigida was talking about how they wanted to scale up. Well, 1 scaling hero, 2 scaling hero, 3 scaling hero. Ha, ha, ha, ha. Right, so that makes the game just a little bit slower, where when we see the Paquito as well as the Barats just go into the jungle, she can't do much to protect. He can kind of do something to protect, and Arlet kind of help, but not really, because all of his flickers keeps on being used quite early. I mean, eventually we did see it work out as we look at the clips here, right? We're going to be looking at the first clip where this is one of those situations where it looked like Team Liquid is able to do something because we saw Aurora where Aurora, they tried to engage later on. Unfortunately, it was missed here. We're going to be looking at this one instead. Yeah, so this is where we see why Aurora is good in this one, because I got to say, this looked like a botch engage. It really did, because Purifies was used and etc. And then it looked like nothing could happen. But having TNZ here as well as Sigiboom close to rotate as well, we'll be seeing Sigiboom flanking from behind, making it so that it doesn't matter if the engage is botch. My microphone keeps on getting lower, by the way.
See how flexible you are.
I'm very flexible. We're going to be playing the clip here, but TLDR is that even with this botch engage, the fact that there's such a big difference in power makes it so that it will always work out. Sanford, big props to him. He still tried to make a losing situation. Oh my goodness. Losing situation, a winning one. Guys, you guys don't understand.
It's a core workout, what you're doing right there. You're flexing the bicep. You're holding this core position.
Okay.
Brigida's just staring at the camera.
Hey, you know what? Here's the thing.
Having her own mini show next to you,
We understand,
LaFell.
okay? We're the siblings here. I'm Professor G, you have Liquid. I lost, you lost. Now you have
lost day.
I wore red, you wore blue. It looks like we're cursing it right now, so I think the best idea is for us to get off the panel.
Probably to leave.
Yeah, I think so.
Even though I'm sad to let you guys go, and you both look great today. I think you're just, this has been a lot of fun. But yeah, every team you've rooted for.
Has it been a lot of fun, Rayman?
Well, let's not go too far. I mean, I was being nice. You don't have to push me on that. No, it's been more than a lot of fun, guys. Always a blast hanging out with Brigida and LaFell. You'll see them later on in the show. You'll see them even here in a little bit as well as we start to close out, wrap this amazing set of games we just saw. Pro Esports and Aurora Gaming take down your defending grand finalists and winners of 24 in Selangor Red Giants, and then Aurora Gaming take down Team Liquid, your winners who were in the grand finals last year. So everything that you could expect to go differently has gone differently. Onyx and Entity 7 coming up next as well. The winner of that game going to play the winner of this upcoming match, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And make sure if you have a feeling where that's going to lean, get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before we go live with that one. We're going to change out our panel in a moment, get ready with some new casters, and get ready for those new teams. So get your pick'ems in now to see if you are right, whether you think it's going to be Onyx, is it going to be an 87? Let us know. In the meantime, I want to let you know that if you've been seeing some cool skins in-game from some classic games, it's no coincidence. Street Fighter and MLBB have a crossover you do not want to miss.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Two major upsets at MSC 26 already, and our third series is a banger as well. We're about to jump into the second half of the day at MLBB MSC here at EWC 2026. My name's Rain Day, and I am joined by a new panel with some familiar faces. Mirko and Rinmar joining me here. Guys, it was a scintillating morning, to say the least, Mirko. Some results that I don't think anybody could have planned.
No, nobody. I mean, I went in today with SRG and TL both winning in my books, right? I just want to say, though, in that win, TL Page versus Aurora, say it with me now if you know the meme. Midnight, parating, handa.
Always ready is midnight, is what he said. Yeah. It's translated from Filipino. But yeah, no one could have expected this. And it wasn't just because of the results, but because of how it happened. Yeah. What picks came out. Surprising is an understatement. Sometimes I'm still pinching myself to check if I'm still in the right reality. And we are.
We are, somehow. Even with the Doomsday trailer coming out yesterday. Yeah. Everyone is still realizing, is this real? Is it not real? What am I in? No, you are in that maybe one reality Doctor Strange kind of referenced in Endgame, because this is, to me, what this tournament is all about, though, Mirko. The meshing of styles, and in the early two games where you have a double elimination, this is why. Because some styles are clearly proving to surprise even the most veteran of our competitors.
And it's just crazy to see, again, a Rafaela in mid, some of these crazy bombastic picks show up. I mean, these are some of the picks, at least, we've already seen in scrims. You know, we talked about it backstage on how it could actually work, like the Eudora, the Barats, but still seeing surprises on day number 2 after I thought most of the crazy meta picks have already been shown yesterday, especially by you, Vamos, is still crazy to say.
Yeah, and just when it looks like we've stabilized in our understanding of what is meta now, suddenly here comes yesterday Team Spirit, today Aurora Gaming. It seems like the meta setting trends are coming from EECA and Turkey, which is crazy to think about. It's the first time in history that that's happening. Usually other regions outside of the big three, outside of Southeast Asia, are following and just slightly adjusting. But for them to actually set what is crazy and what works, that's cool.
And it's been pretty dominant, I would say, from both of those games. Pretty dominant, pretty early. We're going to find out if that continues as we head into our Series 3 of 4 today. And our Group B, the Group of Death, for those just joining us, is what it's been named. The reason? Every single team in this is a champion, except the one you're about to see, Onyx. However, they fell short of MPL Indonesia championships. They're no stranger to hoisting a trophy at MSC. In 2019 and 2023, they were champions, and they look to add a third title to their name coming up in this tournament.
This is where it gets a bit confusing, right? Because if you look at Onyx, if you look at their players, and you look at the meta, at least yesterday, you'd think this is going to be a good meta for Onyx to perform in. But then if you see the Rafaela mids, you see those double fighters, you go back to asking the question, is Kelra good on fighter gold? Will Kyrie even get his assassins after all those bans that we saw in the previous series? And will Entity 7 pull yet another upset? Because the pattern is, it's an upset day, bro.
Yeah, they might just be able to. My question for Entity 7 is, were they walking in with an alpaca stuffy? Oh. Because if they're walking in with an alpaca stuffy, then they're my goats now.
You're E7 now?
Yeah, I'm E7, just because of the alpaca stuffy. No, but I'm excited to see what they have in store for us, especially with Hydon Bush in the jungle going up against Kyrie. We know Hydon Bush loves the assassin pickups.
You mean Hideon Bush? I'm
it's
just kidding.
Hideon Bush.
We already corrected that earlier.
You know what? I think let's just make that the real thing now.
Hydon Bush, Hydon Bush. We'll find out. It's going to be a fun one, and hopefully we'll see some meta continue to change. Taking a look at Onyx roster, they're looking for a third MSC. Even though they didn't come in winning the league, they now have a chance to win maybe a more exclusive title. We had a chance to catch up with Kyrie heading into his match today.
We're now here with the Sky King, Kyrie. Bonjour, Kyrie. How's Paris been treating you?
I think it's been good here, and the weather's so nice here.
The weather's nice.
Yeah,
it's not hot anymore, isn't it?
It's very cold here, actually.
It is very cold. And you're wearing a jacket even.
Yeah.
Is that why?
One of the reasons.
One of the reasons. But Kyrie, coming into this, I think we got to ask you, like, pressure pulse. You know, I think we've seen you on multiple international stages, and it looks like coming into the group stages, Onyx usually has a little bit of a tough time early on. Is that going to be the same problem here today?
Hopefully not, since we've prepared for so long for this tournament, and yeah, actually the meta is good for Onyx right now.
It's good for Onyx right now. Okay, could you explain why?
Because of the heroes, actually, the assassins. You know, Onyx is one of the most aggressive teams, so hopefully we can show it today.
You can just say that you're really good at assassins, you know. It's fine. You don't have to be humble.
A little bit.
A little bit, I guess. But personally, do you like playing the assassins or do you like the tanks more?
Actually, I already practiced tanks before the tournament, but everybody's been using assassins, so I don't really have much choice. No.
So who doesn't give you the choice, Kyrie?
The meta, actually.
Oh, the meta.
tournament,
Oh, it's
yeah.
not the coaches. Is it CW? Or
Both
Paddington?
of them, I
Both
think.
of them. But they're nice to you, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, just making sure that they're nice. But earlier on, you said you had preparations coming into this and long preparation. What particular preparations was that like?
Just like how we usually practice in scrims, and we always try a lot of different heroes and strategies, so nothing really, there's not much difference.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Do you have any message maybe to your fans back at home?
I just hope you guys support us, and I hope we can show you guys a satisfying match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyrie,
Thank
and
you,
of course,
Adriana.
good luck to your next
Thank you.
match. Throwing it back to you guys.
Rinmar, I mean, this is one of those moments with Onyx where you can look at Kyrie's confidence, but also cautiousness heading into this meta, knowing he's prepped a little bit more on those utility jungles.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. It's built into his DNA at this point to be able to rock out with assassins. Almost every international, he has at least one great highlight you can point out to with whatever assassin hero that he ends up with.
And when we start to look at just the way Onyx play, it's aggressive. He likes that early tempo, but that's been working, Mirko. For every team that has pushed it, they've been successful.
Oh, yeah. And again, I mean, when it comes to just playing that game, Kyrie, no stranger to it. He had his big break at M3 when it was the assassin meta as well. Unfortunately, unable to crack the Upish strat of those two guys right there. But he's really good on assassins, man. Really, really good. I think that's the only time where we see an Eterna interview with a player who just stays the same. Like, nothing changed from Kyrie. It's still just Kyrie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we were trying to see, is he going to blink? He wasn't blinking very often, looking into the camera. He was solid, ready to go. And of course, you're going to need that if you're going to take on the LATAM representative here that they're going up against in Entity 7. Now, this is a region, obviously, getting here has, in some ways, some things to prove, but also this team has been a team that has gotten together and made a lot of an early run to get here to MSC. And we'll see if they can continue it. We actually had a chance to look at the road to what it took to get here for Entity 7 before they now play on the stage in a few minutes.
Yo me uní a Entity 7 en esta MST Hammer Season 1 porque Akashi y Baggy me llamaron. Después fui con Shin y Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Sentence.
Oh, now just two members. Down goes Detective. And ladies and gentlemen, we have Black Sentence.
Com a junção que teve da América do Norte e América do Sul, eu acho que elevou o nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a América do Norte é uma região bem forte, inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC, então elevou o nível de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais preparado para jogar o stage internacional.
Este es el momento en que esa llave se convierta en de ustedes. Esa llave va a ser con la que ustedes abran la EWC.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos por parte de las organizaciones hacia los jugadores, como también apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros, porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei em evento internacional foi o M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu para pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência internacional de evento presencial. Eu acho que dessa vez vai ser diferente.
Akash gets punished. Sanji fights his man.
Yo creo que este roster es mejor que el de Black Sentence porque con la experiencia a la M7 fue muy buena, como también la sinergia que tenemos con el nuevo equipo es muy buena.
A Onyx é um grande time, estão sendo campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem jogadores muito bons, ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no começo de jogo, eu acho que a gente pode lidar bem contra eles.
Para todos mis fans, espero que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Hammer.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte e se ganharmos caímos contra o atual campeão do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
Clearly the strongest LATAM team right now, representing both North and South America as a region, saying we must support each other. And now they need to do it and get that support in the biggest of moments against Onyx. And I think, Mirko, when you look at it, they even mentioned Kelra jumping in. 91% of the people who did their pick'ems think Onyx is going to win. It's not hard to doubt why.
Yeah, I mean, now that the 2 matches before this already concluded, I feel like these pick'ems predictions, you know, put a bit too much pressure on the favorite teams. But
yeah, that's right. That's
I think
true.
it's the same all the way in MPL Indonesia as well. If you take a look at it, just with Kelra joining in, most people thought it's a guaranteed trophy again domestically for Onyx. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because you know, Vitality, my goats. But there you go. Onyx still coming into this. Favorites, it's just a question mark of has Kelra adapted to the fighters if we are seeing more of those fighters in the gold lane?
Yeah, and if Entity 7 saw anything from the previous matches and are now considering changing up their strategy just a little bit to adapt a little bit more to what we saw worked against the favorite teams, it might work out for them. Because if they try to play their style too much and they go blow for Onyx, it might be too tough.
You know, LATAM, obviously a region that is passionate. And one of the things we get to see in the esport I cover as well, just such a fandom there. Yeah. What can they do, Rimar? Is it giving them a little bit of hope looking at the results today so far? The underdogs have won every single game. Could they be the third?
No, definitely. If the coaches and the players could get together and say, hey, if they could do it, we can too. We merged our regions. We're not just LATAM, we're the Americas now. We are fighting for the entire Americas region.
Yeah, I love that approach, man. You got to represent big, especially when you're on a big stage like MSC.
Trex support Amer, all right? NA might be out, but Amer's here to stay. What the heck is a kilometer, bro?
What the heck is a kilometer, bro? That's a good one right there. I know a kg is like, what, 2.2 pounds? I'm getting there. All right, guys, it's time to get ready. Our third series of the day. It's Onyx versus Entity 7. Let's kick it off.
Yes, my friends, our next and third game is up upon us. However, I have to discuss the elephant in the room here, Rose, because today seems to be the day of upsets. Did you, my eyes just could not believe it. Aurora, Team Liquid?
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing my voice because I was yelling watching that game go down. Whoosh, Milosh, that was crazy. But you know what's gonna be crazier? This match tree that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? Perfect. Let us get Onyx out on the stage right here with us. The Sky Kings return to the MSC stage with one goal in mind: reclaim what was once theirs. With the addition of the gold standard in the team, will it be a W in the bag, or does another surprise await us today?
I would not knock down the opportunity of a surprise today. Let's welcome their opponents, Entity 7! They skipped the first 6 and on to the 7th. The inaugural MCT Americas champions have hit the MSC 26 stage. A mixture of the best South America has to offer. 4 nations, 5 players, and a whole lot of destructive aggression. Will the return to the international stage keep the upset trend we've had today? That is the question on everybody's mind.
You are right, Milosh. There's only one way to know if today will end in a chaos. Lads, boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget a little handshake or a fist bump. You know what, Milosh? This game is honestly so exciting because of the amount of upsets and surprises that we've had today.
We've had a lot of them. We've had 9-minute games against TL before, but we got more to bring you. Onyx take on Entity 7. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Milos Rose. Who won that rock, paper, scissors match and that handshake?
Okay, listen.
That was the fastest rock, paper, scissors match I've ever seen.
There is a positive to take out of that, right? Yeah. The worse you are at social interactions, the better you are in game.
Yeah,
all right? So
I believe that.
Pretty good.
I believe that wholeheartedly as well. One of the great things about this setup here is we just get to see the unexpected again and again. We've seen it 2 series in a row. We now have a chance for Entity 7 and Onyx to go toe-to-toe. And of course, if you want to check out 2 champions and 1 game, you can check out the My Champions pick. Pick your dual champions, win 50,000 diamonds. Scan the QR code. We'll have 5 winners with 10,000 diamonds each, so make sure to check it out. Maybe you will end up with the Grand Diamond prize, available and live until July 27th in just a few days. So make sure to check it out and join up. All right, Mirko, before the draft, what's the vibe here in the building? Is it that like upset feeling that we've got going on through everybody watching?
I think it's exactly that, man. After seeing back-to-back crazy upsets, you know, one better than the other, you have that feeling. I think it's in the air right now. It's in the atmosphere of the arena. I think the fans are feeling it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Entity 7, they walked up with crazy aura as well. They've got the confidence. Seeing the two upsets, I think they're going to be bringing up something special too. I think they have a lot of things cooked up.
Yeah, they have to. Previously, teams from Latin America have explained in international tournaments they want to play a little bit more or so much closer to the Southeast Asian teams, or the Southeast Asian teams being put on a pedestal. But if there's any moment to tell your team, hey, maybe it's time for us to look into ourselves again and remind ourselves of what we can do uniquely. What does our region do uniquely? Then bring that. It seems like this MSC, you are definitely rewarded for playing your own style, playing your own game. And it wasn't just even during MSC, even in MWI we saw that.
Exactly, you know, sticking to your identity, really bringing out your strengths, right? And keeping your weaknesses all hidden. And I think for Onyx, that's a very good approach as well. I think for the longest time, a lot of the criticism sent to Onyx would be they're a bit too sporadic. They go a little bit too improv in the drafts. If you look at CW and Yeb, none of them bring notes up on stage. So they're very improv, which is great in this meta. So we'll see what they can cook up as well.
It seems like there was also, from Rosa's side, just speaking of him picking up the Rafaela, like, you know, this looked like I was given an opportunity to play it. And that type of adaptability and comfort with a wide range of heroes is going to make a difference in this meta that is, would you say, Rinmar, it's fair to say that's still kind of being found out here?
Yeah, I think we're getting close to hitting the ceiling of the meta, but I would say maybe three or four more picks that we haven't seen yet that might pop up. My personal favorite is I would want to see the Martes somewhere, whether as a jungle pick or as a unique pick in the mid lane. And we do have precedence with that from MSC 2 years ago, brought out by Team NIP Flash, and they were able to make it work then. So I think there's still enough room, but we're just about to level out, especially with the rise of Barretts in the EXP lane, brought out by Team Spirit and Aurora.
That's true. That character, hero, doing a lot to help round out this squad. But Paquito in the gold lane, going into
that too,
a fighter-heavy composition, surprising people, going, well, we need some more range here. We need something. How are we going to pressure? But when you win the game so fast, the pressure's already there, Mirko.
Yeah, it almost seems like the siege, you know, like the question marks on how are you going to siege with no marksman, how are you going to siege with no range, has just been thrown out of the window, right?
Yeah.
It's all about fighting. It's all about building those early leads and taking those skirmishes to your opponents, right? Both teams equally as aggressive. So it just comes down to who's better on the assassins. Entity 7, with the same approach as TLPH in Game 1 against Aurora Turkey, it was the Fanny and the Ling Band straight up.
Yeah, but we do know that we still have the Herrera available and will be a point of contention. I see Freya available as well, depending if Entity 7 will ban out the Phoveus or not. So I think we're still going to go into the similar priorities. They ban out the Claude, so they really look at Kyrie and Kelra and said, all right, we're going to take out some of your comforts. I feel like the Claude might have been too much.
Yeah, I agree. If they go for the Herrera first pick, though, this leaves Entity 7 with a very good approach, going for the Eudora straight up on Marcel.
Oh, yeah.
First time that it's been left open, I believe, It's always been banned out. The Harith Prio is quite interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this is Entity 7 looking at Onyx comforts and going, yeah, we're just going to pluck them away from you, which might lean towards the dangerous territory that I don't want them to go into, which is to look too much into Onyx and try to deny. Hopefully, this still leans towards their playstyle. I mean, we look at Doom, we look at how he likes to play in the gold lane, and so far, this is a little bit more akin to just a few months back, a meta from 2 to 3 months ago, where if the Phoveus is available, you pick it up. You don't have to worry about the Freya showing up here because it's going to be up against the Phoveus. But who knows? Maybe Onyx might put that up in the gold lane. I don't know anymore. What is this meta? What year is it?
Atlas, Valentina, Esmeralda banned on the side of Onyx. And you saw the Claude, Ling, and the Fanny taken away. The Herrera picked up for Onyx. We've seen her have such an impact. I mean, it's scary to go up against.
I'm wondering now if it's going to be the Herrera combo down with the Eudora, because this combination should be very, very scary. Anybody that walks up is going to get completely bursted, and the fact, there you go, is the Eudora. The fact that they picked up the Harith after seeing the Marcel means that they are very confident that they can stop the Marcel from getting a golden hour on the Harith, right? Because like at this point, I think we've gotten accustomed to Marcel's really wreaking havoc to a Harith composition just by delaying the Zaman Force.
Yeah, it's always really tough for a Harith to deal with it. They get an Eve. This really is very throwback Eve to just 2 to 3 months ago. Mixing it up, definitely. Onyx is going a little bit more for what we're used to with this current metagame, while for NTT7 throwing it back. Maybe their last 2 picks, I think it has to be something a little bit newer, because if they lean a little bit too much into what worked 2 to 3 months ago, it's a little bit outdated.
Well, that's the question. Group B going back into these first 2 series have seen surprise after surprise today. It wouldn't surprise us now if we see something different and interesting. These are the picks that have kind of thrown a wrench into the plans.
Yep.
But you know what they say, the best and the most well-laid plans.
I wonder if CW would be... not CW, excuse me. Lutfi, there we go. Lutfi would be up to play his one of his iconic heroes in the Lapu Lapu, who does it really well. Against Harith, up against a Phovis, you get the dive against the Eve. You get the strong crowd control, the damage. Should be good.
There's something better that I think NTT7 needs to ban out. The Esmeralda is still up against the Harith, against the Phobias. Oh, my.
First ban by Onyx.
I'm blind, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not caffeinated enough.
We're not used to seeing it on that side.
Yeah, that early on.
Yeah.
All right, so what about the Uranus, right? We saw the Uranus earlier find a lot of success in game number 1.
Yeah, and they banned it out. So, yeah.
Stop it, Entity. Calm down, man.
But you could tell you're like mirroring that conversation, though.
Yeah.
It's like, what about this? Oh, no, let's take that out.
Yeah.
So now where did it go?
I still think the Lapu.
I think Lapu works if it is a utility jungle that Entity7 will be picking up. I think the glue is a very good shout as well for XP.
Yeah. So if ever that's the case, then maybe NTT7 would like to hold on to their jungle pick for last. You pick up the roamer at red 4, just so that Onyx would toss a coin whether or not they will be going up against a utility jungle or not. But then with the damage up of an Eva Harith, I think Assassin would be okay because they need a little bit more physical. Too much magic damage and Radiant Armor, Athena Shields, those are your main opponents.
There you go.
They take out the Nolan too.
Yeah, no Assassins available right now. If they want to go Assassin, it has to be one that's unorthodox, something that's very different. And every other Assassin should find... Oh, I'm not a fan of the Suyo pick.
Me neither. Seems like it's going to be really tough to make this work, especially with the presence of the Eudora around. The fact that Hirara can save herself from getting comboed by the Suyo. This, again, screams 2 to 3 months ago.
So even more reason to pick up the glue now if you're Onyx, right?
Yeah.
Then you round up the draft with a gold laner. I think the Moskov is a solid option to go for. If they want to play strong side, I'd say... No, I think just the Moskov.
Yeah.
Moskov's just safe.
Yeah, Moskov's good. You know you're up against the Eve. You can approach it from all angles. But here we go, Onyx.
Baratz is back.
He's back up. That's going to be going to the EXP. So Hirara isn't that much of a basic attack hero. So I think,
and Granger,
that's interesting. I thought they'd go for something with harder basic attack, but I think they're very happy. They just want to get that Granger and the Marcel combo together. I mean, they couldn't have gone so wrong with the pick. It's not a bad pick.
Is there something that stops it right now, or do they need to pick that up still on Entity 7's side?
Right now, I don't really see anything that can really stop this kind of composition.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like... I mean, the standard choice would just be the Belleric in Rome.
He has been pretty dominant so far, I will say, as a hero today. Won most of his games, although did lose that last one that it was stolen away on the side of Aurora Gaming by Team Liquid.
It wouldn't even be too crazy to go Gato Kacha, I'd say, as well, but they go for the chip. Whoa.
All right. Adding to the unique hero pool seen so far. I think they added 2 or 3.
Yeah, what the heck? All right, we're just seeing surprises. The Granger, I get. You're playing strong side. The chip here is like... It's great, but it will always be dictated by your first ult. If your first ult goes bad, that's GG.
Yeah, and also the question is, which one's going to hold the Piercer for Onyx? Yeah, usually you don't want to see 2 Piercer holders together. I think they're just confident enough to just plop it onto the Hirara, and then the Granger's just going to be peppering everyone from afar anyway. You have some strong frontliners with very decent damage, so they have a good damage spread. All right, let's see if Entity 7 can play the map here, because team fighting might be difficult.
All right, 92% of you think Onyx is going to take this one over Entity 7. Still think so after the draft? We'll find out who was right as we head over to our casters to kick off Game 1 of our 3rd series of the day.
This third series is going to be real interesting. Looking at the way this draft is going to play out, it feels like there's answers on both sides. The real question and the real test is when they hit the Land of Dawn. First interaction, how are they going to play this out nicely? Because the way that I see it, Chip has already figured out the starting point of the enemy jungler. The same can be said for Onyx side and Entity 7. Like Mirko said, it's that first portal that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, the Chip is in a... it's just in a weird place right now, I feel like. I almost thought they'd just go with the Belric. That's not the case, but, you know, whoa, already taking a lot of damage early on. Oh, the flicker used from Sands. First blood already going to Onyx to start things off.
Oh man, that was a mistake for sure. Again, they're just forgetting that Eudora, especially with Superconductor, has reduced Fork Lightning cooldowns, especially when it is empowered here by the same marked target. However, same problems are still gonna last. At least Shin didn't lose too much in his lane, but the rest of them, right? Now they have the information. Kyrie is having the time of his life stealing away camps.
Yeah, this is something that they can continue to do. Going back on the Chip pick, we'll have to see if they can utilize this. The shortcuts, the portals, like you mentioned. Again, you don't see him picked up too often. It's him and usually the Lou Yi that can play that macro level kind of style of gameplay. And Chip, if utilized correctly, can do a whole lot here. But with a Marcel in this setup, the mid lane, that's what they're going to go for anyway. Sans, there's some revenge. Bagwin also able to get a kill now for himself. So, hey, good for Entity 7 to get things going.
Really good. And more importantly, this is the fact that Ironbush understands that, hey, despite not being level 4, it doesn't mean that I can't actually kill you in the lane if I catch you off guard. Especially since Sans very visibly used this flicker in the lane. Now, Kelra kind of out of the fight for now, but he wasn't going to participate in the upcoming turtle anyways.
Yeah, this is one of the things, too. The Granger only picked a couple times so far, you know, and this is going to the hands of Kelra. Obviously, very comfortable on this hero, can make it work, but, you know, I think that's the main thing, too. You know, the decision between who gets the Sky Piercer, most likely, as the panel mentioned, Hirara here, you know, you got to protect still Kelra on the Granger. He's got the range to work with, and yeah, I kind of agreed, maybe a little bit stronger of an audio attacker here, where he's got to rely on the Rhapsody shots, but it's all about positioning, and we've seen it before from Kelra. First turtle up, though, that's already going to get started down. RW going to drop down, Loot be gone, and now Akashi going to get shredded through here, so a bit of a trade. Turtle still up, Keyboy. Almost level 4, will have that golden hour available now. They can play around this Sans, going forward with a flicker. There's the damage we were looking for again, as Kyrie picks up a kill for himself.
Great coordination from the mid trio here. Great showing, and more importantly, they understand that Bagwin, he's about to get level 4, so there's no point risking it, even though Kyrie does have a level lead on to Hide on Bush. At this stage of the game, right, we're thinking about lane advantages, and from top side, we're probably not going to see much go on. It's a sandbag on that side. Kelra, he's got to be really careful. As long as that flicker is down, if he pushes himself too far forward, if Doom gets a Zaman Force directly on top of him, he can kill him in that lane, so he's got to be careful for that.
What I want to see from Entity 7 here is just playing around their strengths, which is really, you know, real-world manipulation. We've seen this so much with the Eve pickups. Kyrie sees, he's like, hide on bush, I see you in that bush, I'm going to go for this anyway. A lot of damage coming through. Ollie-ooping it over to Sans as he's able to cap off the kill. Get out of my jungle, says Kyrie.
Yeah, the problem is that once you see the stun be thrown out, he has no way to kind of, you know, close the get out with any iframes at that point. Kelra now getting an early Sky Piercer is great. The question is whether or not he's going to be able to participate in the very first fight here. Because so far, Sans has kind of given the layup over to Kyrie. At some point, it's got to go over to Kelra.
Yeah, eventually, but the strengths, man, and this is why the Eudora is so just a top priority pick right now. You're seeing it in action in the early game to be able to set things up in this manner and also kind of supplement a jungler like the Hirara in the hands of Kyrie is something that you can make work so well from the early game all the way to the late game. And now this turtle finally going to be started up here. It's been delayed pretty much out. They're going to go for another kill. Akashi once again shredded through. A golden hour is going to drop down. Now Kelra's a part of the fight. He wants to get the stacks he's looking for. Doom's got to defensively Zaman Force out. There's another kill for Onyx. And they'll finally make their way for this turtle here. Shin's got no option but to back off. There is a push in the mid, though, at least for something for Entity 7.
How much damage did he actually get onto that mid-tier 1? No, just the plating. The plating is good enough. That's still a little bit of money. He's going to lose a decent amount in his own jungle as Kelra decides, you know what? I ain't wasting no time whatsoever. Give me the gold on that top side before the shielding time's out.
You're seeing it right there, Gideon. That's just how scary that amount of damage can be, that a flicker is burned out from Shin. Just because, again, that snapshot, the interaction with the stun, and as they go into the jungle again, E7, no room to breathe, even on their own side, as Kelra will pick up another stack.
There's just so much CC to deal with, and nobody can really stop Keyboy from what he's doing. He's able to run through every single member of the side of E7, and until we see a full commitment, there's just no point. And now they're losing mid-tier 1, which is a pivotal point in the map.
Golden Hour, drop down, Kelra lining up the shots, and it's right lined up for Shin, and out in the mid lane. Daytona's welcome into the team. They landed on through. Luffy's gone, but E7 looking to fight back down, running it for Sands. He's gonna have to burn the flicker. The re-engage comes through. Snapshots are there. Bagwin, 1 HP. He'll get back to base. Could have been way worse for Entity 7 there.
Way worse, for sure. But man, let's look at the goal difference here, because somehow Kelra has been more effective in these team fights in comparison to Doom, who's been struggling again because of that Golden Hour. Let's look at this replay one more time, right? Golden Hour catches onto 2 members. They line up the shots perfectly, but by the time Akashi actually gets into the middle of this fight, they kind of don't have enough damage, right? You can see that Doom, unfortunately, tries to get this kill onto Keyboy, but they still have plenty of battle spells. So the innate impact that we see from Onyx is just too much to handle, and Doom ain't gonna waste a free Purify just to get out of a Golden Hour or walk around it.
Yeah, for E7, they want to go ahead and start letting, Doom scale up. This is what we see with Harith, right? Eventually, you're able to do a whole lot with that Zaman Force. They just really haven't been able to have that upper hand fight against, this lineup that Onyx has. A big component to that, again, the Golden Hour. I'm surprised, Marcel, we haven't seen him pop up as much, especially back, Wildcard and then even in MWI. And it's like, he's still so useful with that Golden Hour alone. But even Chip can do something similar. A little bit of stun here on Keyboy. This fight for this turtle, though, to see if anyone's actually able to secure it. Highland Bush will just now pick up that Sky Piercer, though.
I'm not sure if that's even going to get any value this time around. Considering what's about to happen, Highland Bush gets caught out just like that. I mean, these interceptions, they can't... Wait, hold on.
They're just going for it. Another stack for Kelra. Akashi could be next. Infernal Pursuit, but there's a double now for this Granger for Kelra. Stacks on stacks, and that's going to be a turret. And just another objective.
That's a huge miscommunication for the side of Entity 7. Onyx now going to take full advantage of this. Is Kelra now leading the charge by himself with the rest of his team to say, you know what? We're going to take everything. What are you going to do? Chase us? Doom trying, but he's not going to catch up to Keyboy anytime soon.
Yeah, you're not going to catch a Marcel like that, So, yeah, I don't know. That was clearly a mistake, a misstep there for E7 to be on that side, to lose their jungler, but the punishment also is just more turrets, more space. Even in that replay, it just happens so quickly, and then you get collapsed on. And if you line yourselves up like this for E7, you're trying to keep things from getting too worse. It's just, Onyx does such a great job at giving those stacks over to Kelra too. They know that that's a big part of these team fights now. I mean, look at the health bars. They're just dropping as they try to get to the base. They try to get away, but Bagwin's down, and now Akashi gets blown up as well from the shots from Kelra.
He didn't want to use his flicker either. Again, I feel like E7, they understand that their battle spells are so key to their composition, but at the same time, they're not using it to save themselves. Now we have a 13-3 lead, a 5.7k lead at 8 minutes into the game, which is not, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty devastating, on top of the fact that Kelra is almost max stacks at this stage of the game on his Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Keyboy and Sans both just doing an amazing job throughout this game too to set things up. Look at the difference here now in the mid lane. They're actually able to get Ludwig, Keyboy, and Sans. Do they want to fight this? I know they got Kelra there, but still, you don't want to get overzealous and get punished here. You got a 6,000 gold lead if you're Onyx. You want to keep that together for this Lord here in about 30.
First items priority. I like how Ludwig is like, no, I'm not going to think about sustain whatsoever. All I'm thinking about is maintaining my stacks, get me a Guardian helmet, and I'll make something happen. He is a thick boy for a good reason, but also such a huge deterrent for E7. Like, what are they going to do as soon as he starts charging up the Daytona's welcome, right? On the opposite side, I do want to see whether or not E7, specifically Bagwin, he needs to get a backline attack onto Kelra.
Yeah, I feel like he's been trying, he's been trying to find that positioning, but there just hasn't been that opening that they're looking for. And now at this point, it looks like E7's just going to have to give this Lord over to Onyx, let them do their things. Akashi's going to give the information. There's quite a few here. They're trying to push up top too, but Lord already secured by Kyrie. Bagwin gone. I mean, this is just not where you want to be. And now Daytona's welcome to keep Akashi in place. Line it up again for Kelra to get a double again. And E7, it's looking really dire here in game one.
I think this game is almost over. Onyx is in a point where their snowball is a little too big. And they're purposely delaying Hide on Bush. He will not be able to get with the rest of his team. And now his death timer is staggered.
Yep. Already base turret's going to be worked on. Doom trying to drop it down with his Almond Force, but still just delaying possibly the inevitable here. Almost a 9,000 gold lead as Lord is going to approach this mid turret. The defense shield still going to pop, but the Lord is still up, and now the pressure's here. 15 still, 4 Hide on Bush to be up. They're going to drop it down once again. Lutfi, Daytona's welcome. Throw him into the wall. Kyrie, meanwhile, on the other side's working. Burns a flicker out. Akashi, no chance. And now looking to take out Doom as well. He's trying to avoid the shots from Kelra, but he can't avoid Kyrie. And they're looking for more. Finally, Kelra goes down, but Kyrie's here as well. It's a different KK connection. It's a maniac for Kyrie. And that's all Onyx needed in this game one. Under 12 minutes, they'll cap out game one against Entity 7.
21-6 the final score, and they're gonna farm one more before they close out the very first match. Egos were tested this time around. Entity 7 said, you know what, we're comfortable with this style of composition. But it doesn't matter how comfortable you are, if you're walking into counter picks, there are certain expectations that need to be understood. That real world manipulation was not going to find much value until the golden hour is down. The shortcut, same problem. So the question is, who throws out the ability first?
Oh man, seemed like there was a lot of problems to solve there, Gideon, you know, for Entity 7. Sometimes it was themselves, you know, solve the problems of themselves. Their positioning, their choices on the way that they moved around the map there. I think that was one of the biggest things is, you know, sometimes you end up delaying yourselves that chance to get back into the game or get a game started on your favor, because even look at the highlights here from STC, this is the main thing. You're playing against a golden hour, which really set things up for a Granger. You know, all you have to do is line up those Rhapsody shots, and even, you know, that'll get you the stacks you need, but then you don't have control of your own jungle, and the snowball just started so quickly here for not just Kelra, but the rest of Onyx here.
Yeah, just everybody on the side of Onyx was really in tune with each other this time round, but I have to say, Entity 7, they can't go for compositions like this, especially knowing that you're playing into the Marcel. It's tough. It really is tough. And considering that the snowball always starts with Kyrie and Sans, they might want to start attacking the mid trio for the upcoming game as a form of adaptation. Because the laning phase, even for Akashi and Lupti, basically nothing happened. Doom didn't find much of an advantage despite Kelra losing his flicker early on, but Kelra just played the lane so perfectly, right? Hey, fast clear the wave, go for the recall, and now Doom has nothing to pounce on once I get back into lane.
Yeah, even this, you know, I mean, they gave Kyrie, you can see a smile on his face when they lined it up for the Savage there for him. I'm so surprised. We got to start seeing if teams over the course of MSC, you know, they decide to just ban out the Hirara, man. I don't know. Maybe that's one of the points of the draft, or whoever ends up getting it.
Here's the thing. When we start thinking about the Assassins, you start thinking about the Lings, you start thinking about the Heraras. What about the others? We have yet to see a Lancelot. Obviously, we still have the Harley in play. Hayabusa? Nobody even thought about that as well?
I know.
Warcry assassins are very, very unique in this current meta. It's one of the few assassins that can actually, you know, hey, we can fight a little bit early on, but we gotta play the mid games nice and slow. But when we get that snowball, you can just see that overwhelming force. Walk into your jungle, take whatever you want, slap them up a little bit, leave a receipt, and walk away.
You can walk away. I mean, Entity 7, you got to give it up to them. They tried to like go into the jungle of Onyx here, and they tried to put some pressure on Kyrie. They tried to, you know, make something happen with the chip. That's what we expected too, but it kind of backfired on them. And I think it's almost in that case where if you're going to bring out the chip or bring out something else that can put pressure on the opposing jungle, you have to be willing to take that risk. And in this case, look, it ended up snowballing into an 11-23 defeat for E7. You know, that's not where you want to be.
Exactly, right? I mean, we don't even need to look at the numbers to know that this was an overwhelming victory. So a lot of it just really comes down to, like, how does this composition work together at the different stages of the game? And I think, unfortunately for Hainan Bush, just unfamiliar with this particular matchup against Hirara, because as soon as you use that stun to initiate, you're not going to escape. Hirara is great at chasing targets. No matter how far you are, she'll catch up pretty fast.
And this is crazy too, you know, the cooldown that you have with that build there that Kyrie went with, and of course he's got the Queen's Wings too, so I mean, Harara's already hard enough to kill, man. You know, you build it that way like Kyrie, and you put it in the hands of a jungler like Kyrie, you know, it's going to be even worse for you. So I'd love to see it, you know, moving on. If Entity 7 can just take maybe the Harara from Onyx and not let them get that, and maybe we get to see Hanan Bush go ahead and do his thing. But, you know, it's much more than that. One thing we have learned over these weeks, Gideon, is that Harara, to be able to be successful like we saw this, you need that team support.
Yes.
You need everyone to be able to help that Harara get to that point.
Absolutely.
And this is, I think Onyx just really showcased that perfectly here in Game 1.
It's so very good that they, again, it's about the micro mechanics on top of just like seeing the bigger picture to everything that's happening here. That's why I was thinking whether or not they were going to get access to some of the favorites for either one of these sets, for either Lupti or even Akash to get. I was thinking Esme, but that was first ban. I was like, all right, whatever. Maybe they're going to get Paquito. Okay, we're not going to get Paquito either. So maybe they might shift into a more damage-oriented style for the side of Entity 7 rather than, you know what, we're going to team fight with team fight. Scrap that. Let's get really, really messy here. Let's go for the scramble.
Yeah, I think the scramble is... We've seen different strategies now from multiple teams. I mean, hell, one of them, obviously Aurora Gaming from the last series, where it was just a very different concept of play style, you know, more that sustainability, kind of dragging things out. But this is one of the big things here that the meta is shaping to be.
Well, speaking of meta, we've got a little special somebody up on that stage. Let's throw it over to see who it is.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hanan Bush from Entity 7. Welcome.
Bienvenido.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is really interesting because finally we get to meet you in person, and it's amazing to finally see a representation from South Amer. So a LATAM representation. What does this mean to you coming into MSC?
Es muy interesante por fin poder conocerte y verte en persona. Esta es la primera vez que tenemos un representante de Latinoamérica y Sudamérica. ¿Qué representa esto para ti?
Representa mucho para mí por los logros que he convertido, lo que he hecho en general. De ser coach, jugador, analista, es algo muy bueno para mí llegar a este punto y nada, me siento muy feliz.
It is really big for me because I've been a coach, a player, and an analyst. So everything I've been doing throughout my career, this is a really big thing for me, and I'm extremely happy.
All right. So you've done almost every single role. So what made you come back as a player?
Bueno, parece que has hecho básicamente todo lo que se puede hacer. ¿Y qué hizo que regresaras como jugador?
No, de hecho estoy cumpliendo varios roles ahora. Estoy cumpliendo de coach, analista y bueno, sigo siendo jugador a pesar de todo.
I'm actually doing everything right now. I'm the coach, I'm the analyst, and I came back as a player.
Oh, okay. So he's doing everything right now. So with that kind of knowledge, how does he see the matchup against Onyx? Because considering Onyx are one of the favorites here coming into MSC.
Y con todo este conocimiento, ¿cómo ves tu enfrentamiento en contra de Onyx? Ya que Onyx son uno de los favoritos en el torneo.
La verdad no estaría tan seguro porque es una experiencia nueva para mí internacionalmente. Es la primera vez que puedo enfrentarme a equipos internacionales y bueno, todo dependerá de cómo nos desempeñemos, cómo estemos trabajando como equipo, pero por lo general yo nos veo bien personalmente contra Onyx.
I can really be certain because this is a first for me. It's the first experience that we get a chance to go against international level teams. So I personally think that we are really good right now as in terms as a team, but I couldn't be sure.
Okay. Any nerves though? Is there nerves up against Onyx?
¿Cómo van los nervios? ¿Te sientes un poco nervioso? No, no me siento nervioso. No, not at all.
That didn't need translation. I felt that confidence coming through. But of course, you're going head-to-head later on with Kyrie. Is there anything maybe you want to say to Kyrie come this next matchup?
¿Te vas a enfrentar 1-1 contra Kyrie? ¿Hay algo que le quisieras decir a Kyrie en este enfrentamiento?
Nada, que sea un buen juego y que, bueno, que gane mejor.
I wish for a good game and may the best one win.
Oh, nice. Cold, calm, collected. I like that. Hyron Bush, good luck for your next match because we're throwing it over back to the studio.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse. He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Back on the studio and here on the stage for draft. Game number 2 between Onyx and Entity 7. It was tough for Entity 7 to say the least, as Onyx stomped right through them, through their Marcel, and of course, that Granger picked up by Kelra. Redmar and Mirko here, still talking to you over the draft. Okay, I think we can go back to maybe the first set of bans here for E7. I feel like that Claude ban was way too much.
I feel like everything was a bit too much, Redmar, right? Because we have to take into account that, for me at least, looking at those drafts, Entity 7 were coming into game number 1, not trying to win, but trying not to lose, right? Because usually you would ban Fanny and Ling, and you would pick up a jungler in the first phase, knowing, okay, they went up on the Hirara, it's going to be closed out later on in the second phase for sure, but they didn't put enough respect onto the Hirara. They didn't even put any respect into the jungle.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they even let go of the Eudora, which is kind of crazy, right? Like, it's almost like a guarantee, especially against a team like Onyx, that they want to go on Assassin. So you need to try to take that very good combo with an Assassin, aka also a counter to the Assassin in the Eudora.
Yeah, that's why looking at the draft for Entity 7 earlier, it felt reactive in the sense that realizing their first 3 picks felt like some of Onyx's greatest hits. They took away the Harith, they took away the Phobias, they took away the Eve, all of that are just screaming Onyx's greatest hits. It felt like the most proactive pick that they went for was actually the last pick, Chip. Though in the big picture, it did end up having difficulty with the team fighting being kind of awkward around the golden hour of the Marcel. It just didn't work out for them. So now at least they switch up the sides and they banned out the Fanny, they banned out the Valentina. I think, with Onyx banning out the Atlas, they don't have the Atlas access anymore. Phovis is still open, Freya might not be the best pick. Would it be too much if they just rush to the Hirara right now?
I think it's a bit too much again because, there you go.
That's better.
I really like the Eudora, right? If you want to go up against Assassins, if you want to pick up an Assassin as well, the Eudora should be it. And now we're seeing it, kind of escalate in Prio. Love it. Yep. But now for Onyx, I don't think they need to pick up an Assassin right now. They just go for, what are the other picks? The Belric's gone, Atlas is gone, Marcel's also gone. They go for the Cho, all right, straight up for Rome, a comfort for Keyboy.
Yeah. And honestly, looking at the other picks from today, I felt like the Cho might be something teams might want to revisit as a priority, considering that there was one draft earlier in TL versus Aurora where the Cho would have looked perfect, but then it got banned away. So Onyx now, they're being proactive. They pick up the Cho, they still end up with a Hirara for Kyrie, and now why not go ahead put up a Ling, because there's a risk it might get kicked away. But I feel like you have to take that risk. Consider the Ling, so at least you get the Assassin versus Assassin, and if you cannot play in the objective fights, at least you play the map.
And this is why, for me, I think it would have been better for Entity 7 to stay on red side. It's okay being the team to respond over with the picks. It's just you need to take these prio picks away, right? Marcel, first pick for Onyx in game number 1. That should have been the Eudora Hirara instantly for Entity 7. Now, there's so many picks up for grabs. Even if they get another let's say they go for a gold lane, even an XP lane and a Paquito, and Esmeralda just shows up for Onyx. There's so many ways to respond it over, and they pick the Harley into a Cho. Onyx, again, they know that this Cho will be good against anybody, against the Ling, against the Harley, and now as the Harley got the Kacha, I honestly feel like the Esmeralda or the Uranus will show up. There you go. Those tanky, sustainable XP lanes. Great for Lutpi.
Yeah, and now Team Entity 7 need to watch out just constant invades, and even if it's not invades, just vision provided by the Uranus, leaving the EXP lane, showing up, messing you up, and just feeding all the information that Onyx needs. I feel like this Harley, at the end of the day, was just like, Coach, you know what? I'm feeling more Harley this time around. Maybe not the Ling. We saw Hydon Bush use it a lot during their last Amber season anyway, so that is screaming comfort. But Romid Trio, all magic. They need some physical damage in here through the EXP and the gold lane.
And that's where it'll get very difficult, right? I feel like for Onyx right now, they should be comfortable playing one of those unorthodox gold laners, something of a strong side here. They ban out the Dairoth, so interesting. I guess they're thinking Entity 7, because they might not be able to get a gold lane with physical damage, that they'll look to try to put the physical damage into XP. That's why they go for the Dairoth ban, but there you go. The Eve gets taken out as well. Not too big of a fan of that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's because they're considering setting up for a carry pick. That's the only reason why they'd want to ban out the Eve right now.
Not too big of a fan of that either, right? Because the Brody is what I'm thinking about for Onyx.
Oh, for Onyx?
Yeah, because I think they are trying to get, I think they're reading into the carry pick for Entity 7.
Yeah.
With the Eve ban as well, so I think they might just be going for Brody.
All right, let's see if Entity 7 reads it.
Sora ban as well.
Ban out the Kelra hero now. Ban out that Brody might be the best call for Entity 7. And if it's not the Brody, at this point, it's a plug and play, honestly. I think we've said that a lot for Onyx, especially in MPL ID. A lot of times, a lot of picks, you could just plug and play anything, and they'll find a way to make it work.
With the Cho and the Hirara, with the Uranus as well, all of them can chase the Harley. I don't really even think that the Harley can make it to the backline of Onyx, so I wouldn't even be too surprised if Onyx go for even like something as crazy as a Farsa even up against these Assassins, because again, Jusin ban, Eve ban, they've taken away a lot of the safer choices in mid. The next best thing would probably be a Lilia if you're thinking safety. I think Onyx aren't thinking about safe. I think they're thinking about dominating.
Yeah, if you want domination, of course, you still have the option of Sans to suddenly show up with the Kadita, get that Petrify up, hardcore pick-off combo with that Cho, and instantly, if you delete the door, you delete someone. But they don't want to. They want to go. They don't want to go for that. It's fine.
Go safe.
Safety's good. Safety's good. Lilia's great.
And as expected, the Brody smells really good right now. It's looking really good. If Entity 7 pick up a Claude, Moskov, or carry, I think it's an insta Brody, right? XP. They need something. They need something to deal with this. Now, what is it? Paquito against the Uranus.
All right. Pretty much.
Unless this is gold, and then they like pick another guy.
Surprise EXP, yeah. I mean, after all of this, the Esmeralda's still open. But then it's really just the Uranus. You dead lane that. Unless Akashi is feeling something else. I mean, I wouldn't even want to consider... maybe if you really want to reach the Brody, you go crazy with it. You put the Paquito in gold and you pick up something like a Bene. At least you have some form of dive and access. But oh, wait, no, yeah, it's Brodyable.
But Brody.
Now's the time.
Brody.
Yeah.
If it's not Brody, safe choice would be Moskov, but after seeing the Granger, Kelra ain't about that safe game, bro.
Yeah, we thought Granger has pretty much just bowed out of the meta. He pops up here and there, not always the best results, but he made it work last time. Pretty sure Brody, he'll be able to make it work as well. But Entity 7, they said they wanted to be aggressive. You know, aggro looks good for them. They have a lot of dive.
That's true. Now, hear me out. Beatrix with a Cho.
Yes.
Pull up that skin, Kelra. We know it's in you, bro.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Naisu did bring up, it's the KK combo just a bit different. I feel like in the drafts as well, it's very much like that M6 Onyx Philippines composition. The Brody gets locked in. We read that out quite early. And this was actually a pick that got them one of their only games. Their only game actually in the grand finals against Vitality.
Oh yeah, they picked that up quite early on in the series. And now here it shows up in MSC. There is precedence for it. Super Marco and Team Falcons PH picked it up. Entity 7 seems like they weren't ready for the Brody pick, or were they? Maybe this very high aggro, high damage, all dive potentially fast tempo lineup that the South Americans, the players from Latin America, are known for, will be able to force a Game 3 for this series. We're gonna bow out for now as we head into game number 2, tossing it back on over to Guidon Bush. Sorry, that's Gideon and Naisu.
Thanks. The enemy reaches the back.
Reptar, it's a great day to be here for Series 3, but also this for Onyx, they're looking for the opportunities, but it's about that snowball.
Yep.
They have to play through strong side, which they start at level 1.
They want to build the snowball right now.
Ouch.
Okay, Revitalize is burnt. I think they're happy with that, but that's going to be tough for E7 because this is always what we see. Early game pressure in the mid lane, trading out some battle spells. And so you don't have that Revitalize. It's nothing too crazy, but obviously it's going to kind of change your game plan here. Let's take a quick look at the emblems for now.
Yep, so far the emblems is going to be Master Assassin, no exit.
Oh,
no, shit,
hold on,
in
shit.
trouble.
Oh. You don't get a chance.
You got, it's one of those moments where it's just like, yeah, you already, the level 1 got messed up.
Yeah.
So you probably shouldn't be the one opening up the bush as well, or maybe using the Fork Lightning as a means to open, but the same can be said about Agwin, right? You just gonna have to just open up the map somehow.
Yep.
Look at the control, the tempo already. Oh, the sidestep from T-Boy.
Oh, look at the pressure actually. Hide on Bush. Again, nowhere to go. Double for Keyboy 3-0 on this Cho. That's a roam Cho, by the way.
By the way, Kyrie is already level 4, like nearly before the minute even started. Like this is a ridiculous start for Onyx developing a 1.6k lead less than 2 minutes into this game. And what sucks about it is that Hidon Bush has no camps to actually take. And then he goes up to the EXP. Guess what? No crab there. I gotta go invade. And Keyboy, he's sniffing it out.
What it feels like is a Harley with no magic right now, man. Like he's starved out. You're seeing it. Keyboy is enough pressure. Okay, at least there's a caveat there. Our kill going to the hands of Shin. So a little bit of an overstep probably from Sans there. He did burn his flicker in that, but still, man, this is one of those cases where you give up this first turtle. You don't really want to maybe contest this just because of the fact that Hidon Bush has already been delayed enough. If he's delayed further, then we've seen that before be the case.
Yeah, and honestly, nobody wants to fall behind, especially since Keyboy wants to maintain that passive from his roaming boots. In the meantime, though, I'm looking down on bot side, and Doom is also having a pretty tough time against Keller, who's got an amazing freeze by his tower.
All right, as we expected, Turtle just gonna go in the hands here of Onyx. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the map, a little bit of trading going on there. Keyboy will be able to go ahead and take it. He's almost got the flicker available, and now that he's got the kick, he's got that Way of the Dragon. He's going to continue to be a nuisance there in the jungle. Up on this top side where Kyrie is, though, keeping tabs on him. Good protection, though, coming out from E7. They need to do this. They need to get these guys out of their side of the jungle, and they'll do that behind on Bush. Once again, Kyrie, level 7, goes through. Good thing, Hidon Bush able to get his purple buff.
And great rotation here coming in from Kyrie as well. He's not going back up towards that top side. He just completely decided, you know what, we're going to cut through that mid lane. We're expecting Akashi to actually start participating in these fights, and now they're back on the invade.
Doom's only level 3. Oh no, it gets worse. Shin going down here. The fight for the orange. Hidon Bush won't be able to get that one. And man, someone's got to help Doom here. I just realized, yeah, he's only this level 3 at this point, and Kyrie level 8, man.
This is ridiculous. Like, Kelra has got a permanent freeze here. What is he supposed to do? Like, well, they need Vagwin to actually come down and break this freeze, or literally anybody to break this freeze. It's, oh no, he's dead.
No, Doom. Okay, BMI, but up, torn apart memory, okay.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Not enough marks?
Not enough marks. The Purify came in just in time.
Oh, but Keyboy's here. Rest of the team, too. They know this. He's going to go ahead and get some regen on, but oh, pop the blaze. He's doing it. There's Keyboy. Goes in with a kick. Not the target he was probably looking for, so he kicks Shin. Doom does go down, though. Revitalize to help. Meanwhile, Kyrie gets a kill across the map against the Kashi. But Onyx will continue to build up. Gideon, I don't think we've seen this kind of a lead at the 4-minute mark.
Right now, the game is up to Onyx. Like, if Onyx whiff anything, if they give a shutdown over to E7, maybe there's an opportunity. But if they play just the standard game of constant invades and just using their capital lead that they have, their economic lead, there's just nothing they can do. I mean, I'm looking at this replay and it's just like, what's the point, right? The dive wasn't the cleanest dive, yet it doesn't matter when your base stats are just way higher than your opponents.
Yeah, you can see that too, and the reaction there from Keyboy, obviously. In that too, he picked up the Radiant Armor, so now he can be more durable, you know, against these magic damage dealers that ND7 has, and that's all part of the plan of not letting that lead that they built up already so quickly slip out. And this is the thing, another turtle's just gonna go over to Onyx. There's no contest here. So when it's this case, when we have to think of Entity 7's chances of turning the game over on this head, you know, with this kind of landslide right now for Onyx, where is that going to be? Who is going to be that person? You know, because Doom, you would think it'd be the Claude, but my goodness, he was delayed so much, frozen out of his lane.
Yeah, it's a... Honestly, I think this is a prisoner's dilemma already. It's like asking a mother who's their favorite child. It's you gotta pick one, unfortunately, and right now it's not Doom. That's what I could say. Oh no.
Oh, Kashi. Keyboy under the turret. There's the kick right in between both. They don't care. They'll get a kill. There's the stunt, Ludwig. Kyrie with a retribution, gonna chase down Shin. Shin able to get away though, but that's just a preview of how much Onyx can take from Entity 7 as a turret is pushed now in the bottom lane. Tier 2, Doom, nowhere to go. Popping the Purify. Has to stay alive at all costs, but Kyrie's here. All the iframes to work with, and a torn apart memory from Kelra will cap out another kill.
They can stop. This is a public execution here from Onyx. They are not letting up, and they want to make sure that it is known you can't play anything less than perfect.
Couple shots here. All right, Flicker burn, at least for Sans. But still, so much work for Entity 7 to deal with that they just have to watch the Tier 2 turret go down nearly here in that bottom lane. It's just Onyx doesn't have anything else to take, so they'll just keep pressing on these turrets.
You know, I've watched a lot of games in my career, but never one where I've been so confident that this game is kind of over already.
Yeah.
It's an 8.4K lead 6 minutes into the game, and these positions are literally impossible to get out of unless Onyx all decide to like run at Fountain or something like that. But it's very unlikely. Once you're at a stage where you're already an item and a component ahead of your opponent, it becomes very difficult to actually claw your way back out of this, especially since a lot of the combinations are very single target rather than hitting multiple people. Yeah. And that's the big difference between E7 and Team Liquid's composition. Even though Team Liquid was losing massively at that point in time, the comeback ability comes down to the 5 wombo combo, which they don't have.
Yeah, and what you're seeing here too, you know, there's a phrase over in the Philippines that's used quite a bit. It's called Hunger Games. You hear the professional players say it, where they take everything from the jungle, pretty much. Akashi, they'll take him as well. They're going to be looking for Doom next. Doom will be able to get away with the BMI, but now Bagwin trying to run himself away, but it's just way too much. As another goes down for E7, and Onyx will shortly be knocking on these holy defense shields already this early on.
Yeah, look, they just sit in base. Yep, he's already holding on to 2 waves, because what are they gonna do? Like, no DHS? All right, that's fine. Max stacks on Uranus. He's gonna regenerate harder than everybody put together.
Yeah, this is just, at that point, Lutby just pressing on the wounds for this one.
He's gonna walk into target just to restart the stacks. Yep,
restart the stacks. Another wave coming through mid. Tier 1 gone, Tier 2 next. They still hold on to the shields, but Entity 7, again, look at this, the glooms. A couple glooms bringing Doom down to a third of his health.
Dude, Lutby, I hate, especially when you're playing Uranus at a high level.
Just look at him.
And you have such a lead, he just becomes like the solar system's behind here. Just a dirty little man. Look at him. What are you gonna do? Huh? He still has his ult. And then he punts on up and he does nothing. He's just literally face-checking them.
This is only possible when you're 13,000 gold ahead as a team. Bagwin desperately jumping in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but he's just going to go to his death. Loopy still in the base. He hasn't moved at all. A flicker forward from Sans, trying to get the kill. Another defense shield popped, but look, Loopy still not moving from this. He's his own just bulwark for this team. He does burn the flicker. There you go. Finally, Entity 7. They're done with the disrespect.
I'm sure hoping that Onic isn't trying to farm the numbers here because it's looking very, very good so far. Oh, Calamity Reaper going on right on Bush. Kind of interesting what he's going for here. Wants to make sure that he has a little bit of true damage on top of everything else, but I think right now he kind of needs some sustain. Not to mention that Kelra has been playing literally pixel perfect as well, making sure that he isn't missing a beat. Catching up and cleaning out the majority of these kills, but now that we're coming into the 9th minute of the game, Onic, this is it, right? No holy shielding on every single side of Entity 7's base. They're going to be able to get this. Zipper, could you pull up the items just in case? I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that Doom should be like an item and a half. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, it hurts.
Uh-oh, it's going to hurt more here. Sans does take some damage. He's got the black shoes. He's going to be fine. A little jump there on the fence. They're going to get run down in their jungle, so ignoring the Lord for now. They'll just take a buff, make their way back to it. But what do they get out of that? Again, some of these ultimates used up, battle spells. E7 still wants to show up for this. Potentially, they might just get punished here, though, if they do.
Everything that could have gone wrong in the early game has gone wrong for Entity 7, and I think that as much as it feels soul-crushing for Haidon Bush, it's one of those games that you wish, like, all right, it's a GG, go next. I understand that we're going to have to play through the lower side, but this is really, really rough. And I think the only few mistakes that Onic can make, it's difficult for Kyrie because at this stage, he's got enough cooldowns to get his iframes back up before the killing blow actually comes through. I think it's got to be down to like just Sans and Kelra who need to give away these kills, particularly Kelra.
And I don't know if that's going to happen, man.
He usually doesn't do that.
It's usually not the case, but even if it was the case, Entity 7 just doesn't have the firepower. I feel like they almost have to expend too much for them to cap out a kill on an overstep that most likely won't happen from Kelra. Now for Onic, with this Lord marching towards the base, the 14,000 gold too is even bigger than the Lord right now. Lutfi up again, leading the charge. There you go again. Just Shin deleted off the map here. 2 base turrets down. Onic looking to cap it out here under the 12-minute mark once again. One more desperate attempt here from E7, but they'll just lock it down and come in cleaning as Onic comes in to clean up the series in a sweep against Entity 7.
An absolute massacre, a murder here up in the group stages. Onic, they're not holding back their punches anymore. They've taken advantage of every little thing in this game, and those who gave away those kills were purely for donation purposes.
Yeah.
Holy cow. This is going to be an exciting MSC. You know, we've seen many upsets. We've seen those who are looking for former glory. They don't want to make the same mistakes past 2-3 years ago, even if we dig far enough. All of these players, they're looking for revenge. They're looking for the top spot.
This was, again, interesting to go through the way that it did through the drafts, for the picks. But this is also the Onic that I feel like a lot of people have seen shades of throughout their course of their journey up here to MSC in 2026 for EWC. But again, it's a refined version of them. You know, and I think a big part of that is they're playing into where the meta is currently. They're really honing in on that. But even the way they move around the map, Gideon, it just looks like they're cleaner than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, no, they had tempo at every single moment in this game. They made sure that they checked the foundational bookmarks, and most importantly, they went above and beyond and reached further, right? Keyboy was allowed to do Keyboy things, which he hasn't been able to do as often in the recent years, but now it feels like he's back to his normal self. Yes, I will disrespect you, I will get everything out of you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, him and Lupi both, man, just having the time of their lives there. Again, think about that, how good of a start that is. A 3-0 start for Keyboy on the Cho. Just dominant, you know, able to go ahead and just do whatever he wants basically in the opposing jungle of E7 here. And that also just, again, when we talked about the discussion about the Hirara and how you have the most success with that hero, your team has to support that to happen, and they did it from the start.
Yep. And from the start to the end, we're going to be now thrown over to our winners up on stage with Rose for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh my, Onic with such a dominant sweep up against Entity 7, a 2-0 game. And of course, we are on stage with someone who I last saw last year under the banner of Onic Philippines. But this time, he returns to the MSC stage as Onic. How are you, Kelra?
I'm okay, I'm fine. Gwenchana.
Did you miss playing in MSC?
Yes, very, very much. I miss to play to MSC.
I have to ask you, What's the difference with playing with Onyx Philippines last year and playing with Onyx this year? Okay, go!
Pinagayuan nila, naglalaro akong kampi kay mga Indonesia ngayon at saka yung comms namin, iba.
He said playing with Indonesians, they have different comms compared to, I'm pretty sure, Onyx PH last year, where they would primarily communicate in Tagalog. Now, I have to ask you, today was a day filled with surprises and upsets. We saw incredibly fast games. We saw Rafael in the mid lane. I gotta ask you, what do you think about the meta right now?
Yung meta ngayon, ano talaga depende sa team kung may sarili-sariling meta yung mga teams ngayon and wala talagang sinusunod na meta. Yung ngayon, kumbaga kung anong strength mo, yun yung lalaroin mo.
He said that as of now, there's actually no specific meta. It's more towards playing towards your strength and just capitalizing on what plays out. You seem very happy to have a translator on stage, huh? Yeah. So, Kelra, aside from the meta, I want to ask you, your next opponent is going to be Aurora, who just 2-0 clean sweep TL just now. And if we look back to last year, when you met them on your opening match in Onyx Philippines, you guys lost against Rosa Salina. So what are the preparations for that matchup up against Aurora?
Preparation lang namin, siguro masayusin namin yung mabumben namin and babawi ako sa Aurora kasi tinalo nila kami last EWC.
He said that what he's going to be working on is obviously their map rotations, and he is going to get a revenge match up against Aurora for beating him last EWC. Any words to the fans here in the arena today?
Maraming salamat sa mga puntang Pinoy dito. Patuloy na sinusuportahan pa rin kami and sa lahat ng mga pumunta yung nag-report and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta.
Kelra said thank you to all the Filipinos who came down to the arena and to give them their support. Continue supporting them. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he hopes to see you guys again. Thank you very much, Kelra. It's amazing to be back on stage with you.
Yes!
Yes! Thank you! All right, that's it from us. We're showing it back to the studio to break down what happened in this series. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. That was amazing. I mean, what a personality, Kelra. And you could hear the screams. A lot of happy fans for whatever Kelra had to say. The Onyx crowd is going live here in Paris, France at EWC 26. And MSC has really started off strong, guys. We saw 2 upsets. Mirko and Renmar joining me back on the desk. We saw 2 upsets to start off these series. Now this one, it wasn't an upset, but it was the fastest series overall. 2 sub-12-minute wins. Onyx, we said they were on, we talk about Golden Road. They're on the road for a championship, and it looks like they started off strong.
Oh yeah, dude. They just dominated every single aspect of the game, having winning matchups in all of those individual lanes and just capitalizing on every single one of them. Again, they set it up in the first phase. It wasn't even like, it doesn't even look like they're trying to hide it, but I guess it's like it could be an experience, but there you go. I guess,
bro. I guess so too. I feel like we needed to see a result like this after the very shocking day, start of the day that we had. But of course, unfortunately, that it was at the expense of Entity 7, where I'm sure they're very hungry to, have a much better start here and get some better results. Yeah. I guess it's just unfortunate that they went up against a team that's like one of the most aggressive in the world. Yeah. And it really felt like they tried to play a similar style, too similar to Onyx, and yeah, they just got beat there.
Maybe needed to, we had talked about this yesterday, fire with fire. Maybe needed to slow it down. So hard to do, though, against the caliber of these types of players. Talking about MVPs and Kelra. And obviously, things worked out well for them. But, Mirko, if you broke it down, they were fast games. What was the key to success for Onyx in this matchup?
I think it's just having winning lanes across the board and having the assassins, having someone like Kyrie to force out those bans, force out those I'd say strange picks as well coming in from Entity 7, right? Like all the way from game number 1, it was a Fanny and Ling ban into no Hirara for Entity 7. And in game number 2, they gave the Hirara over again without a Ling response. I feel like right now, teams who don't have the Fanny, don't have the Ling in their arsenal are really going to be at a disadvantage. We see it back-to-back games now. Yeah. For Entity 7, they just didn't even have, I'd say, like the plan. Again, it's the same as what we said for game number 1. It looked like they were coming into this matchup thinking, all right, how do we not lose instead of how do we win?
Yeah. And Renmar, you said it was kind of a meta's past. A few months ago, you saw that first draft from Entity.
Yeah, even their decision here, the fact that they went with the Gata Kacha and then the Harley as one of their next two picks after picking up the Eudora. They picked up the Eudora, they knew the Hirara was coming out. Oni picked up the Cho, then suddenly, I feel like they're scared to now pick up or even consider the Ling. They ended up doubling down on a Harley. Harley, not a terrible pick, but I feel like they just weren't able to play it with the way that they wanted to, and then at the end of
midnight,
the effect of the previous series bleeding on over to this one. Yeah. Also, I feel like they didn't expect the Brody to come out at all. They picked up a Claude. Brody was wide open. Mirko called it. We realized, it's such a good pickup for Onyx. I don't think it even crossed their minds that the Brody would pop up. And you saw how difficult it was for Doom to even farm in lane. He was straight up frozen out the entire game.
The gold standard. So many Onyx fans happy with that one, and they get to go home early or relax at the venue. There's a lot going on here at EWC 26 here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, though. The action is all MSC, and we're finding a way, I think, to break down what we've seen because we're trying to learn something. And I think on the outside looking in, you can only glean so much. But now, I know, Renmar, you've got a couple of clips for us that you want to break down that maybe give us a bit more insight as to why things worked out so well for Onyx.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the draft here real quick again, just so that we can revisit. You want me to keep going forward? Just so that we
Mirko's
can revisit what happened. We pointed it out. They picked up the Eudoras first. They gave up the Cho and the Hirara. But then these two, this screams Meta's past. If they wanted something a little bit more proactive, if they knew that they had the Burst with them and that they're going up against Burst, it wouldn't be too crazy to consider picking this up. But then they were thinking, okay, but there's an Esmeralda. Then why don't you pick up the Esmeralda if you're worried that you wouldn't have an answer to the Uranus? And then with the Brody open up here, you knew it was coming. We knew it was coming out. Mirko called it. They still ended up picking up the Cloud, and then that just ended up being really difficult for them. I feel like they also leaned in a little bit too hard with taking away some of the best picks that you can go for here. For Suns, they took out the Eve, they took out the Juicin, but the Lilia was still wide open, and that was one of the safest picks that you could go for. So yeah, draft choices, a lot of questions, and I will double down on what Mirko has been saying. What we've been saying, they were playing and drafting not to lose.
Yeah. I think for me, it's also just like, if you look at the drafts again now, they didn't really have a plan after banning the Eve, because if they wanted to pick up the Claude, if they knew they were going to pick up the Claude, why even ban the Eve, right? Like, look at that again. They banned out the Juicin and the Eve. They should have banned out the Juicin and the Lilia if the Claude was actually what they were already aiming for all the way from first phase.
Yeah, all right. So now let's look up how this game started out here. For Entity 7. I'm playing now. There we go. So it was just really a tale of this start here. They found them over here and then they continued. With Shin going down, great use of the flicker. Keyboy was aggressive, just the right amount. Vagi knew that he wouldn't have any help here. And this onslaught would continue. Highland Bush wants to go orange, but then at this point you're thinking, how is a Gatakacha who's about to fall down with a Eudora just coming back supposed to protect with this Cho? Not much. It will just trigger a lot of usages from the abilities. Easy burst. Onyx made that start look so easy. It was simple, really. Once they saw where the Roman mid were, once they got a read of where the jungler was, pretty much there was nothing that they could do, and that was it. It was over from the first minute and a half of the game, because that snowballed into just more aggressive plays by Onyx that Entity 7 had no response for. They couldn't even help their gold laner anymore because of how badly they lost the first minute and a half.
Yeah, Onyx going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming tomorrow. Also, that means that we're going to see Team Liquid face off against Entity 7. Will it be just as fast? That one's going to be an elimination match as well, so stay tuned for that. We'll get all the details for the bracket. We've still got one more series to go, though, and before we jump into there, let's head over to Chris and Glitter Explosion for a Club Championship update here at EWC.
another Club Championship update heading your way. I'm here with Lauren once again. Your stage is very much rumbling away like ours has been as well, but big Club Championship update from you.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. So today we're sending 8 teams home. 8 keys will be crushed as we head into finals. However, our finals could not be any more stacked with the current clubs at the top of our Club Championship leaderboard, okay? We have the defending champs Twisted Minds, but then we also have Vitality, Na'Vi, AGAL. We have Falcons just solidifying their spot. Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal game for the Club Championship side of things.
Wow, I mean, which way are you kind of leaning with it? Because I know it's get very, very close with that one, but has anybody been standing out?
We actually have a couple teams that aren't in CC standing out right now. We had Myth doing really, really well, but we do have Liquid in there starting to pop off. We see AGL has had some strong performances after a slower start, and honestly, defending champs Twisted Minds also look really good. This could really go any way.
Excellent. I'm really looking forward. I'm going to be keeping up with everything going on over on Lauren's stage, but there's your little Club Championship update. We'll be keeping up for the rest of the weekend.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half a puff and blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The Esports Nation Cup in Riyadh in November. You're going to be able to see 16 games go toe-to-toe for 4 weeks, representing their nations for the first chance to win a title for their club, their nation, and make history. Make sure you are watching the prizing, and not only that, just the glory is going to be on the line in November. It's going to be a lot of fun. Esports Nations Cup coming up. I can't wait for that. Welcome back to the Desco. We've got one more series to go. My name's Randy. I'm joined by Mirko and Rinmar here to talk about Myanmar. Yangon Galacticos finally jumping in the conversation. They had to wait all day, see all these wacky results. Oh, yeah. And now we finally get to see them heading up against Armena Giants and GK Esports. Mirko, what's your thoughts heading into this one?
Hey, Yangon Galacticos have always been a team on my radar, right? Got the honor to actually cast a lot of their games, a lot of their tournaments in the past, their qualifiers to international events, and they've always shown glimpses of brilliance here and there. They show tremendous domination, I mean, in their domestic leagues, but then when it comes to internationals, maybe it's because of the lack of the experience for some of their members, but they just don't shine as much as they shine in their domestic league, especially at M7. Very disappointing result. Coming into MSC though, again they had a dominant run, but it was with the utility jungle. Han was fantastic on those picks. Now that we're back on Assassins, there's still going to be a big question mark, because a big part of why they were able to dominate was because of their crazy hero pull on Blink as well. Yep. Him pulling off the Assassins in Rome is now no longer possible with the Assassins back in the jungle.
There's going to be a lot of demands here for Young God Galacticos to really grow. And we've seen it from even the top teams growing mid-tournament. Now, at least they're operating from the sense of we've had an entire day so far, 3 matches to be able to catch up of what's new. I wouldn't take it out of the possibility that they're just going to improvise at the last second and start introducing these new picks. I'm still looking out for Barrett's becoming a big part of the conversation. Meanwhile, for GK, I have the same fear for them. Yes, they had an amazing story in their win in MENA. The fact that they have 2 Mongolian imports, they were able to get a big win in the grand finals against a big organization in Falcons MENA. But then now here they are with not a lot of international experience. How are they going to be able to translate what they did domestically, internationally?
And there's a lot of final days and final games that you can go, okay, great, our turn. This feels like one where you're almost like, do we have to play today? Can we just see one more team go? Is it really that crazy? Are all the upsets happening in Galacticos as we introduce their team up here on your screen? They are a squad from Myanmar. Through the MSL, they want to be here. Top 8 at M7. Can they continue that? Their journey to EWC, not like everybody else's, but like everybody else, they are here to win.
Young God Galacticos, look at
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose in M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
As now, Bournemouth scores! Have they done it?
They have done the unthinkable, and now they make history. The first Myanmar team to make it towards the grand finals of the M2 World Championship.
Bringing the Myanmar back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esports can change life.
Rinmar, there's a lot to say about this team.
Yeah, they're pretty strong.
You almost couldn't hold yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't hold myself. I was excited. I want to talk about Young God Galacticos. I mean, yeah, with Stitch and Lina no longer being there, still Sanjay and Kai's, I feel like they stepped up to the plate really well for Young God Galacticos. It's when we were talking about the worry for them, I'm worried for them. Like, how are they going to be able to translate what they did domestically here? But at the same time, it's excited when you get young players finally being able to step up internationally for the first time, or at least, growing that experience. They're so hungry to prove themselves that they can show off some amazing highlights. Hopefully they don't forget about the fundamentals.
Yeah, but what a human experience to be in a position at this stage, this young, and also have the opportunity to win. It's not just about the money. It's about the experience of being able to be at such a big stage so early, Mirko. It's invaluable. Whether you win here or not, you take that with you throughout back to your domestic leagues and then hopefully at AM Series or another MSC.
And it's been so long, I think, too long since Myanmar found themselves at the top of the MLBB food chain, right? It was back in M2. You saw that clip earlier, Burmese Ghouls. They were also here in 2024 with Stitch as well. So, I mean, they've had that experience. And I think those were the 2 members that I was thinking about that could bring the experience to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, in M7, they fell short again. The meta just did not suit them. And unfortunately, we find ourselves in a very similar meta where, again, they're going to have to face off against GK, where on paper, Young Galacticos are obviously the favorites here, but GK with Xeno in the jungle is a very well-versed jungler at playing those assassins. He's played a couple of times as well. He was part of the Versotime roster just a few seasons ago and just last season. So a lot of experience. Now with, I believe, Aizen in the lineup, it's going to help Xeno try to balance it out. Maybe for a lot of these imports, they would usually have communication issues, but with Aizen in the lineup, especially just them having that connection from the past, it's going to be very, very good for them to maybe pull another upset. Hey, it's been a day full of upsets already. I can't wait for another one.
That's certainly true. The winner of this can play against Selengar Esports, who beat them, and I think that was that Pro? That was Pro Esports, right? Right out the gate to start the day. So Selengar Esports will actually play the loser of this, and that means that there's a lot at stake. Both 2 teams, they look good. I wouldn't say I'd want to play against any of them, but maybe when you look at it, GK Esports had already faced a really big task in coming here and being the MENA representative. They had to go up against Team Falcons MENA. They won that match. Team Falcons MENA in the other side of the bracket, so we'll follow their journey along. We saw them a little bit yesterday, but we had a chance to talk about the expectations and what they felt going into this tournament. So I believe Eterna sat down with Kwanuk.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and now we are here with Hans, the jungler. So we wanted to talk to you a little bit, but first of all, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling excited because this is our first match.
Excited because it's your first match. Are we detecting a little bit of nerves maybe? Are you a little bit nervous?
No.
No? Okay, full confidence coming in. So excitingly so, we are going into a very new meta. You can see that the assassins are so prominent. What do you think about the assassins in the jungle right now? Do you think Ling and Hirara are the strongest ones?
Yeah, Ling is the stronger one. Yeah.
Who do you think is the strongest?
In the jungle, player. Player.
The hero.
Hero. Ling.
Ling is the
yeah,
strongest.
Ling is stronger.
So Ling is stronger than Hirara right now. Is there maybe an assassin that you also think is strong?
Can you repeat it?
Do you also think that there's another assassin that might be strong as well, other than Ling and Hirara?
Other than Ling, Hirara is Nolan. Yeah,
Nolan. Okay, we don't see Nolan too often. How do you counter these heroes, Hans?
Counter for diving enemy blue burst. I think blue burst is the main hero. Main target for them, yeah.
Okay, so you need to be aggressive, invade the buff as well. Is there a certain hero that could counter these assassins?
One by one.
Just anything that you think?
For the hero, I think Lee and Harley can win here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's some good insight coming in from Hans. And of course, maybe people out there might be a little unfamiliar with Yangon Galacticos. So could you, share your playstyle a little bit? What is your team like?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Are they aggressive? Are you guys aggressive?
I don't know. Last one in the match, yeah.
Oh, okay. But you guys are all good, right?
Yeah.
Happy to be here, excited to play your first game?
Yeah, for the first game, we all excited because it's our first MSC.
Okay, first MSC, but they look confident, a little bit shy in the interview. I'm pretty sure it's because of the interview. But do you have maybe a message to your fans back at home?
For the fans, let's watch our match. We improve our play style and performance. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Thank you for supporting us. Yeah.
Thank you for supporting us. We're all supporting you. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing over back to the panel.
Well, as a day full of surprises continues, that was actually not GK Esports, and that was not Kwanuk. That was Han from Yangon Galacticos. But what'd you feel about what he had to say?
I think it proves that he's adapted a lot to the meta, right? Again, back in the day, utility jungle, even in Myanmar, in the MSL Super League, it's all about him playing utility. So the fact that he knows all this knowledge on the assassins, I think he's already been practicing a lot of that, which means Blink should have already adapted to the tanky boys.
To honor, however, where our conversation was leading, let's get some thoughts on GK Esports coming into this as well, Rinmar. Obviously, we mentioned representing MENA, but in your take, what is the style that they going up against this squad is going to present? Is it going to be weird? Is it going to be a little different? Is it going to be unique to them? How do you feel they're going to approach handling this meta right now?
I think it's going to be chaotic. I mainly based their performance off of what we saw in the grand finals at MPL MENA.
Yeah.
But considering GK and then how Falcons MENA, the energy that they brought, being in that huge live crowd for the very first time, the largest crowd that they've had for a domestic league, they were everywhere, honestly. It was so chaotic, it was hard to read them. Even looking at the Romid trio with Kwanuk, with Shen, and even with Zeno, there were some moments I was wondering, why are they doing this? But they're making it work because Falcons are playing into it. So maybe if there's something that GK can do here to throw Yangon Galacticos off this game, is that make Yangon play a game that's a little bit undisciplined, because that's what GK wants. They want you to rope get roped into their tempo, their dance floor, and that might work out well for them.
Is it true to think that Yangon Galacticos starts out as maybe a dark horse in this tournament, and maybe teams from Myanmar have done that in the past, but then always end up kind of turning that narrative around and being contenders?
For some reason, it's always kind of weird for these Burmese teams because every time you expect them to be a threat, every time you expect them to be the dark horse, they underperform like massively. But when you come into a different tournament and you think, all right, Yangon, Burmese teams, they're not going to be too good this tournament, then they make it all the way to the grand finals, a top 4 finish, and they surprise everybody. So I'd say for the Burmese fans, for everybody around the world who want Yangon to do well, let's not expect too much from Yangon Galacticos.
The reverse curse, right?
Yes.
That you don't want to say too much. You agree with that, Rimar?
Yeah, that's why maybe I'm a little bit more calm with what I'm expecting for GK Esports. Yeah, 77% for Yangon Galacticos. So it seems like there are a lot of expectations for them.
Have you not learned? Guys, no, predict Yangon's opponents every time, okay?
But maybe this works. Maybe this works because every prediction has basically gone the other way today.
That's true. This could bode really well for GK Esports, man.
The reverse curse could be happening.
reverse psychology.
That's right. That's right. You're back at a 360, right where you started. Wait a second.
This is why my degree is different. I'm more in the liberal arts.
Yeah, exactly. Psychology.
You got a degree?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool, man.
So you got a degree in what? Casting and
MLBV,
content and streaming,
yapping,
yapping, style.
I got a master's at yapping.
You got plenty of things, Mirko. People trying to get like you, all right? Rimar, Mirko, thanks for the prelude to this set. It's going to be an amazing series to close out our day. We have got so much action across our 3. I know 4 is going to be a bright spectacle as well. So without further ado, let's get started.
You know what? Today we have had surprises, upsets, and we also had an 8.6k gold lead in 6 minutes into the game. Today is a crazy day, Milosh.
There's a reason why ONIC are called the Sky Kings, and I think they really did prove it despite the best efforts of Entity 7. There's just teething issues, right? Day 1, you're on the big stage. Fair enough. I'm sure they'll bring it back.
I agree, but you know what? Today is so crazy. And of course, to wrap up our day with the last match of day 2, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticos! They are looking to establish themselves on the international stages once again. Yangon Galacticos is back and ready to show that the Burmese representatives are not here to play. Top 8 finish in M7. There is nothing wrong with aiming higher.
Not too shabby. Let's bring them out. Their opponents on the other side. It's GK Esports! From returning veteran to rookie, their new roster shows so much promise. Building chemistry and stability can only be reliably done on the big stage, I tell you that. Can the pressure shape Mena's long-awaited breakthrough on the MLBB stage?
You know what, Milosh? This will definitely be a match to watch out for everybody out there.
Oh, yes. Equals in some ways, a lot to prove in others. So please, GK, please, our good friends over at Yangon Galacticos, you may go place your keys, take your seats, and make sure, captains, to shake hands for the loop. All good, gentlemen. Please, let's set this one up. There's a bit of shyness in it here, but there's a technique to the handshake, Rose. We'll be seeing a lot of these as we go.
Oh,
and bam!
So nice about it. They're very gentle about it. I love it.
There's our matchup, our final one of today in the group stage. Let's send it back to our panel and get things rolling.
Thank you so much, Milosh and Rose. It's the final series of the day here in day 2 of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. We're going to get ready to go into that draft, but it is going to be, for me, a really great end of the day, guys, if we keep being surprised, but we have a competitive set. That's what I want to see as a viewer, as a fan. I think the sets that we got today, even though they surprised us in some ways, when they went the distance, that was what gave us, I think, the best look at learning something long-term. Because when you get down to those teams, especially now that they meet after 2 winners meet, it's going to be a very contested set. And that's where those metas, I guess, core elements are going to be pushed to their limits. So where you might have to go to Sure, you're banning the Herrera well. You're prioritizing how you're dealing with the Ling or using it. Well, what's after that? Like, what's the step after that now both teams are doing that? You only get to see that in a high-level contested match, and I feel like this could be the chance. And I know at the end of the day, it will be, especially if you guys have the chance right now to go into shop to grab your new interactive effect that's available to celebrate Happy Rhino Day. So make sure to check it out in shop, and you can continue chatting about this series, Ramon.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking about what comes after that, it seems like based off of the most surprising results, there's two names popping up more, Uranus and Barretts. And with having EXP laners that can play high invade, not because they're fast, but because you just can't do much to them early on if you don't have the right damage profile. And even if you get your power spike post first turtle, you still don't have the right damage profile to deal with the Barretts, to deal with the Uranus. It just pulls so much gravity towards where they are in the map that whichever team has one of those picks seems like they're more free to do things in the other side of the jungle or in the other side of the river, which means that's more resources, and the other team that's getting pressured by those picks, they're not doing much, which is weird now because when we look at how Zeno and Aizen, how they play together, we want to see them play explosiveness. You don't really get explosiveness with the Uranus and Barretts. It's more of like a slow creeping realization upon your opponents that they can't do anything against you.
And that's why I think it's all about adapting to exactly that, right? Where you need to be explosive. And right now it does feel like that explosiveness, you need to find it in the jungle. We had a conversation earlier with Han. He knows exactly, you know, what the meta looks like. He's talking about the Lings, the Fannies, the Harleys, the Hiraras as well. And I think it comes down to that. So we're seeing much more of the enablers go into the XP lane as the jungle takes center stage as the carry. And I think that's why a lot of the teams that we saw get torn apart earlier today, they are more of the teams that rely on the XP to carry a lot as well, right? That's why when they had that swap, it was just a big curveball. Now, I think for both these junglers, they have the capability to be the main carry for their team and to be the hyper carry. Because a lot of times, when they lose out in the early game, you'd see the XP lane just completely sacrifice their lane and give it over to the jungle.
Dangerous grass picked up for our map. So that will help give a few more hiding spots here for these players.
Oh, yeah.
As the guns are aimed.
You know, you mentioned guns. I hope we do get to see my Beatrix today. I know it's a crazy wish.
Okay.
It almost came out in the last one, but then the Brody was a better pick. But hopefully one of these two teams would grant me my wish. I mean, I've already seen enough of Kai after MWI, and I don't think we're going to see that anymore this time around. But let's see if it's still going to be in the equation. Speaking of the equation now, the Phobia's first ban means Yangon is either setting up for then the Valentina means they're setting up for either the Atlas or the Freya. So it's going to be up to the choice now of GK. The Arlott first phase ban is a head scratcher though. I understand if your opponent has some strong picks you want to respect, but there are some moments where you gotta put your foot down and admit that might be too respectful of them to ban out the Arlott in the first phase red side.
Esmeralda banned as well. Normally, we've seen Fanny banned out in this first phase.
Yeah.
There's still one more.
I think it just goes to show that these two really want the assassins out. They're just opening everything up. There's Freya, Atlas, Ling, Fanny, Herrera, that they're both not gonna run out of picks and trades in the first phase. But GK at least took out the Freya already. That Arlott throwaway ban, maybe it was a throwaway. Maybe it just wasn't just a pure respect. It's Atlas that ends up with Yangon Galacticos. Let's see if Eudora Herrera is going to be the response for GK.
Yep, it is instantly Herrera Eudora. So please, Han, right? I mean, M7, we didn't get to see Han on the Fanny. It was unfortunate because it wasn't the best pick for him back in the day, but he should be ready to redeem himself, right? After that interview as well.
Yeah.
But he may go back onto like the Lings, on the Harleys, right? Just because in the earlier interview that we heard from him, it was those two that he mentioned as a carry or as a counter towards the Herrera. Question is though, do you want to go and try to counter the Herrera with those two picks when the Eudora is sitting right there to help her out?
There's a lot of help for the hero. I think I've been won over by Uranus as a pickup getting shown in the first phase. They get the Fanny.
There's the Fanny.
And you compare it up with the Uranus XP. Nope, they get the roam mid. They get the gourd right away. I think they were worried that they'll lose mid pickups, but they have so many to choose from.
I'm actually quite a fan of this, right? You have that range advantage against the Eudora, and you already have an Atlas. Usually when you see the Atlas, it's already kind of a risk to take the Eudora. So GK are playing with that idea, and Yangon Galacticos just want to double down on the already good pick that they have against the Eudora with extra damage. So whenever the Eudora gets caught in the Fatal Links, it's insta-dead, insta-delete.
Yeah, so it seems like right now the Atlas and the Gord together is just going to stop the Roman mid of GK.
Nice pick.
They end up picking up the Moskov with Fanny on the other side. It's better off if they pick it off now instead of it just getting banned away by the Yangon Galacticos. Usually when there's a Fanny on one side, second phase, no marksman for the opposing team, they'll ban out the Fanny. They'll ban out the Moskov.
Moskov grabbed by GK Esports, Meta representative. Fanny and Gord, both been banned a lot and either not picked on the Gord side, banned mostly on the Fanny side.
Hey.
How do you feel about this 3 so far for both teams? Mirko?
I really like Yangon Galacticos' first 3. It's weird because if you look at the prio list, the Hirara and the Eudora have been, topping that chart. But Young Galacticos already have an answer. Again, with the Atlas going up against this Eudora, it's going to be a very vulnerable pick. Plus the Fanny in the mid lane. This Eudora and Hirara combination, if they fall early and Yangon get a snowball, it's going to get really, really tough. Because now I'm thinking about roamers and XP laners that can actually deal with this kind of damage, and I can't really come up with a lot of picks.
Yeah. Part of it too is that the Hirara is amazing, and we've seen that put to great test today. However, it was either an amazing performance in gold or it was a strong XP performance that enabled the Hirara to be that successful. So if you're saying I don't see a lot of great XP laners against this matchup, maybe Yangon's kind of put GK into a tough spot.
Exactly.
I think this is where we double down and go back to the more damage-dealing EXP laners, the Lapus, the Yuzhongs of the world. Don't necessarily need to go for some extra sustain because with how squishy the first 3 picks of GK are, you know that anyone that can dive and easily access the backline will tear right through them. Alongside the Atlas, the Fanny's gonna swoop in. So theoretically, just getting an EXP laner with strong dive, strong damage, great crowd control, that should be able to sweep up GK's core, and it'll be up to GK to start packing up the stronger front lines to protect their backline.
Is that then also kind of playing into if they end up getting a couple picks on a diving EXP laner and the Gord and the Fanny start to get out of control, does then that whole game plan go to waste? Because then he can't dive and get enough damage on to get the kills, or are you confident that that'll be okay?
Oh, it'll be okay. As long as you get that dive right in, then everyone can sweep up for one another. It just overload the damage, overload the aggro, which is what it seems like the meta
It's not a tempo thing, I guess, is the question. If it doesn't happen early, can it still happen late?
Oh yeah, definitely it can.
Now we're on this pick, Yangon Galacticos. It really seems like with the Alice and the Cho banned out, they really want to set up for those winning lanes again, right? They need the gold and XP to be in a winning matchup for them to enable the Fanny. The Beleric gets picked up. Expected at this point with the Cho and the Atlas taken away. I think we might be seeing a Brody again just to bully the Moskov a bit more and to have that Fanny rotate into that strong side as they may be willing to give Turtle 1 over to GK. Knowing again, Atlas needs level 4 before he's activated. Same goes with Gord.
Yeah.
And this is where we have to ask the question, right? What XP is safe enough to pick up blind? Because it really seems for GK, with the Beleric pick and the Hirara now, they're going all in on strong side XP.
Yeah. And who knows, GK might even end up swapping that Beleric out, but I am leaning more towards the idea, just plop it down in the roam, make it a little bit easier somewhat for your Eudora. You two will struggle, but that's fine. Oh, they still decide to play safe and get the Claude, so at least they have they have another option for main damage if ever the Gord and the Fanny don't work out, but that plays a little bit more later in the game. And there it is, they pick up the Barats. It's not exactly the Lapu or the Yuzhong, but as we've seen it can pretty much do the same thing.
Yeah.
Not as mobile, but it is still equally annoying, especially since GK, their damage for the Barats comes a little bit later.
So GK now, they're setting up for the winning XP pick. All this time, what is it going to be against this Dairoth with so much physical damage already? I don't think it's good to pick up the Dairoth. I think it's a bit too risky.
No.
CC as well, you can shred the barrage, you can win out in lane.
I don't think I'll
That's about it. Yeah, X-Borg against the Gord though, you know, your frog armor just gonna get melted down.
Yeah, it's too focused on the matchup if you're just thinking up of against the Barats. Oh, whoa.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Hylos.
Oh, is that gonna go EXP or Rome? It has to go EXP, right?
I think it is XP, but you know, we've seen both Beleric and Hylos in XP Rome. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Hylo.
Oh, let's see the swap.
No, I think it just swapped earlier. So Beleric XP for Aizen.
Okay, so
there you go.
They still do end up committing the possibility of the Beleric going EXP and then Hylos and Rome. Interesting choices. I don't know. I just like the damage a little bit more from Yangon.
Agreed.
So Yangon maybe getting the damage, and we'll see if they can keep the tempo and set up for a win. This one is set to be a good one. So let's get it over to our casters right away to kick off our first game of our final series of the day.
Our fourth series is going to be epic. We see the draft, the team fight composition opting to go for safer options rather than the high risk, high reward in the damage for the EXP. We're going to jump right into this because Yangon Galacticos are looking for a series win. And the same can be said about Geeky. Question is, which side is it really going to come from?
Well, Yangon definitely get a little bit of a power card here. The Fanny finally slips through. Geeky, on the other hand, pick this bulky front line, the Belleric, the Hylos, and then you do get the Moskov, which can do well against this Fanny. You do have answers to the trump card.
I feel like a lot of the answers is one-on-one, right? I do like the option that Aizen has access to this Belleric just so that he doesn't need to go with the Revitalize, what Shen is currently running right now in his emblem set. Now, he can just flicker into the action and try and catch people off guard rather than play defensively. He has offensive options. With 55 seconds left on the clock so far, the laning phase and a lot of the motions that we're seeing from Geeky is actually centered around Xeno in the jungle.
And look at Yangon already looking for a play, checking out to see if anyone's down here. They make sure that Han is safe to go for this. And very running tightly. The mid lane, the mid trio, all sticking together, not exactly looking for off-map play on the side lanes, but at least making sure that Han's in a good position coming up for this turtle.
Again, it's just a lack of information, and Geeky don't mind it. They don't know that one of their camps just got stolen here, but really, do they need that camp at this stage of the game? Probably not. Han on the opposite side will have a slight EXP lead, but not enough to create the level lead necessary for the upcoming turtle. We'll see in a little bit, because Yangon Galacticos could just, stretch out that first turtle a little bit longer than they usually do.
Looks like they are going to go for it instead. Han comes in, gets some nice damage on a Shen. Zeno! Deletes him! Deletes him!
We can't pretend that there's too many point-and-click stuns here. That should have been expected, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the cable out in time. Oh!
Looking for the stun from Blink here. Gets it. Nice magic gush, Zing able to get the turtle. Aizen goes down as well. Han back on the map, looking for the re-engage. That's two members down, one from each side. YG gets the revenge.
What an interesting mechanic there. Haven't seen the Daytona's Welcome work like that, but this should be another kill on towards Shen's side, but it looks like he might be too tanky. Oh, so close. Able to get the regenerate just in time at the very end.
All right, so things have come back to a standstill. It's 1-1. Zeno continues to be aggressive, though. Ying does get the stun. Should be able to get away from this. Maybe even able to put some damage out of his own.
That was not going to happen. He's got too many stacks. He's got too many base stats to keep himself very healthy in these fights.
All right, so on the top side, still at a standstill as well. Oh! Both teams just continue to go for it. Han tries to come in, but look at the Fatal Links. That's going to be a great grab. Shen will go down as well. The Magic Gush Fatal Links combo sprinkled on top with a little bit of Fanny. It's looking good right now.
It's looking real good, but at the same time, was that not foreseeable? The wave was getting shoved in. The flicker was fast coming up for Cornell, but as long as Han's able to react in time and throw out at least one of those cables, stun or not, he's going to get pulled through. Either ways, that was not exactly the greatest, but Yangon with a 2K lead on their sides. They're very happy with the way that this is actually starting to progress, but at the same time, EK, they're not completely out of this just yet. They just need to deal with the early aggression, and not to mention that we do finally see first item purchases from Han, so his first item power spike is here.
Another stun on to Shen there. In the mid side, YG want to try to take control here before this turtle comes up. Similar to what we saw last time. Last time, though, Han did catch that quick stun to the face and got taken out. I think this time maybe it's a slightly slower approach. Both junglers going for their purple buffs. Geeky will be here first.
The Heptaseas is going to be really, really important, especially on the squishier targets. Han ideally wants to find his priority, and Blink is going to open up the map first, targeting towards Shen's side, allowing Ying to start fighting for this space. Again, the two frontliners for the side of Yangon, they don't mind dying here. As long as they can maintain the stacks onto Ying, he is going to be one thick boy, but Han ain't wasting time as well. They're making sure that he is still having some kind of camp, something to farm on the map so he's not just stagnant.
Han has hit level 8 before Zeno, and will continue to farm. YG with no reason to rush this turtle right now. They've got a small lead. They can take their time, create space across the map up on the top side. Zeno might look, oh my lord, Han comes in, able to get the kill. Blazing Duet defensively, and now responsibly back to Zeno. Zeno just trying to get away. Han doesn't have any more energy to go for the fight. Zeno looks for the re-engage because he's walking into Blink. May not be able to get away from this one. They're going to try to close in. Zeno still dancing, finally goes down. Han's going to fall as well because Quanak comes in the nick of time.
Great timing, great timing. The fact is, Zeno understood one thing. Hey, I'm going to be dead no matter what. If I can get a trade, that's honestly not that bad, and they were still able to pull it off. The unfortunate part is the fact that Quanak always has to flicker to close that distance, and I think this is starting to become a little bit of a problem. Yes, he does have pull yourself together, but at the same time, he's got no defensive tools to protect himself if Hans gets on top of him at this stage of the game. So he's got to be very careful with how he uses the stun.
Second turtle at 6 minutes in, finally going down. YG with a 2.5k gold lead at this point. GK is slowly falling behind. I mean, Zeno hasn't really been able to pop off. Yes, we've seen some deaths on Han, but he is making up for it with map control, with taking out members, making sure that Sanji gets a good start up in the gold side. The fact that we've now seen Yaga go down as well, the push on the top side is tremendous with a big magic gush onto Shen. Shen unable to get away, and even though it's the roam, every pick matters right now.
Yep, they're getting so many things for free. Sanji, he's not going to die here, I think. Now with the Blazing Duet, they're looking for a bigger fight.
Ooh, Blazing Duet onto Yaga. Yaga tries to dash through, gets on the other side of the wall, but Quanak still goes down. He came in to help and paid for his life. Yaga falls as well. YG just capitalizing on every little mistake from GK right now.
Yeah, like everything that just doesn't seem to be going in GK's favor, right? They've tried to figure out ways to kind of edge out just little efficiencies here and there to try and minimize the damage being thrown at them. But now, Zeno getting the Sky Piercer, pretty good. But we need to see a full team wipe out here from the side of GK. That's how their composition is so strong. They got to fight as 5.
GK. Can they bring it together? They are all grouped up in this mid side, so there's your fight as 5. Even if they have to lose a tower, it should be worth it. Quanak, though, getting zoned back. Shen drops a glorious path. Blyzen's taken out by the magic gush. And YG continue just piece by piece dismantling GK.
Yep, at this stage with the lead that they have, YG understand one thing. Take away their front lines if they got nothing left. They just want to break this mid-tier 1, and they're going to force it.
Han dives in. Zeno looking to clear the waves, and he gets pulled in! 2 members taken out. Sanji in the backside with a Blazing Duet. Shen goes down. Quanak will be last to fall. There's no escape right now from YG.
The Yangon Galacticos, they're making sure that they're going to repeat a process that we've already been seeing consistently throughout today. Give us a little bit of a lead, and we're going to run away with it. If you're not going to respond and play for only team fights, we're going to cut your front line down. No matter where you go, the paper cuts keep surmounting until it's a gushin wound. A wide open one as well. Because this combination, they could see everything. Oh, you're going to back up? All right, you're going to flicker 4? No problem. Constant punishes from YG.
So now with the mid-tier 3 down in the mid side, Lord falls as well. YG, I mean, they could try to go for a full inhibitor here at this point, especially if they take this tier 2 on the bot side, are able to push a cannon minion in to trip this holy defense. It's going to be huge for YG on this next push. The delayed Lord coming out of the next wave. They weren't able to get the holy defense, so that is one small bonus in all the doom with GK Esports, and down goes another one. Shen, oh my god, they jump in and both of them get pulled back. Aizen now will bite the bullet as well, as Han pops a cutthroat, a Blazing Duet onto multiple members. Yaga, Quanak, Zeno, there's just no escape. GK Esports, they're getting dragged against the ground right now.
They're just making the wrong decisions here. Like, they see the opportunity, but they're not thinking a little bit about the position that they're currently in. The lack of awareness is starting to hurt them at this point, on top of the fact that they have just a huge economic lead for the side of Yangon Galacticos. They're going to siege them underneath inhibitors.
Yeah, they were able to pop that holy defense before, so now the Lord gets full, ample opportunity. Kai's does flicker back. Spirit Destruction comes through. No way he goes for it. Han will catch a stun to the face. They're going to move back on over to this purple, and then look for the re-engage, get the stun, and in comes Shen to his death. A blazing duet from Sanji. And into the backside they go. A beautiful Tona's welcome. The tower falls, and YG want to try to end things here. They're going to lock on to the base, and Zeno can do nothing on his own. YG take game one.
Oh my goodness, 9 minutes, 59 seconds. I'm praying that the end game screen is going to tell us it's the perfect 10 minutes, because that's where they were going for. The Yangon Galacticos didn't have much resistance after getting the early lead, but their coordination is what sets them apart. Unfortunately for GK, they made too many bad choices in a composition that heavily depends on that team fight. You only get one or two of those, especially within the early to mid stages of the game.
9 minutes, 59 seconds.
No, 1 second off.
1 second off. A couple milliseconds off.
Man.
Maybe we can fudge it a little, just make it a little, maybe make it say 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe you know, we'll talk to production about that. But in the meantime, that's got to be crushing. That's got to be confidence deflating for the side of GK. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from this, but they got to show that they are real competitors here. Yangon Galacticos, they're not absolutely perfect. There were mistakes, it's just they couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and YG, I think once they knew they could keep pushing in, I think they just felt it, right? Even though they made little mistakes here and there, they knew that they had the better of them in so many of those fights. And the reality is GK also made mistakes, but they were a lot larger, right? A lot of re-engages that they should have never taken, just like that, right there in the mid lane. Jumping in there, knowing that there still is that fatal Lynx out there, knowing the possibility of what could happen. We saw another one here where Aizen comes back in, re-engages. Where are you going, my guy?
Where is the glorious pathway supposed to do? Do you think you're going to get out of there scot-free? No, absolutely not. Blink has played this game for too long to let roamers disrespect him like that and get on top of Sanji. We're going to be throwing it back on over to our studio. Break it down for this. This was a brutal one.
It certainly was. That trophy standing on the stage, ready to be claimed. One of those teams has made a very good argument for why it should be them. Early on, sub 10-minute win, almost the perfect 10-minute win against GK Esports. It was a dominant performance, to say the least, Mirko and Renmar. As we come back onto the desk, my name is Randy. I'm your host, and that was a quick one. I mean, I just introduced myself 2 seconds ago because of how fast this game went. But again, it felt like this was a little bit more of what we saw earlier on in the beginning of the series today, because it was just too good from YG across the board.
It was fantastic by YG, but also it was pretty bad, honestly, for GK as well. I mean, all of the drafts we had our questions. We gave them the benefit of the doubt because we've seen a lot of wacky stuff today that worked out. Rafael Amid, again, shout outs to Midnight, Parating Handa. But again, the Hylos pick and the flex of the Belleric, that was very unnecessary. Again, it's kind of like the Eudora into the Atlas, the Hylos now into the Atlas. They're just trying, it almost seems like they're trying to feed as many bodies to the Atlas, especially with the Gord already there. It's kind of like Kaiser's, okay, I'm gonna get the Skypiercer early then.
Yeah, I think that was the keyword there for even a lot of the actions that GK committed within the game itself. Unnecessary timings, unnecessary aggression. They were looking so hard for that concept and idea of, okay, we gotta trade something out, even though they were able to get an early first kill onto Han, but then that didn't really stop the game plan of Yangon Galacticos. Once you get to the major objectives, it's so easy for this Atlas and their Gord to do whatever they want to do over and over again, setting up for the Fanny. But even if you don't set up for the Fanny, if the Atlas and Gord just gets someone low or forces out battle spells, you've already done your job. And that isn't even putting the Barretts into consideration just yet. The meta, as we've seen so far from today and yesterday, has a Barretts problem that no one can answer.
The thing is about the Barretts problem as well, it wasn't even like the biggest thing in this game, which is crazy because, all right, yes, they were able to completely dictate a tempo and these neutral objective fights with the Barretts, but then you look at the other side of the map where Yangon Galacticos were very honest in the draft. They were like, all right, we are going to go for the Claude because you want to play strong side XP. That's why they picked the Barretts. But the fact that the Claude won so hard in lane that it ultimately became two strong sides with no bully matchup. Again, in that matchup, it should actually be the Moscow who has a little bit more of a say. That's where the Hirara should go to, and that's why Zeno tried a lot of times to rotate up top. But in the end, it was Moskov getting solo under turret, already using Spear of Misery that gave Han such an easy time to pick and choose where he wants to go. He goes bot, free neutral objective. He goes top, free kill. And on top of the free GK, it was kind of like a buy one, get one because Zeno was trying his best to kind of like recover for the team by rotating top and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can also just sum it down to it seems like Yaga got diffed really hard in lane by Sanji. Sanji, of course, with the experience that he had coming in from Falcon Esports and then now being able to play here for Yangon Galacticos. Really, you saw the difference in experience and comfort playing around the gold lane, where I know Yaga has it in him, but Sanji just looked so much better in game number 1.
Talk about Han too. I mean, the Fanny has been banned most of the time, and you let it go. Han is known for that, and all of a sudden it's like, well, that's why it should have been banned. 7-2 on that game, but also pressure, comfort. There's so many reasons why you may want to mix it up. What do you take as GK letting it through, and also just like this draft, how it's set up so well for an early start for YG?
For me, it's like, I guess we see early on why they actually let it go, right? Because they got the Eudora and the Hirara, the Urara combination, and it did pretty well at locking out the Fanny, but it just, as Redmar said, as the caster said, there was no capitalization, there was no conversion on top of that because of these losing lanes. The Barat's doing a very good job in XP to hold around that first neutral objective that stopped that conversion, and also the winning lane up top. So I see why they let the Fanny go.
You understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Yeah, and they even had the high loss with it, which over in the long run, though, the high loss realized, oh, I can't do much against this Atlas and Gord. I keep getting poked from afar. All this crowd control is forcing out my Revitalize way too early just when I want to use it. Oh, man, I've already used it. They brought me down so low. This was a really tough game also for Shen.
Yeah, that might be, is that a learning lesson? Possibly. We'll find out, because that was picked, obviously, with the Atlas exposed as a first pick. So that was a final pick for GK Esports. Coming into this conversation around what we can do heading into this matchup, they knew it was going to be a tough game. Yangon Galacticos Esports were certainly ahead in terms of your pick. Well, let's see what they had to say coming into it, because we had a chance with Eterna to talk with GK Esports Quanok before the game.
We are now here with the mid laner of course, GK Esports. Welcome, Quanok.
Thank you, welcome.
How has Paris been treating you?
It's actually like awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about Paris so far?
I think buildings. I like the building style here.
Okay, so this is your first time in Paris?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not your first time on the international scene.
No, it's like my third time.
But it looks like you're coming in with a new roster.
Yeah. Well, my roster is fully changed. I have a new roamer, jungler, AXP, and gold laner. So, yeah, 4 new teammates.
How has that been for you so far?
It was hard actually to change the full roster with me, but finally we managed to win the MPL MENA again, and it passed, you know.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
So how would you describe your new playstyle with your new teammates?
Actually, our playstyle is more aggressive, and we always prefer to team fight, you know.
Okay, so aggressive, team fight heavy.
Yeah.
We've been seeing that a lot, you know, coming into MSC, and I was wondering about what's going on with the mid laner right now. I think we saw Rafaela earlier on. Eudora has been very popular, and Vexana. So first off, what do you think about the Eudora pick that's been so popular?
About Eudora, I think it's an S+ tier now. It's pick or ban, you know. It's so good against tanky junglers, so good against assassin junglers. It has continuous damage and burst damage, and can protect. It doesn't need much protect, you know. So I think it's a great pick now.
Amazing pick for Eudora. What about the Vexana?
Vexana is more situational. You can't pick Vexana every game. You only pick it for disengage or counter team fight. You can't pick. I mean, it's not flexible as much as Eudora.
Okay, so we can expect more Eudora, but maybe less from Vexana.
Yeah, of course.
What's your specialty?
My special pick?
Yeah.
Lui, but it's actually not meta now.
Do you think we can see your Lui today?
Possible scenario, yeah. You can.
Okay, because you're up against Yangon Galacticos, and they're also known to be very aggressive. Is there any special preparation that you have up against them?
I think it's gonna be in the draft phase. We're gonna ban some of their aggressive picks.
Ooh, okay. So
yeah,
we'll keep an eye out for the drafts. Once again, thank you so much. Congratulations. Wait,
you.
Congratulations for being here. And congratulations. Good luck. That's
thank
what I
you
meant,
very
guys.
much. Good luck too.
Thanks. Back to you guys.
Eterna, congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
For being so good at your job.
Good luck as well.
I gave a very nice compliment. I felt Eterna's been doing amazing with those interviews. That was a funny one and a funny way to end one, but also that's just what happens when you put yourself in a lot of interviews. I think she's won probably 99% of them. I think maybe Quanok won that one, guys.
I think we deserve a graphic for the future broadcast of like Eterna's win-loss record in interviews.
Yeah, she'd be in grand finals basically. I
For
think,
sure.
If that was the case.
Just remember, the worse you are at social interactions, she's a god at Mobile Legends.
That's true.
Oh,
So good
man.
at games.
No. We can't get on her like that. This was though a very fun kind of start for obviously if you were on the side of our winning team. But when it comes to GK and Quanok talking about just the meta, you could see that he has a very not simple, but like kind of common understanding, which everyone coming into this is. The Eudora is valuable.
Yes.
Playing around that, though, was not enough. And so that leads to the question, guys, what do you do at this point when the stuff that's clearly valuable, that's commonly known to work, isn't quite working?
You really have to look back at then what you're doing within the game itself. Like, how come you're failing with these picks that you yourself think of as S+? Your timing, when you're throwing out your abilities in certain little skirmishes, how you're even trading out abilities within the laning phase. Why the high loss popped up? Okay, maybe I'm not going to dog at the high loss too much, but
You have to. You do. If you don't, I will.
It's a big talking point. I know it is.
They were talking about
You feel it.
aggression. They were talking about aggressiveness. Yes, theoretically, high loss is one of those heroes that could work out for constant potential invades, but then now you pick up the high loss with the Eudora because you see the Fanny, it becomes more of a defensive pick. You don't really get to play their game. And I think that was, something that GK also got to feel in the previous game is that they didn't get to play their style. They were reacting a lot, and if ever there's a pick that they shouldn't let through, maybe you let the R-Lot through and then you ban the Fanny, because they said they wanted to ban some of the best picks for Yangon Galacticos. I know we agreed that it looks like they had the idea to go up against the Fanny, but clearly it's not just about the picks anymore. The Fanny for Han is really good. Maybe it's one of those picks that you just have to ban straight up.
This is one of those conversations that feels like it happens in 30 seconds because you need so much time to consider, well, what exactly went wrong? There's so many ways to point the finger when you lose that quickly.
There you go.
And immediately you see the Atlas band, you see the Fanny band. This is what we're used to. It was strange in game one that didn't happen, but we also see Freya band as well. I mean, this is much more, I think, Mirko, close to what you would like to see from GK.
Yeah, I think this is a standard approach to drafts, especially, in the current meta. You ban out the Fanny, ban out the Atlas as well. Now it opens up for that Eudora. We did hear from Quanok, it's first pick or ban. I think that should be the choice as well for GK. A lot of the other assassins open Hirara, Ling, so might as well pick up the Eudora first and then let Yangon Galacticos decide what other assassin they want to go for. Now, question is, will the Phoveus also be banned out, or will YG try to punish GK with that Phoveus?
Yeah,
there you go.
Phoveus up. They take out the Belleric instead. So it's a wealth of options here for GK that Yangon Galacticos, based on the math that we've seen so far and the priorities, they might just end up winning the trade for the first blue 1, red 1, 2 trade, and then GK will have to pull out something for blue 2, 3 to turn it around in their favor. I still think the Shadow of Uranus and Belleric is starting to really hang heavy in the drafts, but instead of the Eudora, they rush the Hirara instead.
So you'd think they're going to lose the Eudora here.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be Eudora +1.
What does that tell you, Mirko?
I mean, it tells me that GK are confident in their Hirara, I guess. I mean, they picked up Hirara both games, right? Xeno in the previous game as well. I'm guessing they think they'll have an answer for the Eudora anyway. Something that can open up, maybe a Cho early on as well could be the choice, but it could be taken by Yangon Galacticos, man. They were the ones to ban out the Cho earlier after banning out after picking up the Atlas rather. So Eudora Cho, just guaranteeing mid prio, and then you pick up the Ling on red 3 will be a solid choice. But they go for the Ling Eudora instead to save for, I think, the Phoveus red 3.
Yeah. Could be. Honestly, GK just pull a page out of the book of everyone else. Just pick up something like a Cho, and then you pick up a Barrett's.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? Throw Barrets together. You get a little bit of a more priority in the center of the map. You rotate fast because your Barrets are slower. Barrets can safeguard that side of the map. But no, of course, for Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Not bad.
She's usually banned at this point.
That's true.
But you are a big Barrett's fan. Talk to me a little more while we wait for this pick, unless it really shocks us. Talk to me a little bit more for those just coming in and watching, why you like Barrett's showing up more and more as we get into these days.
Yeah, because of the picks that we've seen for this metagame, there's not a lot that can actually give it problems early on. Well, although in the previous series we saw Lutpi go down twice early on with the Barretts, but it had to get so much resources from their opponents just so that they could take the Barretts down. Which is why I feel like it's so good, because with all those resources gone, with a lot of damage dealers in the metagame right now, with the Barretts down, you still can clap back and counter against opponents that took it. And GK are honest with it. They show up the Esmeralda and the Paquito already, so they know that they're going to be packing the EXP gold, favorable side lanes. You get the Paquito at gold, you get the Esmeralda at EXP.
Isn't that where they kind of had their biggest struggle, though? I mean, in gold and EXP, and I mean, Mirko was kind of waxing poetic on this. They just lost so hard in that, even if they had better matchups on mid and jungle, it wasn't able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's why it feels like this is a confidence pick and confidence draft overall. But Yangon right away, answering with the Ruby. That is such a good pick. Because GK were so honest with it, Yangon Galacticos pick up a pick that punishes that honesty.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, the Ruby we did see earlier as well was a fantastic choice by Pro Esports to bully or to punish a full melee composition at the start of the game. And GK, they did exactly that. The Paquito, the Esmeralda, the Hirara, all very honestly laid out for YG to counter. So they go straight up for that. They're going to have a crazy combo as well. So let's just see how they build on it, right? Like, now, I feel like the Ruby, it's also a three-way flex at this point. They're not being too honest themselves. They have that question thrown out now to GK, and they're going to have to keep GK wondering, because Rome works, Gold works, XP works, all the matchups against the picks of GK. It works.
Yeah, it will really make GK overthink, and now they start taking out the Barrises of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if they even decide to take out something like the Uranus, but then you might need to consider banning out the Phoveus, because that could still get slotted into Yangon Galacticos. Where, though, that's a little bit more up in the air. You wouldn't want to pack it up against the Esmeralda, but maybe if Yangon are crazy enough, put it elsewhere, but I don't think they're going to be too crazy to do that.
4 of the game's heroes from the previous game are banned in this one, so we're seeing a full lineup swap. The stolen Eudora, I think, was more given away from GK Esports. Noticed that wasn't going to work unless we had stronger EXP and gold lanes. Mirko, what's next in your eyes? What are we looking at?
I'm thinking the Cho right now for YG again, just guaranteeing mid-prio so that they can help the lane get the buffs, because even though GK have the Ruby that can actually, beat out the Paquito and Esmeralda in these team fights, one thing that GK have basically confirmed is prio on both lanes. They can just cut the waves and then have the Hirara rotate over with these two guys over into the jungle to take away from Han. So YG, either they got to start winning these lanes, by picking up these lane bullies, which are already banned out, again, the Barats and the Uranus, or they went out mid-prio and cover Ling, cover Han straight up.
They need a really strong row mid here that can set the tempo.
There you go.
They end up picking up the Cho, which is why I was suggesting maybe GK would want to pick up the Cho for them. That would be good, but... Ooh!
Add a unique hero.
Finally, there's another one.
And the Selena.
They'll be able to farm mega fast if they're going to double leash for their Hirara.
Brother, Melissa it up.
Yeah, Melissa's good.
Melissa the gold lane. That's my pick, baby.
Yeah, Melissa did pop up already yesterday. And I think for wildcards, if I'm not mistaken, we saw it once in MWI.
It was Vamos yesterday.
It was Vamos yesterday, right?
Goat.
Yeah. Only the Jawhead will be able to go through, but then you won't even be able to toss her. You're just going to pop the damage with the Unstoppable Force, but you'll be knocked out of her dome immediately if you try to get the toss up on the Melissa.
Please, Melissa, please.
Yeah, with all of this dive, go away would be perfect right now. Unless they decide to play for range and pick up something like the Granger packet with a Piercer, but I would prefer Melissa. They get the click. Oh, this is such a tough click game though.
Yeah, that's a pretty risky choice.
Yeah, it's like you're choosing to say, I like this, please make it more difficult for me. I want to show off how good I am.
Well, maybe they are that good. You should have known, Mirko. Saying Melissa, they were going to do something else. Once you said it, it was not happening. You know how you do. You know how it works. You said it yourself.
That's true. You know what? My bad, YG. Maybe I revealed their cards before that. They went for a different thing.
Clint, to follow through to finish out this lineup, it is almost an entirely new lineup from GK Esports trying to even the series against YG. Can they do it and send us to a Game 3? We'll find out. We've got Gideon and Trex on the cast.
Thanks so much. Already here at match point for the Yangon Galacticos, and we've got quite a wild opportunity to see Selena and Jawhead within the same composition. We've seen many victims in ranked games getting absolutely demolished, but how quick they're able to kind of speed up. Wow, they're getting an ultra leash here. Like Xeno didn't need more help.
We need this purple buff. That is it. There will be no invades. We will secure it, and we will do something after. But for sure, it's happening.
It's crazy. It's a wild style of composition because for GK, if things start to go downhill, if they don't develop a lead, if the Yangon Galacticos are the ones who actually maintain at least a 2K lead, I think this game is sort of done for unless they can put some damage onto Sanji. But in the meantime, I like the fact that GK, they don't want to slow down. They're just going to play for that information and really work with the mid trio to get things moving across the map.
Yeah, and they take some really interesting pathing. I almost kind of worry about this Zeno. With such a lead that they had, getting that purple buff immediately, they could have used that to have him just start in his own jungle, but they go for the litho, they go into the mid, hope that there's a possible mess up, and now that quick pace that they wanted to set kind of just evens out in a sense.
And they don't mind that, right? They don't mind that. They're looking for lane punishes. I don't see them trying to contest for the very first turtle of this game, but I think, honestly, they need to put as much punishment onto Sanji as possible, right? Because as much as Yaga wants to one-shot him, it's hard to trade against somebody, especially at level 2, who can recoil backwards and also lock you down and get free damage on the trade. So Yaga, unless there is a commitment to an all-in to force Sanji to flicker away, most of the time, you just have to kind of sit in that bush, just wait for your time, get a quick push, and then move away.
All right, Ying getting a little starved away. He's got to try to make his way in to get that card. Is able to get it, so everything back to normal on the bot side.
Oh my god, they got a permanent freeze on top side. Like, what is it? He can't walk up. Like, Yaga walks up, he's going to get blasted every single time.
But, I mean, he can close the distance pretty quickly, and we are at least seeing him. But down to the turtle. Blink. Taking a little bit of damage by everybody. A beautiful I'm Offended, pulling them all in. Tempest of Blades connects onto none. Bahan still finds a kill onto Shen. Now Aizen forced to run away. YG bring it all in on the first turtle.
And that's exactly what you want to see, right? I would have imagined that they didn't want to do it, but Ying makes all the difference here. Flickering forward and catching all 4 of the members from the side of GK. Very nice of him to do so, because with this lead, they're going to push it even further. And that's the thing about Yangon Galacticos' composition, right? It is a little risky here and there, but it doesn't mean that GK missing out that first turtle is the end of the world. The real question is whether or not, oh, they get the blast down, and luckily for Aizen, he's able to tank the damage. No.
Ooh. That's the passive, right?
Yeah.
The after effect.
Ooh, that is nasty. Nasty, nasty stuff. And I think this is going to be what the game is going to look like for a while.
Hopefully, I mean, it's already 5-0. I don't know how much longer it could go if it continues to look like that. It could be another very quick game if things follow this pacing. Shen on the bottom side just trying to defend the tower at this point as YG continues to advance forward. Look at Blink just constantly keeping tabs in their jungle, constantly pushing. And the thing is with a lineup like a Jawhead and a Selena, that's what they should be doing, right? Yeah. They should be the ones pushing in. Good amount of damage on a Ying there, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. Shen going to fully commit. Yep. Completely misses. Ying. Oh, wait a second, I'm offended, he's okay!
What a surprise! What a surprise! Why are people trying to dive people like Ruby? There is just no point, especially if you don't land that first arrow, if you don't get the guaranteed CC. And now the punish.
A nice kick from Blink on a Zeno. Han moves in, Tempest of Blades, just try to close the distance. Ooh, Han will get stunned up. Unable to get the kill on a Zeno, but wait, he dashes back and forward, back to safety. GK still unable to get a single kill on the board.
Unreal, unreal. He's still able to have the time, and honestly, just really good movement so far. Yaga, he can get this kill onto Blink, but is he willing to die for this? Is he willing to flicker? And he is!
Worth it, value, I would say, at this point. Just get what you can.
Is Sanji gonna walk up? No, they're not gonna contest this. Yeah, they're already using the Unstoppable Force on towards Han's side, making sure that he's kind of deep.
A nice throwback from Shen there. I'm offended, connects onto Aizen though, and Shen unable to get away as Han close the distance onto more members. Aizen falls. Quinnock may just be next. Sanji able to get off the headshot. 3 members down on the side of GK. Just when I was about to say, okay, they're getting some pace back. They get a turtle, they get a kill. This happens.
Every single time. And the worst part is that this has occurred. This is not like a new thing for the Yangon Galacticos. They did this in game number 1 as well. And they were also able to get the mid-tier 1, which is the most important structure on this map for their first 8 minutes of the game. Now, with the missing mid-tier 1, they get to walk into the jungle for free. Like it's, hey, tourism pass for everybody. Everybody's got a Malaysian passport.
I mean, and the fact that that's the first one that gets taken before any side lanes go down is even more of a statement here by YG. And with the composition that they have, with all of these strong frontliners like the Ruby, with Blink being able to dash through, having that just makes their composition work even more. Now they take out the tier 3 on the top side, and even more movement around where this next and last turtle's gonna come up.
Han's gonna take it in front of his face. Aizen just doesn't have enough damage for this. He's 3 levels down, not to mention that at least for this Ling, Han is having the time of his life, uncontested. And for the majority of the abilities coming on for the side of Geeke, the burst damage is very target locked, so he just has to hold up his Bladed Tempest and dodge it.
Yaga can at least try to get a tower for himself, but it doesn't mean much at this point. They have, I mean, at this point, you got to regroup. It's a 3,000 gold lead. There is still plays that could be made, but they definitely need to stick together a bit more. We said it last game. Once they started falling behind, you have a composition that you want to sit around. Everyone needs to kind of work together, get those combos off. They don't have any big range with the marksman. They sacrifice that for the fighter off lanes. Turtle is up now. What can they do about it?
Initially, I thought maybe playing for the strong side in this Paquito, because he can hard shove this way, but now it's kind of 50-50, and here we go. Turtle contestation.
Shen, look for the engage, gets the ejector. Unable to get the throw onto any though. Turtle does go down, and so does Aizen. Ying now gonna move on. A beautiful flicker in from Yaga. Yaga able to get some nice shots off, but won't be able to get away from here. YG just collecting heads one by one.
There was a potential outplay angle for Yaga, but he did not want to lose out on his flicker for the next upcoming fight. And I think at this point, having the Selena is great because now you can watch Yangon Galacticos in first-person view steal away your attempts and still not be able to do anything about it.
This is rough.
This is really, really rough. And I want to be positive for them, but at the same time, with the composition that they have, like, they don't have a lot of comeback mechanics unless those arrows hit. And even when those arrows hit, there's a pretty good chance, unless it hits Kaiser, unless it hits Sanji, everybody else has a response. Blink can block arrows. Ying, as we've seen 3 times already, has flickered I'm offended to catch multiple members. Like, if GK cannot punish that, they should not fight them during the neutral objective.
And the Ruby just destroys everything that Geeke wants to bring here. Every little bit of dive. And if they do get past the Ruby, there's still the quick stun from, ooh, nice kick. Does land down onto Aizen. Still the quick stun from Kai's. Still the quick second skill, small stun from Sanji. It's so hard to break through. And even if you're going for those targets, you have Han jumping onto you. So it's a tough match. Even if GK was able to kind of even things out here, it's just a hard match to fight.
They're living on a prayer. That's the truth of it. And even Yaga, right? He's in this 2v1 scenario, finally gets to go, uses his flicker. You're up against Ling. He's going to chase you down. Like, there's so many weird decisions happening in this game that has, honestly, I think game 1 has absolutely crushed that confidence. And after that first turtle, it's just PTSD. It's all happening all over again. Game 1 replaying in their minds.
YG gonna slowly continue to pick apart this map. Lord will be up in a few seconds. They've taken the tier 2 on the bottom side. They haven't lost this. Oh no, they lost their top tier 3, so little something for Geeke. The arrows, I don't think I've seen a single arrow hit.
Some of them have hit. It's just, you know, it hit somebody like Blink. It's hit Ying a couple of times. Both of them just laugh at it. Again, no
They want you to come in.
Exactly, that's the problem. They're like signaling them, please, this is the airstrip, land the plane here.
I'm offended. Onto Aizen. Han gets the engage. Yaga is there, gets some nice damage, but Aizen still goes down. Unable to connect, and Yaga kicked back, taken out. Sanji will get that kill. They're just sharing them at this point. GK unable to do anything in the face of this team right now.
I think I figured it out. I think that GK haven't realized it's not the fact that they have this huge economic lead on the side of Yangon Galacticos. It's the fact that they're walking up as if there's people behind them, and Yangon is like, wait, we already have full vision. We know you're by yourself. And this keeps on happening. GK is trying to fake them out with their positioning, trying to fake them out as if like, yes, I'm a legitimate threat. The truth is, it's already been exposed. The satellite sees everything.
So what do GK do? I mean, I guess we pointed out they just continue to not do it. A little bit of a 1v1, the anime fight. Han wins once again. Shen, I mean, even Shen unable to really engage. Goes for Blink this time. Doesn't get the toss. A lot of damage on a Blink with Sanji just free hitting from the backside, and I'm offended with the flicker. More damage lands on Aizen. Sanji getting aggressive, dashing in. Shen just trying to zone them away, just trying to defend the base. A Lord is coming soon though, and YG's not done yet.
At this point, it's not just living on a prayer, it's putting lipstick on a pear, and now they're looking for a little bit more. It's Han finally to get the shutdown!
Finally, Yaga connects. No one was there to help him out. Ying wasn't there to slow him down, and GK Esports getting another kill on the board. Shen with the toss.
Oh my God.
But everyone walks in. Nobody able to help out at all. Blink getting low. Sanji able to find Shen. Blink does finally drop. Yaga is finally picking up some kills on the board. All three, the only three of GK's kills are in the hands of Yaga.
And now there is some legitimate hope. They were able to get the right spells. Yangon Galacticos, unfortunately, a little too over-eager. But look at this, right? He gets on top of Han, kills him, no problem. But here's the moment where Yaga wants to come in, and guess who saves the day? It's Blink, who blocks the shot to save Sanji's life here. Yaga was thinking about getting the empowered shot and flickering right on top of the correct targets, similarly to what his Jawhead did.
Oh my lord, Han is moving and grooving right now.
They're maintaining that distance, but since you brought up the question, I will answer. They're going to need somebody to bait the spells. The only problem is I don't think that the Yangon Galacticos, when the Unstoppable Force comes out of Shen, they're just going to wait until it's done, right?
Oh, Aizen down. Han able to get the kill. Blink looking for the next target. Ooh, beautiful flicker! Calling the dash preemptively, but Yaga to the backside. He flickers through. He wants Sanji. He's able to get Quinnock. Sanji goes down as well, and Yaga's picking him up. But Kai's finally gets the shutdown, and it's a full team wipe for YG.
Pretty good idea, but they could not collapse at the exact same time. There's just too many delays with the help of Ying, covering so much space. He's 3-0-16. This Ruby pick has absolutely demolished their comp as they start knocking on the front door. GK, what are you gonna do about this? You need 6 seconds.
I don't think there's much GK can do. With the minions crashing through, YG does decide to back off. They're not going to force it. But the jungle's gone. There's no bust for the side of GK, and Lord is up. Does GK go for this? Honestly, they've been going for it nonstop, so I wouldn't put it past them to try to take this fight.
I honestly think they should do it again, right? Force this fight underneath by the Lord. They need to, GK are the ones who have to walk on over, and if Yangon don't do this fast, that top wave is going to build up to force the decision for them.
Dashes through, big kick on Quinnock. Quinnock goes down. Tempest of Blades falls onto Aizen. It's on the top side. Yaga gets pulled back in with the I'm offended. Kais gets the kill. The rest of GK running for the hills.
Yep. And now they're going for the endgame. They don't even need the Lord at this point. They know what they need to do. And Sanji is just too strong. He can single-handedly do the siege.
It's a 4v5 right now, or a 3v5 right now. Aizen goes down. YG gonna move on to Shen here. Last minion drops. They do have to back off. They're unable to connect to the base.
I don't know how long we can do this for, because it's coming to a point where we're getting to the 42k mark. Once we get to the 42k mark, we're expecting that Xeno alongside, well, in this case, Yaga, would have hit their core items. I know for a fact that Yaga has his item, Xeno at the same time, but the rest of them, they just don't have enough stats, especially for Aizen, literally 2 items.
But I mean, in the end, right, Aizen, I think the big problem for GK, where's the major damage? You have some physical damage. Quinnock was never able to come online, and even then, towards late game, the Selene is always going to start to fall off a bit, you know? And it wasn't able to get that value you would get out of it in the early to mid. And at this point, without a marksman, without any kind of range, And with just physical damage as your major damage dealers, even once the core items come in, where does Geeky go with that?
The physicality of their damage isn't the problem. It's the fact that this Ruby has literally blocked them at every single angle. Like, Yaga wants to close the distance, but he can't because he's melee. So at this stage, it really is just whether or not Ying can get moved out of position.
Ying pulls Zeno back in. Zeno goes down. Aizen about to get hit by the Tempest of Blades as Han dashes under the tower, get the kill. Lord connects onto the base, a big kick onto Yaga, and that should be it. YG, with one last empowered wave, will move on to the base. They want to make things fast, they want to make things quick. YG take game number 2 and win the series.
Oh, the outclass here. The Young Galacticos take the game 2-0. They had an incredible answer to the draft so far, and honestly, I think that was the problem. Those first 3 picks was just too honest and no punishing ban on this Ruby. There were just too many problems to think of and they fell for it. I think this is one of those, go back to the pre-preparation room, re-look at the priority list for your heroes for the types of compositions you want to develop.
Very well done by YG. Definitely some things that need to be looked at from Geeky Esports. They will have another chance to fight, but YG will move on to the next round up in this upper bracket and are that much closer to securing playoffs.
Yeah, man, that very first turtle could have been played so differently, so very differently, but Ying catching so many people there put that first nail in the coffin. And then when the invades come through, that's when it gets harder and harder to play. Like, it's not like EK played it super terribly. They had a really good idea of what was necessary. However, they didn't check those boxes. You can't skip any of the steps with this style of composition. It must be step 1, 2, and 3, not 1, 4, and then back to 2.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think, draft is the key issue. In game 1, we saw some mess-ups in terms of gameplay. But by game 2, a lot of things just started to fall apart across the map. We've seen it before happen, right? We've seen teams clean themselves up. But at this point, it is major that they do this. This wasn't just a loss. This was a bad loss.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt the confidence for sure. Luckily, we know that our competitors here at MSC have the strongest mentals possible. It really just comes down to realigning what the research tells you and pre-preparing for so many of these games. But that's the true nature of competition. And with competition, of course, there must be victors who we have up on stage for the interview.
You know who it is. Of course, our victors from the Galacticos, and it's Blink joining us here with, of course, our Burmese translator with us. Coco, thank you very much for joining us. Gentlemen, question first, Blink. Now, you're one of the most experienced roamers in Myanmar specifically, but it's your first time playing at MSC. How has that experience been so far for you here at EWC?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ပထမဆုံးဂုဏ်ပြုပါတယ် MSC အနေနဲ့ဒါပထမဆုံးဝင်လာတဲ့အတွေ့အကြုံရှိတဲ့မြန်မာပြည် game ပြိုင်ပွဲဝင်တယောက်အနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုအတွေ့အကြုံခံစားရပါလဲ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ MSC ကတော့ပထမဆုံးသွားတဲ့ဟာပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ပြိုင်ပွဲတွေကတော့ကျွန်တော်သွားဘူးရပေါ့အခုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်သွားတဲ့အတွက်လည်းအရန်ပျော်ပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်တာအခုခဏပဲပျော်တာပေါ့နော်နောက်ပွဲအတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့အကောင်းဆုံးပြင်ဆင်လာခဲ့ပါမယ်
I'm so happy to be here for the first time and we are going to prepare for the next match and this is the first time for me but we are going to go forward.
Of course, you played at M7 most recently, huge internationally, but I want to talk to you when it comes to metagame because Barats and Ruby, we've been seeing them more and more here. Do you think that the meta is developing more towards them here at MSC?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီ MSC မှာဒီလိုပြိုင်ပွဲအနေနဲ့ရွေးချယ်ခံရတာဟာတကယ်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့အတွေ့အကြုံအနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုရှိပါလဲဗျ
အခုလိုသွားတဲ့ကျွန်တော်လည်းခေါ်ယူပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်လည်းတာဝန်ရှိတယ်လည်းခံစားရပါတယ်အဲ့အတွက်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးစူးစမ်းသွားပါမယ်ဗျ
I was so proud of myself and I felt like I have more responsibility for this match.
And why is that the case? Do you feel that it's just the pressure on being in the international stage that puts that on you, or is it the whole team is kind of working together throughout it for a victory?
ဒါဟာဘာဖြစ်လို့ပါလဲနိုင်ငံတကာပြိုင်ပွဲဖြစ်လာလို့လားနောက်ပြိုင်အဖွဲ့တစ်ခုလုံးကကိုယ့်ပေါ်မှာတာဝန်ရှိနေတယ်လို့ခံစားရပါလား
ဒီပွဲမှာမဟုတ်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ဥမာ local ပွဲတွေဆိုလဲဘယ်ပွဲဖြစ်နေဖြစ်နေကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့တာဝန်ရှိရလို့ခံစားရပါတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းနေပါတယ်ဗျ
not only for this match and all the match that we have experienced in the past and I was so much responsibility for this so we're trying our best
and you absolutely will do, because not just in this match, but in our upcoming game, I mean, you guys are playing against Pro Esports. Did you expect them in the upper side of the bracket, or was it more SRG that you were waiting for?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီလာမဲ့ဒီ Pro Esports မှာပေါ့နော်ဒီ SRG နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်လိုမျှော်လင့်ချက်တွေရှိပါလဲ
သူတို့လည်းတကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့အသင်းဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်လာမယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းကိုတော့short တာတော့မလုပ်ပါနဲ့ကျွန်တော်လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးကြိုးစားလာခဲ့ပါမယ်
Of course they are one of the best team so but for us also don't think that we can be easy so we will come with the best
Oh, that's a lot of strength to look forward to. Very much looking forward to that game between yourselves and Pro Esports. Thank you very much, Blink, for joining us on the interview. For you and the entire team, congratulations to Yangon Galacticos. They start off with a huge victory over GK. Back to the panel to wrap it all up.
Don't think we can be beat. We are coming with our best, and that is a great sentiment to close out the day and close out a win here for Yangon Galacticos. They take the W 2-0 over GK Esports as we look to wrap this up. I'm Rain Day. Welcome back here to the panel as we look to close out an amazing day of upsets. Mirko and of course Renmar joining me. Mirko, I mean, you have actually a little bit of analysis for that game before we kind of head into end of day closing, but you know, it's just a clear one-sided win for YG.
Oh yeah, I think honestly this is a mismatch, man, especially if you see that game, right? In game number 2 especially, it comes down to GK trying to all in onto one win condition, but it was completely taken out. So I need your help now, Renmar. All right. So let's start first with just the composition. I'm going to go through the map here and we're going to look at their composition and we're going to see no marksman. We're going to even see a double down on the early game with the Jawhead and the Selena. So usually when you see these two fighters, hold on. Usually when you see these two fighters, it comes down to tempo. You have the Selena and the Jawhead controlling in mid. I want to have your eyes set into the mini-map, right? The Paquito should be cutting up top together with the Esmeralda. Now, honestly, I'll give props for YG for actually stopping this from happening. As you can see right now, early on, Blink has already positioned himself in that bottom lane to deny that XP tempo advantage for the side of GK. But if we play this clip again, it's still all right for GK. They get the tempo onto mid, they rotate onto the first neutral objective. Obviously, Blink was late as he was trying to delay or trying to deny that cut in the bottom lane. He tried to delay the turtle, it didn't work out in the end, and this is where you see a big problem. I think the casters pointed this out constantly. It's just bad decisions on top of bad decisions. Notice how the Paquito, again, up top, if you look at the minimap, does not rotate, does not cut, does not get in this tempo and utilize the tempo advantage up top. And if we look all the way back at the emblems, it is also, in my opinion, a bit of a bad decision from GK's side to go for Quana on Wilderness Blessing instead of Season Hunter. Usually with the Selena, you go Season Hunter and that insta-tempo in mid with these fighters in the side lanes to guarantee neutral objective. But just take a look at how long they take to get this turtle down, right? Quana couldn't burst it down, Xeno couldn't burst it down. It creates this very awkward area where they didn't know what to do. Their composition isn't built to go for fights, it's rather pickoffs with the tempo, or it's to burst the neutral objective. Now with all of YG going in, it kind of comes down to, again, that decision for GK that was just horrible. They didn't clear bot, they didn't force Ying into a bad spot. So Ying just instantly rotates over without having to clear that bottom wave and gets a massive set. So we play this again and we see, look at the entrances again. Even from the individual standpoint, Aizen didn't try to stop Ying from getting into this team fight, right? Because at this point, at least if you want to win for GK, it's picking them up, it's isolating these targets. But what GK did in the end is corralling together up against an already heavy AoE composition. So you see this all play out and all those individual bad decisions, all those individual mistakes on the micro and macro just culminate in the game ending at 2 minutes.
And you see the Paquito in the middle of the river there, finally moving.
Yeah.
We call that a day late and $1 short.
It did take a while for the Paquito to move in. Even GK to move as a team at the beginning. I really thought when you show up with the Selena and Jawhead and you have a Hirara, you're gonna, yes, mega leash for the Hirara and then immediately invaded the opposing purple buff. They spent 20 plus seconds waiting on the bush, watching as the Ling gets a purple buff without a problem. And once the Ling left, stayed there for another 5 seconds and then they moved back to their rotation. They ended up losing that initial initial start because the Ling even got to go to the opposing Lizard, steal that away while they stole nothing and only watched.
It just seemed like they hesitated on every single decision, and not just in the game, but even pre-game. Because again, Renmar, I had to recheck, right? Because I saw that turtle take, that first one where it just all collapsed.
Yeah.
I had to check the emblems again. And there you go. I spotted it. Wilderness Blessing on the Selena instead of the Season Hunter with this kind of composition, right? So basically they went for this composition, but even then they weren't really all coordinated to go for it, like to understand the winning condition and just go straight for that winning condition.
Yeah, it's like they had the rough sketch of it, but they weren't able to polish it into the final picture. They just had the initial ideas of, all right, we want to go fast, but how do you want to do that? What steps are you going to take properly? Gideon was making a big point about taking the proper steps, and they misstepped.
Well, today has been anything but clear in terms of the path to walk. We thought Selangor Red Giants might do what they did. They did for a game, but it was Pro Esports who would steal that one. Definitely the most contested set of the day. That puts Pro Esports in the upper bracket. Aurora Gaming, also 2-0's Liquid. And we see Onyx versus Entity, the fastest 2-0 of the tournament so far. Both sub 10-minute games, I believe, or around 10 and then an 11-minute or so. I think we've had a 10 and then a 14-minute.
Yep.
But here is what it looks like for the bracket for Group B. Yangon Galacticos have put themselves in the upper bracket to qualify for the knockout stage versus Pro Esports. They will play. And then Onyx is going to be going up against Aurora Gaming, who basically sent the defending champions, Team Liquid, to the elimination match, which will be Entity 7's opponent now. And GK Esports, who we just watched, will face off against the Selangor Red Giants. Whoever loses those elimination matches goes home. Whoever wins the qualification matches advances to the knockout stage. So high stakes for every single match.
Yangon and Pro Esports, I'm happy for them. These are teams that probably no one expected to even make it to the knockouts, and now they're going to be fighting for one of the first knockout spots in Group B. Happy for Myanmar and Cambodia, of course, with the shocking results that we got, but I think that series is probably going to be one of the most banger that we're going to be getting in the second round in the groups.
I think that's a guarantee, right? It has to be a banger. It's just, yes, it's sweet, but it's bittersweet, right? Because in a way, you get to see Yangon Galacticos and Pro. They go up against each other for the first time in Cambodia and Myanmar for the first time in a long time. But then you look at that better side of things and it's like, dang, every single time in the M6 World Championship, M7 World Championship as well, whenever one of these teams, the Cambodian team loses or the Burmese team loses, the Burmese would back the Cambodian team and the Cambodian team would usually back the Burmese teams, whoever's still there. Now they finally meet each other and they're foes. It's bittersweet.
Setting up a great storyline, however. And of course, for you, you've been having your eye on a storyline with our tournament pick'ems. You've decided who is going to win each game. And look at that. Team Liquid with 69% of the tournament pick'ems results. There's still a chance. Yeah. Elimination matches. I mean, it does mean that they've got to be on their game as well. Closely behind them, 10, 7, 6, and 4% though. Everybody has kind of got an idea of what's going to happen, but I think, Mirko, as we kind of look into tomorrow's schedule and start putting our eyes on these next upcoming games, it's very tough to tell what is going to happen as we go back to Group A and we get our first upper bracket games to advance to knockouts and our lower brackets that will send some teams home.
Man, again, it's going to be a bittersweet day. You're going to see a lot of teams make it through. You're going to have to say some goodbyes as well. But one thing's guaranteed, just like that Pro versus Yangon matchup, tomorrow's going to be a banger. Look at the schedule.
Yeah, Vamos, Spirit, Vitality, Falcons, they're already going to be fighting out to see who's going to be advancing into the knockout stages. Well, of course, Rippers, Guangzhou Gaming, Falcons Meta, Ignite Gaming, well, we're going to have to say goodbye to 2 of those 4 teams.
So if the start of this tournament was maybe a slippery slope, kind of trying to get your footing, do you feel like we found a foothold here after today, closing our thoughts with day 2?
I think we found our foothold on the mid and jungle prio picks, but that's about it. Everything else is really just up to the players. We've seen fighter golds, we've seen some crazy picks in the XP like the Barats again. So I think the meta will continue to surprise us in the upcoming days for those roles.
Still, I love it. It's challenging for the players. It's challenging for the coaching staff. People have to be ready for even more surprises. Barrett's Uranus coming into the conversation. Ling, Eudora popping off. It's one of the best MSC metas that we have because it's so unpredictable.
I've been loving watching it. Been so thankful for all of you guys giving me your knowledge, helping me to learn this game. And all of you at home watching, thank you. We love you, MLBB community. Of course, MSC at EWC here in Paris is coming to to a close for today, but tomorrow we send some teams home. We send some teams to the knockout stage. I've been with Mirko and, of course, Renmar. My name is Rainday. I remind you to never give up, never stop gaming. I'll leave you with the SDC recap to close out day 2.